could name cities across the country where we have customers. And so part of it is that we are now, as a community, connected through the internet. And that has been a drastic change in terms of how Black people have really viewed themselves and viewed the opportunity to bank Black and to buy Black and to do business
now,
with each
are your
other.
standards different when it comes to, say, lending and when it comes to giving out credit cards? It would seem that that would be one way of maybe helping a community that traditionally has had a harder time getting loans.
Yep. So we do offer services that other large banks do not. As an example, about 30% of our community has a check systems record, which means that they can't open up a bank account somewhere else. And we offer a second chance checking account, so to give them another opportunity to open up an account. Or we have a secured credit card to help people rebuild their credit. So there are products that we offer that are really tailored to the needs of our community. But there's also the other side of it that a lot of people don't want to talk about. The FDIC does a study every year, and it showed that for national banks, only 1% of their lending goes to the Black community.
Right.
So we represent 14% of the population, but only 1% of their lending.
Which is funny because, you know, buying houses and buying big things that you need a lot of loans for is something that's traditionally been sort of sold to the Black community in a very strong way.
Yes, and it's really an opportunity to build wealth, but we're not able to get the loans. Whereas when they looked at Black banks, 67% of our lending goes to the Black community. So there is a huge difference in terms of who is serving the Black community for financial services.
So when you're trying to get more interest around, you said the use of technology played a crucial part. How much of it is driven by Black millennials?
Yeah, a lot of it. It's sort of interesting because they've had recently sort of studies that have been done about how Black millennials and millennials in general are using technology and using social media. You know, we're very big in social media, which a lot of banks have really shied away from because that's the way to get the word out to millennials. And millennials, you know, if you think about it, I'm a baby boomer. And the technology that really came out for us was really related to spending. I mean, it's probably hard for a lot of your audience to remember when ATMs didn't exist. Remember, ATMs were, you know, sort of created in our lifetime. And debit cards, I mean, so there are a lot of things that really helped us more conveniently spend money. Now there's technology to help people save money. And that's what millennials are doing. They are actually using technology to save money, to invest, and to recognize that they need to make their money work for them.
Terry, what is the one or two things that people come into you, because I presume you meet clients and you meet customers all the time, and say, this is a problem for us. It's not a problem in the economy at large. It is a problem. Help me. Mm-hmm.
Well, the basic thing is that the Black community really did not feel that banks were for them. Like, we have people that come to us and say, this is the first time I've been excited about banking, like, period. Like, forget what we could do with a bank, but just even be excited to feel welcomed. So that's the number one thing, is that people are starting to say, hey, banking is for me. And they walk into a branch and say, I've never been in a bank before. They could be 50, 60 years old. They're like, I've never been in a bank before. So that's number one. The second is really thinking of banking as being not just a place that you deposit your money and don't think about, but to recognize that your deposit has power. There's certain social justice movements that we've gotten involved in, whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's Black Money Matters. I mean, we have expressed our voice that these things are important. And so where consumers are looking, and Black consumers are looking at us and saying, my money matters. The fact that I'm putting it into whether it's a local credit union or a local community bank or a Black bank does make a difference. And so the combining of your money and your deposit, specifically in social justice, is where the millennials are coming from.
the many satisfying moments in the recent Winter Olympics, it's hard to top the U.S. women's hockey team defeating Canada in a shootout and winning the gold medal. That victory is helping the National Women's Hockey League, the first paid women's pro hockey league, shine a light on the sport and inspire the next generation of female athletes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Danny Ryland, founder and commissioner of the NWHL. And I began by asking Danny about increased demand for women's hockey following the historic win by Team USA.
I mean, it was just an amazing experience just to see those women win gold. I mean, ever since Maddie Rooney made that last save in the shootout, I mean, our players have been walking taller. There's been a great buzz around the women's game, and anytime you can have, that type of TV rating, parlayed with a gold medal. I mean, just the exposure that's brought our game has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the buzz it's generated is really something else. Has sponsorship gotten easier because of it? And I wonder whether individual players, some of the stars from Team USA, will be able to get individual sponsorship deals that will then make it easier for the league to strike these deals.
Of course. I mean, anytime there's international exposure, the conversations become a lot easier with sponsors. They know about the women's game. They know some of the stars in the game. And it just kind of makes the barrier to entry a little easier because we're not introducing them to a new sport. They're already aware. So it has made our lives a little bit easier, and we expect it to continue to go in a positive direction.
Now, there's been a lot of changes since you founded the league in 2015. Among them is that 2 of your clubs now have the backing and the resources of NHL clubs. And I'm talking here about the Riveters, which formed a partnership with the New Jersey Devils, and the Buffalo Sabres owner bought the Buttes in Buffalo as well. Does that create imbalance with the other 2 teams that don't have that backing?
No, I think it actually helps us raise the bar across the league. Obviously we want our teams in the hands of the best owners and operators, and the NHL clubs do it best. So I think it's a rally cry to the other clubs to say, like, all right, let's get another deal done. So we've definitely hit our stride this upcoming season. It's an interesting phase of the business that we're entering into.
Yeah. So the goal is to then get those other 2 franchises to get owners as well.
Yes, I mean, the uptick that we've seen in the 2 markets that have the relationship with the NHL clubs has been noteworthy, and so if we can replicate that and kind of come up with the perfect blueprint, not only with our current clubs but potential expansion markets as well.
All right. Now, under your original plan, NWHL offered contracts of up to $26,000 a year. About 6 weeks into last season, you unexpectedly had to cut salaries by 40 to 50% to preserve the league's future. What's been the effect on player retention?
The players have actually been amazing. They understood the change. They know that we are a startup business and that we do whatever we can for them, and they were our greatest ambassadors during that hard moment. And it was definitely difficult. It was the hardest decision that I had to make as a commissioner. But the way that they reacted, the way that they continued to be great ambassadors for the game, really spoke highly of them, and we retained almost all of our players. And then this year, we've seen a great uptick in the game as well.
What's the path forward to getting salaries back to the levels they were at?
Yeah, it's all about scale. We need to scale the business where the sports business really scales, and that's on the sponsorship side and the media side. So having the Olympics really factor in that. Over 3 million viewers, having our All-Star game generate over 500,000 viewers on our Twitter Game of the Week. I mean, those are really the areas that really change the business. And coming with that comes an opportunity for more sponsors, and obviously a $150,000 sponsorship is the same as selling 10,000 tickets in Buffalo, so it's really what changes the business.
That's a great way to compare it. Dunkin' Donuts was one of your first sponsors, in fact, the first. Additional sponsors didn't necessarily follow suit. Why do you think that was?
They actually signed on the second month of our very first season, so they are incredibly progressive in their thinking, and they understand that this is an opportunity. Before the Olympics, girls hockey was the second fastest growing sport in the United States, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon. And so we think that our time is now, and the sponsors are going to start to step up. And when we can show the return on investment that Dunkin' has had from the 3 years they've been with us, I think it's going to be easier for more sponsors to follow.
All right, well, let's talk about broadcasting. You stream games live on your website, I know. You also have partnered with Cheddar on Sling TV, Amazon, Twitter, and Facebook Live. What kind of interest, if any, have you seen from the traditional broadcasters?
We've seen a little bit as far as highlights are concerned, but being able to broadcast our games on a linear broadcast has been a challenge. So I think as we continue to prove our product, obviously the Olympics and the viewership they saw is going to help us as well. But it kind of starts with starts with one. And so we were very fortunate to have the distribution deal with Twitter this season and covering our game of the week, and to really show them that these are the fans tuning in. This is a brand of hockey that hockey fans enjoy watching, and the more data that we can collect, the easier those conversations will become.
And the other big thing that happened over the last couple of years was that the U.S. women's national team won a big wage battle with USA Hockey. What kind of effect did that have on the NWHL? I know you supported them, but did that have a material effect on you?
Not a material effect, but the more that women's hockey can be in the headlines, and the more that these women are empowered to stand up for themselves and to get that equality, it's great for not only women's hockey, but for women's sports. So I think it had a direct impact because of that. And we were there to support them, and we always plan to do that.
And that was my conversation with Danny Ryland. She is commissioner of the National Women's Hockey League. In the fight for gender equality, there are new warriors in the halls of U.S. business schools, men. The nonprofit group Forte Foundation has been training male business students to become part of its Men as Allies program. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Elisa Sangster. She is executive director of Forte, to talk about the organization's efforts to launch women into careers in business.
The business schools, each of them have established in a little bit of a different way, but they all found kind of the structure that worked for them. So the men work with the women's student group to establish this organization, and we've provided them with a toolkit. So really a step-by-step process of how to get this effectively started on your campus. They have a whole curriculum of conversations that they do in terms of programming. Some of them go out to hike a mountain and sit down and talk about these issues at the top of the mountain. Some of them go and have a small group dinner where they can actually have one-on-one guided conversations with questions that they can talk about. So it just depends on the group, and they try to do a variety of programming so that they can engage men and women who are on various ends of the spectrum into this conversation.
Based on what you've seen through your years at the Forte Foundation, do men and women have different ideas about how men can best serve as allies to women in business school?
It's a good question, and some of the things that we heard from the women, especially women who were resistant to this, were we don't need white knights, and so they didn't like the white knighting piece. They wanted the men to come in and join them side by side, but they didn't need them to come in and save the day. And for some of these organizations, that tension caused a little bit of a problem getting the organization started. But the good thing is they worked through it, they reapproached, and they came up with a better way to do it. And the men were open and interested in making these things successful, and that was helpful, I think.
In terms of numbers, what have you seen? Are we talking about 100% participation by the men, or is there a threshold at which you know that this has legs?
So I think what we're seeing is that the chapters have grown. So we've gone from a handful of chapters, 5 to 6, up to 25 right now out of our 52 partner business schools. But on each campus, they take a little bit of a different approach. Some of them are trying to get 100% of the men to sign a pledge, and then others are really looking at the population, 20, 30, 40%, who are interested in diving deep into this conversation and really making an impact in that way. So it's different depending on the campus.
Now, this initiative was introduced in 2016. Obviously, a lot has happened since 2016. What have you learned from the whole process?
That I think it's a really important conversation to be having early, and I think to start in a positive place where it's men saying we want to be supportive instead of men feeling attacked and possibly isolated from the conversation. I think what Male Allies does is give them the entree into the conversation that they need, and we do see across that spectrum that men are often interested in supporting but unsure where to start and what kind of things they should be saying and doing to be those male allies. And so that's why I think it's important to train them as early as possible.
This sounds very much like a product of its time. It can only happen at this period of time with this group of people, the millennials. To what extent do you see the same level of enthusiasm from people who are from a different demographic, an older generation, for instance?
Right. I think that they're sensitive and interested in it, and especially because many of those people are in leadership. They're hearing about it. How can we as an organization address this? How can we develop something to share within our entire corporation? But I think what's different about this is that these are young leaders who are moving into an organization, and they're saying very actively, we want a voice in this, and we have something to say, and we want you to listen. So top down is good, but it's not good enough. We want to also see bottom up and side to side conversations.
They see themselves as agents of this process.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What is the next step then? Because eventually these business school men and women will graduate. They will go into jobs or start their own companies. How do you maintain your influence from that point on?
Well, it's interesting because we have seen 3 or 4 years of graduates, and they are starting to reach back to us, and they've said, hey, I'm experiencing X, Y, and Z in the workplace, and I really think what we did in business school could easily apply in the corporate world. So over the last year, we've been collecting data from them, kind of their own experiences. We've done additional research, and we've also been talking to companies, especially if they have some kind of grassroots movement. And I do think that business school, this program is unique to business school, and I don't think you're seeing it as pervasively within a company or in the corporate structure. So these students are still taking the grassroots approach, and they're saying we think that this is the most effective way to do it. Training is important, and definitely we want our leaders to be bought in, but we think that having that conversation early is what prepares you to be the best business leader.
What kinds of companies are participants, are willing participants here?
It's companies from a lot of different industries. We've seen companies in tech, in consumer packaged goods, in finance, all across the board. There are companies involved in this. Again, it's more the men who are reaching out to us in those industries. It's not necessarily the companies saying, sign us up.
That was my conversation with Elisa Sangster. She's Executive Director of the Forte Foundation. to the Me Too movement, Hollywood is in self-reflection mode about creating a safer work environment for women. There's now a website aggregating reviews from exclusively female critics. Cherry Picks is taking on male-dominated opinion sites like Rotten Tomatoes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with the founder of Cherry Picks, Miranda Bailey, and I began by asking what specific need her business fulfills.
We're kind of cherry picking the female critical voice out of film, television, video games, basically anywhere where there's art criticism and media criticism, so we can have a platform to see what women think about it. In terms of women, it's very complicated because there's not that many of them on Rotten Tomatoes compared to the men. I mean, it's less than a quarter. So in order for us to us being females, to have a voice and know what females think about something, it's really hard when there's an overwhelmingly male, voice shouting at you or saying, this is how it should be.
What are the financial consequences of that gender imbalance among film critics? How does it make its way through the industry?
Well, I don't really know about financial, situation. For me, it's about the consumer. I mean, in Hollywood, we've been talking about we need more women behind the camera, we need more women's stories, more women writers, more women actors, everything like that. And I'm a film producer and actor and director, and it's really easy to say we need it, and it's a lot harder to make it happen because at the end of the day, Hollywood follows the consumers. And if the consumers are being told what is worth their money by a certain group of people that are, kind of narrow, then it's not going to open up. And I felt like, well, maybe if we can open up the critical voice, which is, the gatekeepers essentially telling people what they should buy, what's worth their money, and women actually like these stories and like these filmmakers, then I thought that would be a faster way to get more women behind the camera and more women's stories told.
How are you funding this website? You mentioned it's going to be an aggregator of reviews, but are you going to be advertising supported, subscription driven in any way?
Yes, I mean, we're funded for the next 3 years about right now by my production company, and we will be finding partners once we kind of get our our voice and our full creative image out there. But yes, I mean, we plan on doing advertising. We plan on doing partnerships with film theaters so that we can, link to buy tickets online. So like if you read a review about The Zookeeper's Wife, for instance, and you really like it, you can go right there and buy it.
It's an interesting time to be launching this because of the Me Too movement across Hollywood, across media overall. How do you intend for this site to help change the culture in movie making?
Oh, well, I mean, the Me Too movement and the Time's Up are two very different movements. I mean, they're both female-centric, but, at the end of the day, we're about, being recognized and respected. And so I'm grateful for those movements. I think it's kind of wonderful that that's happening right now. We've been saying this for a very long time, that we deserve to be paid equally, and not to be, sexually harassed. And, not everyone is sexually harassed, but most all women are definitely underrepresented, underpaid, and disrespected.
You are an independent film producer. As you mentioned, you're an actor, you're a director. What kind of feedback have you gotten from peers in your industry when you told them about Cherry Picks?
I have had overwhelming support from female journalists specifically, which is very exciting for me because this is kind of a new door that I'm opening and learning about. And obviously the female filmmakers that are out there are really excited by it. We're all banding together right now and supporting each other, which I think is great. I think one thing that's awesome about the Time's Up movement is that all of the women who are directing right now are not competing with each other. We're all rooting for each other. And I think that that's a big change. And I think this Cherry Picks is part of that, is us also lifting each other up and opening it up to journalism and the consumers and what the buyers, the exhibitors, the distributors, the producers, the directors, we're all together in this, and we can all make a difference.
Cos Marte went from doing hard time to building hard bodies. He's the founder of ConBody, which is a prison-style boot camp class in New York City that employs former inmates as fitness instructors. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Cos to discuss how he built ConBody from the ground up.
ConBody was derived from my prison experience. I lost 70 pounds in 6 months in my prison cell after doctors told me I could probably die because of my health issues. I was extremely overweight. My cholesterol levels were through the roof. And I lost 70 pounds in 6 months, and then I helped over 20 inmates who was over 1,000 pounds combined. But I took that same programming that I was doing in the prison yard and started doing it and brought it to the streets of New York.
And you began a business, but you told me how you didn't have any startup costs and you funded this yourself. How did that work?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have no overhead. I just went out straight to the park and started running after a woman wearing yoga pants. And I was like, hey, I got a boot camp. And I told her my story and started just attracting people to the park. I was standing on the F train, B train, making announcements. Like I was nonstop hustling and asking. And I basically took the same skills that I used while I was selling drugs and brought them out legally.
So these are transferable skills.
Exactly.
Your workout's gotten really popular. You now have your own location. Talk about what's involved here and who goes to your workout classes.
Yeah, so what we do is hire formerly incarcerated individuals to teach our fitness classes. So we train the inmates in the system, and we're working on creating a direct pipeline from the inside out. Mostly the people that come to our classes is young professional women. Actually, a lot of people are surprised, but we don't use any equipment. A lot of guys like to, go to the gym and lift 1,000 pounds. My secret sauce is that I work with what I got. So just my body weight, small amount of space, just like I did in my prison cell. And I got that prison body you've always desired.
Now, you hire former inmates, as you mentioned. You're trying to build this pipeline. What do you look for in a potential new hire? And the extent of vetting, talk about that involved in these prospective hires. I look for people that are charismatic, and when I conduct my interviews, I conduct them like 5:30 in the morning. So if you don't show up or you come in late, too bad. So I really try to make it strict as possible in the beginning, and then I really see if I could hang out with this person, if this person could say hi and bring a smile out of my face. Not only me, but the customers that are coming through the door, and really breaking down that stereotype, because we have people coming in, who's never met anybody who's been incarcerated. What the perceived notion of somebody that's a so-called ex-con is that we're all killers and rapists and, the worst of the worst. But the truth is that we're just all human beings that committed a mistake, and we just want to readapt back to society and get a second chance. Your real message here is about prison reform when it comes down to it. And you kind of came up with your business plan when you were in solitary confinement. You had a lot of time to think about this. You also got some help once you established your workout class after you held it in the park. Talk a little bit about the organizations that allowed you to bring together some of your ideas and make it a more scalable business.
Yeah, so when I came home, I tried to take advantage of every nonprofit that you could think of in the prison reform industry. So I went to Fortune Society. From Fortune Society, went to Career Gear, and all these nonprofits were helping me and just trying to get me back on my feet. But there was one program called Defy Ventures. Defy Ventures believes that illegal entrepreneurs have the transferable skills to become legal entrepreneurs. And I did that program. It was a very intense program taught by MBA, Harvard, and Stanford professors. And you graduate and you get a MBA Baylor University certificate when you graduate from the program. So they helped me put my whole business plan together and pay my taxes, and really do it legit.
Talk a little bit about your growth plans, because you're based in the Lower East Side of New York City, but you have some pretty ambitious plans.
Yeah, so I'm in the Lower East Side in the exact same corner where I sold drugs at, where I got in trouble at, and went back into a full circle in that neighborhood. Our growth is we want to open nine studios in the next 5 years. I just came out with my book, so ConBody shows my whole secret sauce in that book, and then also we started this online platform that's coming out in a couple weeks where you could virtually work out with a formerly incarcerated individual. So you basically choose your favorite ex-con for $9 a month, and you get that prison body you've always desired.
Diversity is in fashion. That's according to Eva Chen, who heads up fashion partnerships at Instagram. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with Eva Chen at the monthly Cornell Tech at Bloomberg Speaker Series, and I asked Eva how exactly inclusion is showing up on the runways.
The message is you must be inclusive, and you must kind of understand that there are billions of people on this planet, and there's not one look. I think about Instagram and some of the accounts that have done so well on Instagram, and some of the models that are coming out of it, like Ashley Graham or Paloma SLR or Halima. Like, these are women who represent beauty for a lot of different people, and that kind of cookie cutter look. There's not just one standard of beauty. It's 800 million standards of beauty. So I think that's kind of the voice. And now, you think about it, if a fashion show were to cast just one type of model or one type of woman in their runway, and it was every single model looked the same, you would hear about it on Instagram. Like, people will not take that. And I think it's amazing. I think it's powerful. I think everyone can feel represented. And for me, growing up, I remember not seeing anyone who looked like me or looked like us. It just didn't exist. And I think now, if you are a 15-year-old bookworm who loves to read, this is like, I'm describing myself, like a bookworm who loves to read young adult fiction and drink like lemon ginger tea, it's like you can find someone else, and you can find your group of people by following the hashtag Bookstagram. You can find, like, your kind of like squad. And even if it's a digital squad, you can feel like you have other people to kind of identify with.
How is fashion able to get ahead of the curve of everyone else? Why were they able to figure this out more quickly than others?
I mean, I think in so many ways, like, fashion just kind of, it's supposed to be a little bit prescient. It's supposed to be a little bit ahead of the curve. And also you're able to push the boundaries in fashion. Like, there are runway shows where people can kind of walk backwards on the runway, or they cast real life models, real life people, which is just like people, revolutionary, like on the runway. And I think that you're able to take risks in fashion, and risks are appreciated.
Some risks don't pay off. I mean, I think of H&M and the controversy over a black child modeling a sweatshirt with the words "coolest monkey in the jungle." That obviously did not work. How is the feedback now from consumers different in the age of social media, where something like that will go viral in a bad way very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, listen, I don't know what the thinking was behind that specific moment, or behind that specific casting, but nowadays it's like, the most important thing for corporations and companies is to have representation. Mm-hmm. Make sure that your board of directors is diverse. Make sure that the people who work in the casting department and the creative teams are diverse, because you want to be able to truly represent and truly embody. It's not enough to say, we believe in diversity. You have to have diversity. And that's, I feel very fortunate at Instagram. It's like, it is a diverse team. I love seeing and hearing the different voices and opinions, and voices of dissent as well. And that's the thing with Instagram. It's like, people have opinions. You won't always agree with the opinions, mm-hmm. but it's important that people voice their opinions, and when people see something that they think is wrong or that is wrong, like, they will speak up and speak out.
Right. Do you think fashion brands are nimble enough to respond, or it's because of something like Instagram that provides that instant loop, that feedback loop, they're able to?
I think some companies are. I think it very much depends on the infrastructure of the company, and this is like, I don't know enough about like fashion corporations and infrastructure, but like, if you have, I look at Gucci, for instance, and Gucci, they have been known to collaborate with a lot of Instagram influencers and artists, and for the most part, 99% of the time, it's amazing. And there was one season where they did there was something on the runway that was very evocative of Dapper Dan, the renowned kind of like fashion icon, and they were called out for it. And very quickly, they issued a statement saying like, you were right, and now they're collaborating with Dapper Dan and doing a whole collection together. And I think that's in part, their creative director, Alessandro, is incredibly fluent in Instagram. He's on direct messages, reaching out to illustrators, looking for fresh voices. And I think a lot of it depends on the leadership and how, I don't want to say woke, but like how kind of like tuned in they are to what the public consciousness is creating.
So in the early 1990s, you started selling soaps and essential oils on the streets of Harlem and Bed-Stuy to start Sundial Brands. How did you know back then that there would be a market for black hair and skincare products?
Yeah, well, because when we started, there was, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, you know, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want. You better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
How does Sundial Brands stay authentic as you guys have grown?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we've built our business from day one on a model that we call community commerce. And what community commerce is that a business ought to invest in the community where it does business, right? And it ought to provide not just products to that community, but it also should take the dollars that it takes out of that community and put it back in. And so for us, that meant that the products that we produced from our supply chain in Ghana, of which there are 16,000 women that now supply Shea Moisture, who have now risen above the poverty line because of this model, also get to share in 10% of the revenue of the products that their ingredients go into, right? That then provides them with infrastructural support, you know, warehousing, equipment, training, safety, health insurance, bank accounts. That's the core of what we do this for, and so we continue to do that.
And so in November, Unilever acquired Sundial Brands. What did that deal allow you to do now that you haven't been able to do before?
It enabled us to take, you know, to commit to this $100 million fund. It's called the New Voices Fund for Women of Color, which now allows us to go create other entrepreneurs, or maybe not create, but invest in other entrepreneurs so that they too can have the type of economic opportunities that we've had. So as I said, it's not for one company or two companies alone to be able to compete and to survive and to sustain is not enough. We need thousands, right? So so the first thing this allows us to do is to invest there. The second thing that it allows us to do is to scale our community commerce model so that we can go from these 16,000 women to 200,000 to 300,000 women globally. And the third thing that it allows us to do is to compete globally against global corporations. We can't compete for shelf space the same way because we don't have the same resources. We can't buy the same amount of advertising on TV or in magazines or in social media. So we end up shrinking and shrinking and shrinking as more companies come in to serve us as consumers. So what we've got to do is we've got to provide capital to each other in our communities in order to compete. We've got to find ways to scale our business. Now, the way that I've done it may not be the way for everybody else, but at least it shows a path, right? And it shows that it can be done, and it shows that you can do it and be highly successful at doing it. And it also shows that once you do it, you've got to be committed to putting it back in.
income mutual funds run by women are outperforming funds run by men. So you would think that the number of female managers would be rising, but you'd be wrong. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I want to bring in Bloomberg's Liz McCormick, who's been crunching the numbers, and the numbers are kind of troubling here. Going back 15 years, Morningstar has found that women-run fixed income funds outperform by a meaningful amount.
Right. I mean, it's very interesting. They said, let's run the numbers and see, is there a performance reason why women are only 10% of the whole business? And they found no. I mean, on fixed income, women slightly outperformed. Even mixed gender teams did better. And on equities, it was fairly close. Women slightly underperformed. So the numbers didn't back it up. They said there's no performance reason why women shouldn't be rising as the number of fund managers.
And in fact, the number of women-run fixed income funds in the U.S. has dropped precipitously. It's now, what, 14 in 2017?
Right. Those exclusively run by women, there's only 14. As of September 2017, that's all there was.
In 2004, it was 47.
Yeah. So it was a big drop, you know, so it doesn't kind of make sense, you know.
So you talk to different people. What do they blame it on, or what do they attribute it to, rather?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I spoke to a lot of the leading fund managers who broke through and said, how'd you do it? What are the problems? A lot of them said, number one, it's very tough because we weren't always welcomed in the beginning, and you don't start as a fund manager. You have to rise to that level, so it's a long haul. And some say by the time you've fought for 30 years or so, some are like leaving and they're had enough. And others are saying young women don't know enough about it. So that's why these organizations like Girls Who Invest are trying to, you know, educate college women. Hey, this is a great field for you and you can perform.
Absolutely. Misconceptions also abound here, and I know this is something that Girls Who Invest is trying to fight as well. The idea that you have to be super quanti to run a fund. It's something that doesn't get communicated very well.
Right, exactly. I think some women think, well, maybe I could, you know, go into sales or banking or something in general, but to run a fund, you have to be just wicked smart and have to be great in math. And of course, those are great skills, but that's not all it requires. And women, it's about managing risk. Like Ann Walsh of Guggenheim said, you know, women are very savvy at managing risk, and that's especially in bonds. That's a big deal, you know?
What was her story? Because she started off on the state pension side, right?
Right. She's amazing. I mean, I said, is this right, this list of all your achievements? Yeah, she started as an accounting degree, said, I just happened to go to a pension fund, and then learned about portfolio management, and then went on to just really work hard. MBA, CFA, law degree, you name it. She had to really stack the decks, but, you know, she achieved.
All the credentials are there, and she got her break.
Yep, for sure.
early 1990s, Liberian native Richelieu Dennis co-founded Sundial Brands with the goal of creating natural hair and beauty products for consumers of color. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, Jordan Holman sat down with Richelieu to talk about the rise of Sundial.
When we started, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want, you better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
And that was Bloomberg's Jordan Holman speaking with Sundial Brands co-founder Richelieu Dennis. You can get the full interview on Bloomberg.com.
LOTOME stands for Locate, Target, and Message. LOTOME helps advertisers collect and organize their consumer data. So if you can imagine that customers engage on the phone, on the web, in a store, through a coupon, we help collect all of that, attach it to a profile, and activate it. It's the big data story. When I started the company in 2006, I saw this unbelievable opportunity around user-generated content. It changed the paradigm for all advertisers. There had to be a platform to protect the brand and get a defined result, which is a sale. That is the genesis of LOTOME. My first year in business, we landed 9 customers on a proof of concept. I then went to venture capitalists and told them the story. And over time, I was able to raise $60 million. I woke up one day in 2011, I had a board meeting. I called our board together, I told them the trends and the data points I was seeing, and we made a decision to cut the company in half and walk away from a $30 million revenue line of business. We took the company and made a huge pivot. We went from about 100 employees down to 50. There was some overlap of customers, but most of the customers were net new customers that we had to go win around a different line of business. We went from a media business that was charging on a campaign basis to a software as a service business that was charging a monthly fee to manage data. One of the key things that happened during the process was what once was just a desktop experience, meaning your computer, suddenly became a mobile device, a television, an iPad. And that is why we bought a company called Admobius in 2012, simply focused on what was called the device problem, cross-device. In a privacy-compliant way, we were able to stitch together profiles and audiences no matter how they were engaging with the brand. We've had about 500% growth in customers since 2014. We've 10x'd our employee base over the past 5 years. We're profitable. Developing profitability in a technology company is something I'm super proud of. Over the next 5 years, I would like to be a very large public enterprise. Almost every device and almost everything we're doing is connected to the internet. Microwaves, refrigerators, automobiles. There's information that's thrown off from that device connected to that consumer. I think there's an opportunity for a public company who is only focused on data, data solutions, and activating customer data. In a world where data is everywhere, we help our customers figure out what it all means. And that's the future of LOTOME.
idea for Full Lane came about in 2009 when I was making a personal shift to a healthier lifestyle generally. And I realized when I was looking into nutrition and fitness that all of these beauty products actually contained a lot of toxins. I realized there was a real opportunity for a clean beauty retail store with all vetted products for safety and performance. Our entire goal is to shift the mindset around the products you apply to your skin. I needed to learn a lot about business and about the beauty industry. I worked on a lavender farm, I worked for a skincare developer, I got a quick MBA at Babson where I focused on the business plan the entire time. In 2013, we opened doors to our first store. I was in there every single day talking to customers, figuring out what this needed to be. I raised a small angel round of $750,000. That lasted us almost 3 years. All the way through to 2016, I was really focused on building a brick and mortar first business. At the same time, there was so much more going on in beauty online than there ever had been. You know, content had become so critical. We decided to make a huge shift in 2016 and change to a digital first business. We decided that digital first was really going to be the only way that we could get the content out there and we could grow fast enough to be able to share our, very unique level of expertise. So we raised a round of $3 million to do that. We needed to build a digital first team. We needed to build a new flexible tech stack. We're very lucky to be in Boston, to be surrounded by a ton of really awesome engineers and folks that are super passionate about mission-driven business as well. We spent a year and a half building it out, figuring out how Full Lane should exist online. So it'll be between 70 to 80% online by the end of this year. Despite building a digital first business, you can never truly replicate our in-store experience online. We have 2 brick and mortar stores right now, both in Boston. We'll be opening 4 this year. And if everything goes well, we'll open an additional 10 in 2019. So we're going to continue growing content and education online in a huge, huge way. I think the real secret sauce to Full Lane is we're a highly curated portfolio. Since starting the business, we've tested between 800 to 900 brands. We have 75 brands in the store right now. It's not easy to get on our shelves. We don't carry any full brand portfolios. We carry what the best products are by the brand. It's helping in the repeat rates, it's helping in retention. We're now becoming known as the place to really truly start your clean beauty journey.
mission at Food 52 is to inspire people to eat thoughtfully and live joyfully. We are a comprehensive resource for kitchen and home enthusiasts, and that means that we offer both content and commerce, and then community is a tie that holds it all together. My co-founder Amanda and I both come from traditional print media backgrounds. We were editors and writers. In 2008, 2009, we saw this opportunity to create a brand around kitchen and home that lived online. We went out and got a book deal. We got a $100,000 advance, and we actually used that advance to pay for the building of the initial website. In 2009, when we launched, we started really with recipes. Then in 2010, we raised an angel round, a seed round, of $750,000, which we used to invest in building out our own e-commerce platform. E-commerce represents about 60% of our top-line revenue, and ad sales is the majority of the rest, with a very small bit being cookbook sales. The majority of our advertising is native advertising and branded content. The events are also a key part of all of our lines of business. We do a lot of events with brands on the ad sales side, and then we have our own events on the commerce side, often pop-ups where we're showcasing our products, which you can typically only buy online. Last year, during Cyber Weekend, we had an outage where the company that calculates our sales tax was down for over 12 hours. So we had just a total backup. What we decided to do was to remove the sales tax functionality completely from the checkout process so that orders could get through, and turn it to our advantage by actually making it a promotion. And we followed up with an email the next day, and we said to everyone, we will cover the sales tax through the rest of this weekend. When you have a community that you really are talking so directly with all the time, it enables us to have that sort of direct conversation with people via email, via the site. This is what we're going to do. We're going to turn it around to your advantage because you're that important to us. Right now, we are touching 12 million people on a monthly basis. Our unique visitor growth has been 65% over the past year. We're talking to Amazon Alexa about a partnership. Something we talk about all the time is, what does a Food 52 presence look like offline, a permanent brick and mortar presence? We're very close to profitability, and it is really one of our key focuses for the next 18 months is to become a sustainable business.
Sweetgreen, we make every single thing from scratch in store every day. The three of us were just, what if we opened this restaurant? It was just solving a problem that we had in our own life. This problem of wanting to eat something that was healthy, affordable, convenient, and really stood for something that we believed in. We started the company by going out to anyone we could ask, and we raised about $300,000. 40 people contributed to that very first restaurant. That means the average check was somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. The place we found to open was tiny. And what that did was it really forced us to simplify everything. And that philosophy has really stuck with us throughout the whole history of the company. It wasn't that sales took off in a crazy way right away, but it was like the people who knew about us loved us. Very soon after we opened the first one, we started exploring the idea of a second and a third one. Our first 7 restaurants, we stayed in the DC area. We had these huge ambitions, but we knew we had to get things right before we scaled it. We've had to raise a lot of capital along the way because we build restaurants, but we never really took on any sort of institutional funding or any big investors. It was about 4 years ago, one of our customers and friends approached us about investing a lot more money. It was a guy named Steve Case. He really believed in our mission. That kind of funding allowed us to invest in people, invest in the community, invest in the systems and infrastructure, allowed us to build a brand. We invested in mobile technology and also rebuilt our restaurants in a responsive way. You can pick up your phone or go online and within just a few clicks, order it, have it on a shelf ready, and come pick it up and be out of there. That was really hard. It was more than just building an app. Everything had to be redone. The way we operate, our kitchen systems, our prep, everything we did had to be rethought because all of a sudden it went from like one restaurant, one engine to 2. It took us about 2 years to build that technology. I think sometimes the easy way is not the right way. Instead of resisting it, embrace it and figure out a way to do it the right way, not just the cheap or the easy way. Today we're open across the country in 8 cities. So we're in DC, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, and the Bay Area. In 2017, we'll end the year with 85 restaurants. For the next 10 years, we're focused on not only just building restaurants, but building technology that can make it easier for customers to interact and eat healthy. We always say we want to meet customers where they are.
The idea for Swell really was I wanted to create a better looking water bottle that would convert people to actually carrying a water bottle everywhere that they went to stop using those plastic water bottles. I started Swell with my own personal savings. I invested $30,000. I worked with a team of industrial engineers. The Swell bottle is triple-walled stainless steel with a layer of copper on the inside. It's almost indestructible. The first year when I started Swell, I went to 17 trade shows myself. I stood in a lot of booths and I talked to a lot of customers. They would tell me, could you make it in this other color? Or could you make it in a bigger size? Because we would like to take wine to the park. Really, that first year was just a learning lab. It's been a real wild ride. We went from 3 million in sales to 10 to 50, 50 to 100, really fast. We are now in 65 countries. One of the challenges that we faced is we outgrew our office. We outgrew our systems. We were running this company at $100 million last year on spreadsheets. We outgrew our website. It mostly kept up unless somebody famous tweeted about us and then everything, came down. For me as a CEO, it was really hard to turn my attention inward. It's been hard for me to not take every marketing opportunity, every sales opportunity, every innovation opportunity. We had to put a lot of things on pause while we built the infrastructure. We're building up the leadership team, we're moving the office, we're moving the warehouse, we're moving the website. We can be a billion-dollar company because we've got the systems. Last year in 2016, I had the idea to launch a new line for Swell. It's called Sip by Swell. We originally launched in Target stores nationwide. It's a little bit less expensive. It was part of my idea that create something new for a different type of customer. Our customers love to collect them. We found that the average customer that has a Swell at home has 5.5 bottles at home. Still today, we're a self-funded company and we don't have any outside investors. I don't have a board. I don't have any metrics. I don't have anyone telling me I need to hit any numbers. We might not always be privately owned. We don't necessarily need the capital, but I'm always interested in potential advice and expertise. How could we potentially partner with someone that could help us grow bigger, faster, stronger? I'm not saying that anything's coming, but you never know. I still see people with plastic water bottles. However, I have to say, I think the balance of seeing the plastic versus seeing Swells is starting to change. We still have some education to do, but I'm feeling pretty good about the progress.
Gotham Greens is a commercial-scale urban farming company. We develop and operate high-tech greenhouse facilities for fresh vegetable production in cities. I was working in the field of sustainability and environmental engineering and became fascinated with the technology that was available to be able to grow crops using a small fraction of the resources compared to conventional farming. And at the same time, I really started to recognize the growing trend in the marketplace toward consumers wanting more local and regionally sourced food. So that's really when the light bulb moment went off. We cobbled together some funding and built a 15,000 square foot rooftop greenhouse in the Greenpoint neighborhood of Brooklyn in 2011. We started pitching supermarket chains, restaurants, we started inviting chefs into the greenhouse facility, and within 3 months we were completely sold out of the produce. And that's when we realized that we were really onto something and we should probably expand. And then a really compelling partnership opportunity came along with Whole Foods Market, which at the time was one of our largest customers. And we crafted an idea to actually design and build a commercial scale greenhouse into the roofs of one of their new supermarkets in Brooklyn, New York. That was almost double the size of the first one and provided our brand with a lot of visibility. Lo and behold, within a few short months of opening that second greenhouse facility, we were yet again sold out of the produce. So we started looking at Chicago, which is also a city with a thriving food culture and a consumer base that's increasingly demanding high quality fresh produce. And that facility is our largest until date, which is about 80,000 square feet or 2 acres. That produces the equivalent of about 50 acres of conventional field farming. This form of farming, which is known as controlled environment agriculture, is really a combination of horticultural science as well as environmental engineering. It was a challenge to find people with this very unique skill set. We conceived of an idea to establish an in-house training program that we now call Gotham Greens University. So we're able to take young graduates out of university or high school vocational programs focused on science and biology and train them to really design these facilities and operate them. Our company has built 4 greenhouse facilities across 2 cities. We have about 160 employees. We've experienced about a 20x growth rate since inception. In our first year of operations, we grew about 500,000 heads of lettuce and leafy greens. And last year, we grew over 20 million heads of lettuce and leafy greens. I believe the future will have us expanding to other cities across the United States, expanding into new products, new product development. Our motto is to be able to harvest and deliver within 24 hours, to be able to provide consumers with the freshest possible product and the best tasting product.
MGEMI is a new luxury brand that's providing the customer with the highest quality Italian shoes at prices that have never been historically possible until now. We looked at the luxury marketplace, and there were so many qualities about luxury that were great, but there were some qualities that needed some real reinvention. The incumbents certainly were not reinventing. Shoes happen to be a category that we fell in love with because we love obsession. We want to be a business that occupies a spot, a place in the customer's mind all the time. Shoes create that unique obsession. We think that you've got to be newsworthy. You've got to be different. You've got to have a story to tell. Our consumer knows there's must-see TV every Monday, and it's not about markdowns, it's not about private sales, it's about great new product. We actually don't release that many more products than other traditional retailers do. We just don't do it all at once. The way we describe our company to the consumer is we're old world meets new world. We identified very early on in the business creation a team in Italy that I had had some history with that we could in essence acqui-hire. And it was a group in Italy, in Florence, that had been in the shoe manufacturing business for generations. There was a whole bunch of challenges in taking the old, historical Italian shoe manufacturing industry and putting this new engine on top of it. Unlike most fashion brands that produce things 4 times a year where you have these big spikes, we're providing them with this constant demand, keeping their factories moving all of the time. We had to get them to start producing products at the pace that we wanted them produced. The only way to solve that was to learn. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our data. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our forecasting what opportunities they can receive by moving faster than they've ever moved before. They've been pretty open to listening about ways to improve their demand forecasting and ways to improve their speed of production, but they're not so open to listening to better ways to make shoes, that's for sure. Probably rightly so. We opened our first store in Soho. 80% of those customers who bought in the store first buy their second purchase online. If you're buying things with the frequency that our consumers buying them, the luxury of multi-channel drives to their purchase pattern. 50% of our buyers come back and buy a second time. Once they buy a second time, on average, they average 4 purchases within a year. We're also seeing consistent 100% growth year over year in total sales and margin continuing to improve in each of those years. So the goal is not go as fast as you can go and grow as fast as you can grow. The goal is with really good controlled growth, ensure that you can double your business for a number of years.
Box is an online warehouse club. We cut out the membership fees and we deliver it right to you, generally in 2 days or less with free shipping. I grew up in the suburbs of tropical New Jersey, and then moving into Manhattan later in life, I didn't have a car to get to a warehouse club. And so I thought, how many other folks around the country have that similar problem? And so actually moved back into the burbs to start the company in a small 2-car garage in Central Jersey, tape gun in hand. We went after and tried to solve that problem. In the early days, we actually didn't have a marketing budget. Our marketing budget was virtually zero. It forced us to be creative. It forced us to create a very good service where folks would talk about it. So Hoda and Kathy Lee loved the service. They were both like, genius. Sure enough, they talked about us, and from that moment on, we capitalized on that opportunity, went out and raised our first sizable round of financing, and then moved out of the garage. A gigantic challenge that we had actually came up when we started expanding our footprint throughout the US. It kind of forced us to make a decision, are we short-term or are we long-term? Treating people right is actually a short-term detriment, meaning that it's so easy to take away benefits or say, hey, we'll pay minimum wage because you see an instant pop on your financial statements. I don't believe that's a long-term good way to drive the business. We took the long-term approach. No matter if you work in a fulfillment center and it's your first day, or you're the chief marketing officer of the company, we're all one team. We need to treat everyone fairly. In the short run, there might not be a line for increased morale and increased sense of team. But over the long run, I truly believe that will pay huge dividends. To this day, we picked that road and it has become who we are. Folks have chosen to spend their money with us in pretty large amounts because we do the right thing. Now, our fulfillment footprint is 4 locations throughout the United States, 4 fulfillment centers, 3 offices, and a life spent on an airplane for me these days. Last year was our 3rd full year in business, and we went from virtually zero in our first year to over 9 figures in that 3rd full year. So it's always been a dream of ours, and especially mine, to push the button at the New York Stock Exchange. We've identified an area where there's a real dearth, a real lack of solutions, and for us it's about staying focused, not trying to be the everything store, doing wholesale and doing warehouse clubs and doing it right.
Reto is a new media company that largely reaches millennial women and aims to inspire, inform, and empower them to be more creative. My past is largely out of tech companies. I worked at Google and Apple, and I started realizing the world of digital media was becoming a big trend. I left Google at the age of 25. I was not married yet, and I had saved up enough money to bootstrap my own business for about 6 months. And ultimately, within that 6 months, I made enough traction to raise a seed round, and the rest was history. We have a three-legged stool of revenue. The first is through advertising, and we do primarily native advertising, so branded content as well as experiences and events. We also sell classes online. We have almost 100 courses that women pay for. And then the last leg is through our merchandising business. So one big challenge over the last 12 months has been the notion of whether or not to put our content natively on distributed platforms, ranging from Snapchat to Pinterest to Facebook and Instagram. A lot of the platforms will automatically give you a little bit more reach per their algorithm if you're putting content natively on them. However, they initially had not built monetization tools. So it was a question as to whether we wanted to sacrifice our control over our content and our distribution. I personally believed that the social networks and all of these platforms would get nowhere if they didn't have great high-quality content, and that they would figure out a way to support those people who are providing that content. And that's been paying off. We now reach 125 million uniques a month. We also have 350% growth in revenue bookings year over year. Some of our newer business segments, like our online classes, have grown over 300% year over year as well. We are producing over 100 pieces of content every day and hundreds of videos every month. I think it's so important for a digital brand to have an offline counterpart, especially for any brand that's trying to reach millennials or Gen Z. So we started an event called Remake 4 years ago, just a year into the business. Fast forward to today, it's a 15,000 person festival. It's been doubling in size year over year, which is proof that it's working and that it's only going to go bigger and better from here. We know millennial women, and we want to create content for them no matter where they are and no matter what they're listening to, reading, watching, or generally consuming.
We are a luxury bedding destination that's online only and direct to consumer. The company was started by my wife and I, and we were in the market for new sheets. We just really hated the shopping experience. It wasn't consistent with what we're used to with shopping with apparel or other items online. We first started with some of our savings, I'd say about $20,000 to get the prototypes going, build a website, do a photo shoot. It really went to the bare minimum product. And then we raised a little bit of money from friends and family, about another $100,000 or so. That got us to our Kickstarter, where the goal of the Kickstarter was to finance our first purchase order. Our goal was $50,000 of sales. We ended up selling $230,000 worth of product in the first 30 days with no marketing dollars spent, really just word of mouth. Social media has been really, really important to building the brand and getting the word out. There's some logical people that are in market for our product. People that move into new apartments. Facebook has this data of an address change. People recently engaged that are doing registries. Pinterest is really, really great for the home decor space. And then there's influencers, that people that really spread the word and advocate for the product. We're very confident that once it gets into someone's hands that they're gonna love it. We didn't take any funding until very recently, and we bootstrapped the whole thing, so we had to sell to buy. We would sell all of our inventory, use that money, and roll it over to buy more inventory and more and more. And that created problems of like this up and down, up and down, up and down. It's very hard to get momentum and the wheels turning when that happens. It's planning ahead, getting ahead of your inventory, getting ahead of the demands, just to make sure that you have enough to facilitate the growth. It seems simple, but it's super complicated, the forecasting element that we've gotten much better at. And that's one of the biggest challenges to any consumer products business in year 1 or 2. Our first year of sales was about $250,000. Was mostly the Kickstarter. Year 2 was 10x growth. We broke 20 million in sales last year, so it was another 10x, and now we're on pace to more than double that yet again this year. 5 years down the road, who knows? We might be, the biggest, bedding home goods company in the world. We might get acquired by a bigger company that's looking to get a closer relationship with the customers. Once we feel like the bedding category, like we've really mined everything that's there that we could, then there's opportunity to move on to other categories that supplement it in the home space as well. But we're not ready for that. There's a lot more to do where we are right now.
Dia & Co is a personalized online shopping service for women who wear sizes 14 and above. Plus-size women in the U.S. make up about 67% of the population in the U.S. and pretty shockingly make up only 17% of apparel spend in the U.S. Dia was founded on the simple mission of really creating equality for her as a customer and therefore really bringing her to the table for the first time within fashion. One of the things that was very clear for our customer was she was as underserved in retail as she was in media. And what that meant was that discovery channels were actually quite challenging. The one group of people who had meaningful sway and were truly, in a way, the gatekeepers of the plus-size community were the bloggers. And bloggers became our earliest advocates. From there, we benefited from word of mouth and the power of a positive experience, and we've kind of grown from there. We very quickly realized that we had this growing, avid, excited customer base and a distribution network that was working. And where we were having the biggest trouble was in finding really great supply. We're based in New York City, and we would literally scour Manhattan to find the best merchandise in our customers' sizes to send. Eventually, we were able to work with a group of designers that agreed to partnering with us to expand what they were offering. So we've worked with some of the best design and product development teams in the industry to develop 8 brands that are exclusively at Dia, and those brands in a lot of ways make up the backbone of the service. We recently elevated the call that we were making to brands by taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times on the first day of Fashion Week, really calling on brands to step up. The conversation around inclusivity in fashion is one that is had often, but what we haven't seen yet is an actual move from speaking about inclusivity to actually producing the garments that women can wear. And that's a role that we can play, that we feel a responsibility to play, and that we're very excited to play for our customers. The core of our product is understanding our customer as well as is possible. We serve women who are very early in their style journey and some who are much farther along in terms of understanding what they like and what they don't like. And the goal of the service is to really meet her where she is. And it really becomes an iterative relationship where we're showing her product, she's giving us feedback, we're showing her better product, she's giving us feedback, and over time, we get to know her incredibly well. Our mission at Dia is to be the beloved brand of plus-size women.
We were able to start Warby Parker with $120,000. That enabled us to build a website, get some PR support, and purchase our initial inventory of frames. I remember launch really vividly. It was February 2010. We made it live February 15th. We didn't tell our friends or family because we didn't know the website would work. Immediately the orders started pouring in. We hit our first year sales targets in 3 weeks, sold out of our top 15 styles in 4 weeks, and accumulated a wait list of over 20,000 people. We had to start cutting class because we were full-time students at Wharton at the time, getting our MBAs. It was really crisis management. We had orders coming in. We actually didn't have enough inventory to fulfill those orders. We had to think about a communication strategy, a customer service policy. We would just profusely apologize, but also explain to people what was going on. We just launched. We didn't expect to have this much demand. And when you tell people the details, they can have patience and they can understand and sympathize. Brands build relationships with customers much like human beings build relationships with other human beings, and that's through vulnerability. Our first store was actually my apartment. We laid out the glasses on the dining room table, and that was our first foray into learning about the bricks and mortar world. So we did a pop-up, we bought an old yellow school bus, ripped out the interior and turned it into a mobile store, went to over 15 cities across the country. In each city we would be in roughly 3 locations, so we could tell you which intersection performed best for us. So suddenly we had a roadmap for where to open stores. We now have 46 stores across the country. It's really been an important part of Warby Parker's growth. We founded Warby Parker to create a company that would do good in the world. At the very beginning, we committed to distribute a pair of glasses for every pair that we've sold, and we've now distributed several million pairs of glasses to people around the world. We've always believed in aggressive but sustainable growth. There's this mentality of move fast and break things. We believe in moving fast, but move fast deliberately, and when you break things, let's make sure it's not catastrophic. By staying focused and reducing complexity as much as possible, you can actually grow faster, longer. We're trying to build a company that's going to be around for the next 100 years.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yep. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera, that is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of...
Profits would help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. The company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes, because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose, out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent, and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine, because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are 3 keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all 3 are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
mean to a layman like me?
Mean
crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, this autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week, he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously, though, the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that is this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Our top stories this morning.
A disunited United States. President Trump's former defense secretary issues a scathing commentary on his old boss, saying America is witnessing the consequences of 3 years without mature leadership.
Brent crude slips from a 3-month high, and it comes as Russia and Saudi Arabia accuse Iraq of failing to live up to its commitments.
U.S.-China ties take another hit, with Washington banning mainland airlines. Meanwhile, HSB and Standard Chartered back Beijing over Hong Kong's national security law.
And the ECB is expected to add to its already massive monetary stimulus, with markets expecting a €500 billion injection to help avoid Iraq. We have a rate decision in the pipeline later on in the day. It is 8 a.m. across the Emirates. This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lace. I'm Yusuf Gameddine in Dubai.
I'm Anas Granny right alongside you to the euro. Resplendent. It's ECB day. What more will they do? Now, we are pausing for thought on the euro, but it is the longest winning streak on this currency for 6 years. Now, that is a dollar story, but it's also fueled by the anticipation that the ECB will do more. There's a high correlation to the DAX, but I think for me, the standout was Merkel's fiscal deal, 130 billion euros and a tax cut. Therein lies the ignition of the thought process of what comes next. And the S&P 500 down by 0.2%. You are seeing that dollar just turn around ever so slightly. It is indeed, of course, overcooked and overbought, according to the GTI Global Strength Indicator. Overbought for the first time since February. A little bit better on the ADP numbers yesterday as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So Treasury is getting a lift from the cash open as Asia buyers appear to be stepping in, though the initial boost is short-lived. The Fed is expanding a $500 billion emergency lending program for state and local governments. And then you've got the cash balances at the Treasury. They're estimated to have ended the second quarter at around $800 billion, or they're expected to end the second quarter at $800 billion, which means that it will have to shrink by another $649 billion from its current level. That's what the strategists at BMO have calculated, which is 3 times larger than any previous drop and another massive infusion of liquidity into the financial system. Currently, we are just down about 1 bip. On Brent crude, we are at $39.24 a barrel, taking a little bit of a lift, down 1.4%. And OPEC Plus, the unity there, threatened by this long-running feud over compliance, and much of it centered around Iraq. We'll get into that conversation later on in the program.
Well, tensions in the air, with Washington halting flights to the U.S. by Chinese airlines in retaliation for American carriers being barred from re-entering the mainland market. And we've learned within the last 2 hours that China will in fact ease its ban on foreign flights. It's another low point for U.S.-China relations amid disagreements over trade, coronavirus, and the future of Hong Kong. We have our North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel. He joins us now. Steve, good to have you with us. So China have said that they will begin allowing more foreign airlines to resume. So how does this enter the narrative?
Well, yes. I mean, back in March, China started allowing some foreign airlines to resume passenger flights into China, but one carrier, one flight. However, it did not allow American carriers, such as Delta, United, and American, as part of this so-called 5-1 policy that was introduced in March that had initially limited international carriers, as I said, one flight, one carrier, one flight a week to China. The United States, however, more recently has applied for inclusion in that program, but did not necessarily get the response it wanted, and China had kept them out, even though Chinese carriers, Air China, China Southern, China Eastern, and Xiamen Airlines had continued to fly to the United States, albeit on a limited basis. So the Donald Trump's administration issued an order suspending those flights by those carriers of the Chinese airlines to the United States in retaliation for China not opening up. But we've just heard, as you said, Manis, in the last couple of hours, the Civil Aviation Administration of China has agreed, starting Monday, to allow American carriers, one carrier, one flight into China a week. So maybe it's being diffused a little bit, but again, you're right. It's another flashpoint in deteriorating relations between China and the United States.
Steve, there's this ongoing debate over the national security law for Hong Kong, and some of the biggest companies in the city, they've backed Beijing. It's not just companies. I mean, these are symbolic institutions of global finance.
Yes, I mean, are they backing it or are they being asked to back it? That's the question, right? We saw last summer when Cathay Pacific ended up being in the fray, where they had to basically acquiesce to Beijing's demands on turning over some key information and the like, because it was perceived to be supporting some of the protesters. But now HSBC and even Standard Chartered as well, bank, London-based, however, bulk of their business and revenue, 40% of revenue from HSBC comes from Greater China, half the profit, but it's based in London, so it's caught in the middle again, and they kept their head below the parapet, HSBC. And that really inflamed the ire of a former chief executive here of Hong Kong, C.Y. Leung, last week, blasting HSBC for not coming out in support of this highly controversial national security legislation. Again, they didn't want to get criticized again, because last summer their branches here in Hong Kong were torched. They were criticized heavily by the protest group for freezing and closing down some accounts of protesters. And they kind of wanted a low profile. But now Asia CEO Peter Wong has been seen to sign this joint petition of these banks, including Standard Chartered, to reiterate their respect and support of laws and regulations that will enable Hong Kong, I'm quoting here, to recover and rebuild the economy. But protesters say it's another example of demonstrating how China will use the security laws' new leverage for political influence over commercial businesses here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, one of my favorite lines in the story that we wrote was that HSBC are hunting with the hounds and running with the hares, trying to fully hedge their position. Today, Steve, is the anniversary of the Tiananmen crackdown. The symbolism of those images remain burned in many people's minds. What are the Hong Kong protesters planning to do?
This is an important story. I mean, yes, it was 31 years ago, the Tiananmen Square incident, June 4th, 1989. But Hong Kong has held a vigil, whereas they've whitewashed the issues on the mainland, where the young generation really know little about it. But Hong Kong, they've kept this alive, and they've had it every year in Victoria Park. Tens of thousands, if not more, come out every year for a candlelit vigil. However, authorities here have blocked it and banned it this year, under the pretext that the COVID-19 pandemic is a risk. And of course, rights groups say they're using that as a pretext to curb the freedom of expression. Nevertheless, basically, the organizers are calling people to come out on street corners in small groups of 8 or less, because that's the new social distancing laws that are still in place, and light a candle, do this citywide tonight. Also go online and show your solidarity for what happened 31 years ago.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there, Stephen. Thank you very much for that. That is our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel. Still ahead, OPEC discord and weak U.S. demand data have oil on the back foot. Will the coalition get its compliance laggards in line? We're going to be speaking to the rapid and key man, Bob McNally. He's joining us at the bottom of the hour.
But up next, JP Morgan's Alexander Treves gives us his outlook for markets. They continue to brush off the rising geopolitical and social unrest. This is Bloomberg.
welcome back to Daybreak Middle East. Let's get to global stocks because they are on their way to matching the longest winning streak in 3 years, powered by investor optimism for a speedy economic recovery. However, the rally has eased in the Asian session, with benchmarks pairing earlier gains amid the ongoing U.S.-China tensions and social unrest across America. Joining us now is Alexander Treves. He's the head of investment specialists for EM and Asia Pacific at JP Morgan Asset Management. He joins us from Hong Kong. Alex, let's get your initial read then on these latest moves from the United States policymakers on China.
Well, I think that we can expect geopolitical tensions between China and the US to persist for quite a long period of time. The important thing as an investor is to find companies which will thrive really irrespective of the geopolitical situation. And although we find that these big macro developments tend to dominate headlines, often the best companies will just do what it is that they do independently of that. And so that's really where we're focused our portfolios.
You actually see China outperforming so far this year. Our guest yesterday said that China had almost acted as a haven in the midst of all of the market debacle. You like China. Why and where?
Well, there's a very positive long-term story for China, which is, of course, that you've got this extremely large population which is growing rapidly wealthier and which will consume and invest differently as a result. But the other thing you have in China, and this is really where the outperformance comes from, is you've got a growing amount of exposure to new economy industries which have enjoyed an acceleration of demand as a result of coronavirus. And so already we liked technology in China, we liked healthcare in China, and we liked consumption names in China, all of these being industries with Chinese companies providing goods and services for Chinese consumers. Because of the peculiar circumstances of the coronavirus, the demand for those goods and services have just been brought forward as more people work from home, as more people consume healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that will continue.
I mean, it's interesting. UBS has just downgraded their outlook on Chinese stocks to underweight from overweight. In terms of the macro data that's begun to recover, GTV Go for our clients, much more so in the Asia Pacific when it comes to the surprise index that we get from Citi. Asian stocks are at these 10-year highs relative to expected earnings. Are we going to get the necessary meat on profit outlook in the coming weeks?
Well, there are two things to say to that. The first is to say that you should always look below the aggregate numbers and try and find individual equities, and that's what we invest in. So we mind less about how expensive an entire index is and more how expensive the stocks that we want to buy are or how cheap they are. The second thing to say, and this is very, very important, is that at a time like this, earnings aren't a very good determinant of value. Because, of course, for a lot of companies over the next few months, there will be no earnings. And so what you often see at the trough of markets is that price-to-earnings ratios look quite expensive. And that's why at times of stress you look at price-to-book, which is a more stable measure, rather than PE, which by definition is much more volatile.
The other key driver for markets has been the stimulus that Germany has delivered. Tax cuts, 30% more fiscal ingenuity than anybody had anticipated. And that, we're running an article this morning which talks about the relationship between Europe and emerging markets. So the alpha of stimulus in Europe and Germany is something which drives higher for EM. Does that hold true for you?
Yeah, and I think that there's a very important distinction to strike here between companies which are succeeding only as a result of some stimulus versus companies which would be succeeding anyway. And we always try to seek the latter.
In terms of the tensions between the U.S. and China, that has led to clearly a response on the foreign exchange front because the Chinese yuan has been weakening from key milestone to key milestone. The question that really arises from that is whether this emerging U.S. fragility, right, with the domestic unrest and the very aggressive accommodative policy from the central bank there, from the Fed, potentially weaker dollar, that plays into some of your EM equity costs, doesn't it?
Well, I think it does. Now, we've been expecting the dollar to weaken for a period of time already because of the twin deficits there. There would be two key reasons then that the dollar might weaken. One is that its safe haven status becomes less valuable at the margin, which would probably be good for emerging market decline, which is to say that as U.S. growth disappoints, maybe the dollar weakens a little bit with that. That would be a less benign outlook for emerging markets, but U.S. dollar weakness would certainly be a positive for this part of the world for equity investors, yes.
You refer to conflicted markets in terms of the stabilization in the macro indicators, but tensions on the other side on the geopolitics. I just wonder where you would want to trim risk. I look back at Kolanovic and his last, your colleague, and his last note, dialing back the bullish stance. A full breakdown would send prices drastically lower because there would be a complete breakdown of supply chains. And that's your colleague talking about U.S. equities. Do U.S. equities suffer more meaningfully than Chinese equities on the risk of a breakdown between the two?
Well, the supply chain is very, very integrated between the two countries. And this is why I think that the headline tension will always be more extreme maybe than actually what happens underneath the surface. The key for us is to try to find stocks where we don't have to second guess what the policymakers do and where we can just focus very, very hard on the quality of the companies that we want to invest in. So something like domestic software in China, which might be around construction equipment, construction software or software for cybersecurity. This really has nothing to do with exports between China and anywhere else in the world. This is something which has got a low penetration rate and just will increase over time. And so if we can find nuggets like that, then that's where we orient our portfolios. And we like to talk about the bigger picture, of course, because it's fascinating. But at a stock level, we just try to find business models which are really immune from it.
Okay, JP Morgan Asset Management's Alexander Treves. Plenty more to come right here on your Thursday edition of Daybreak Middle East.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
World Bank President David Malpass has been speaking about the challenges in deploying money to poorer countries amid the global slowdown in the coronavirus pandemic. He told us about the scale of the debt relief the bank plans to implement in the upcoming months.
One of the interesting things that's happening is the differentiation of countries. What financial markets are doing is, in effect, looking at some and saying they're going to be able to move forward with the policies that they've got or that they'll be able to put in place. And so that becomes a powerful positive force.
Right. What is the constraints you have? I mean, our Eric Martin writes encyclopedic on the World Bank, and he's looking at your credit rating and some of the financial ratios of the World Bank. But I want to know, David Malpass, what's the day-to-day constraint to deploying money to those very poor countries?
Yes. Well, we're in a better position because of a recent capital increase in both IBRD and IFC, two of the big parts of the bank, and a large replenishment of the of IDA that was done in December. And so by chance, by coincidence, by good fortune, the bank has resources. And so the constraint, we are planning to deploy $160 billion over the next 15 months. That sounds small by what's going on in developed countries, but if you think about the developing countries, these are large-scale resources, very welcome by the countries, and so the constraint, the challenge is to not go over exposure limits for individual countries. Some countries are at their credit limits. Let's think of it that way. But the bigger issue is what's in their program. They want to create confidence. And so what we're trying to do is have programs that show the world, show their own people, that there's confidence in the recovery on the other side. One of the most important things that we can do in that is transparency. We need transparency both on the health side, meaning what is the situation for COVID, also on the debt side. What are the contracts that the governments are entering into? And that proves to be a major challenge that people all around the world are working on in order to make more transparency on the debt that's out there.
President Malpass, let's talk about that, because you understand how delicate this moment is for many of these economies and countries that you work with. What we need right now is grants and not loans. And what we need for a whole range of countries is debt relief. Can you talk to us about the scale of debt relief that you can help engineer in the coming months, the coming year?
Yes, and with regard to grants, your point is exactly right. And so as the World Bank looks at it, of this $160 billion, a big chunk, nearly a third, is grants, meaning not loans, but and no interest on it, no repayment. And so that becomes a very strong positive net flow for the countries. We're also trying to have, the G20 countries have agreed to a moratorium on repayments to their creditors. The biggest of that is China, and it agreed to, and recently, within the last week, President Xi confirmed that China will fully participate in the moratorium. So in combination, that provides a big new chunk of available fiscal space for the countries to, we're talking about the 75 poorest countries in the world. It creates space for them to spend on the health emergency itself. So that's important. And what we need now is the commercial creditors to also come in. That means the asset managers, the banks. We're dealing with the poorest countries in the world, and I think they need to find a way that they can also accept a moratorium on the repayment stream so that there's more resources available for the countries. Everybody's working together. It's a sizable amount of money, but there's still quite a few steps to take with regard to especially China and the commercial creditors to have them fully participate. Also, the Gulf states, I should mention that the Persian Gulf states have quite a bit of debt outstanding in the poorest countries, and there needs to be participation, full participation by them also in the debt moratorium.
David Malpass there, the World Bank president. Let's stay with the Gulf, shall we, and talk about Turkey's consumer inflation on the wider perimeter of that unexpectedly quickened in an annual 11.4% that came in May. as elevated food costs offset some of the impact from weaker demand. Simone Foxman is watching all of the regional market action for us from Doha. Simone, you said yesterday this was an indicator that is in focus for economists. How has the market priced this in?
Good morning, Yusuf. Yeah, the inflation rising unexpectedly here across the board, food, energy, and core inflation. And as you said, this is a surprise for investors that are concerned that credit growth really caused the economy to overheat. Now, markets didn't immediately take this as a bad sign. Turkish stocks actually bounced slightly yesterday. And though, however, the Turkish lira weakened slightly against the dollar. Also important to note from this release was that the central bank now sees weaker inflation than previously forecast. But analysts have generally raising concerns not only about inflation, but also about money supply growth that's rising at an annualized rate of 80% per year. So a bit to be concerned about there.
Simone, good day to you. The Egyptian pound fell to its weakest level since December. So the driving force behind this next leg, this next move?
Yeah, really we've seen the Egyptian pound decline pretty substantially over the past weeks since the country secured aid from the IMF. And that's really changed what's been one of the strongest EM currency performers against the U.S. dollar all year. I think analysts saying here that there's possibility for interest rate cuts now after the central bank held off for a few months trying to keep currency in the country. But we could see that change. Next decision we get June 25th.
Simone, thank you very much. Simone Foxman tracking the Middle East markets from Doha. And of course, we're coming up to that 4-year anniversary of issues around Doha. Simone Foxman. Now, just ahead, energy consultant and former White House official Bob McNally joins Yusuf and myself. Guess what we're going to talk about? It is OPEC Plus and the extension of that deal. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
So a rapidly developing story around China, initially then allowing airlines back after a retaliatory U.S. ban. Now they've published some details in terms of the cities that are going to be involved. So they're going to allow 37 cities, including Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Wuhan, to accept international passenger flights. That's according to the Civil Aviation Administration. Whether or not this is in response to the U.S. measures remains to be seen, and whether some specific carriers are on that list is also another key question that needs to be answered. We'll keep a close eye on that for you. In the meantime, let's get to the oil story, because it is retreating from a 3-month high. amid cracks in the ranks at OPEC+. Saudi Arabia and Russia say they've lost patience with compliance laggards such as Iraq, threatening to walk away from a tentative deal to extend current outputs. Meanwhile, other producers have stepped in with their own shut-in efforts. The Norwegian energy minister told us exclusively that she plans to see her nation's cuts through.
We are making a substantial cut now. When we come to December at the end of this year, we will be producing 300,000 barrels less per day than what was initially planned. So at the moment, I feel this is a good contribution. I think we're seeing already clear signs in the market that it's moving towards stabilization a little bit quicker than the worst fears. So we will end regulation by the end of the year, but at this time, this is the cuts that we are ready to go through with.
So at the moment, there's no talk of extending into 2021?
No, we're not discussing that politically or in the department ministries at this time. Right now, the situation is that we will see these cuts through to the end of the year, but then again, we can end the regulation quicker if we see that's possible. But on the onset, the plan is to keep these production cuts in place until the end of the year.
You said you see some signs of stabilization, and we are seeing that with the price of oil as well. But we still have more than 1 billion barrels in terms of inventories. How long do you think we will see like proper supply and demand stabilization in the market?
Well, I think it's difficult to say, and I'm sure there are oil and gas market analysis that can probably answer that question a lot better than me. But I think it's a good sign that we're now seeing the oil price going a little bit up. I think some of the worst fears that we had just a month ago about seeing storage globally go to max capacity is maybe something we're not as worried about right now. But like you point out, there is still a huge surplus. The demand is not back to where it was before. But I think as more countries eventually start opening a little bit more up, and we're seeing some of the pandemic receding in some countries across the world, the hope is, of course, that people will start flying again, driving their cars. The economy will bounce back, even though we know it's going to take a while. And this will, of course, also affect the demand side in the oil market picture.
I know Oslo is starting to open up, or Norway in general. Are you seeing more demand pickup within Norway?
Well, we are seeing like one really example that you can see just by moving around is that people are starting to fly again. I think a lot of things have changed because of this pandemic. I think just having digital meetings on webcams, etc., is something that we're probably going to keep doing more, even though things come back to normal. So I think it's too early to say now exactly how this will play out, but we are seeing more people starting to move around, but we still have a really high focus on keeping the virus at bay. So we still have many measures in place to ensure that we have good hygiene, that we don't sit too close together, to make sure it doesn't shoot back up, because it is, of course, a major health issue that we take very seriously.
During the previous downturn in 2014, OPEC had invited Norway to come to the meeting. Have they done that this time around? Is this something that you'd be interested in doing?
Well, we were invited as an observer on the meeting that they had before they came to the conclusion of cutting production. We're not part of this cooperation. We're not a part of OPEC. I did not myself attend, but we were represented on our officials here in the ministry. So, we're not part of that group. Any production cuts that we make will be based on independent decisions, based on what is good for our economy and our resource management.
Have they invited you, I'm curious, to the June meeting?
Not that I know, no.
Norwegian Energy Minister there, Tina Bru, with Amri Horden. Let's get to Rapidan Energy Group President Bob McNally listening in to the Minister there. Bob, good to have you with us. I didn't think I'd ever actually have to ask this, but are we having an OPEC meeting today? What can you tell us from the sources you speak to? Is it going to happen in a couple of hours?
Hi, Manus. Good morning. Shockingly, we don't know. I've heard from government officials who ought to know that we are having a meeting tomorrow. Some very plugged-in OPEC watchers on Twitter have said we are having a meeting tomorrow, but others have said we're not. And so it's hard to tell. I guess this confusion is only possible because it's a virtual meeting. You and I aren't meeting in Vienna as usual, so I suppose they could log on at short notice. But whether it's now or next week, I think there's a consensus, at least, to extend the current cuts, to avoid the tapering of the cuts that would otherwise take place. And so that means Russia and Saudi Arabia are aligned there. But what's taking longer and what might delay the meeting beyond tomorrow is the need to negotiate something new, a compliance mechanism, something formal that sort of drags Iraq especially, and also Nigeria, into better compliance. So I am hearing that those talks are going pretty well. There's a new Iraqi acting minister, Minister Alawi, the finance minister. He's new, learning the ropes. They're cutting him some slack. But the talks are going well. So I think we're going to get an extension with some compliance mechanism, but maybe not tomorrow.
Bob, let's flesh out the story around these laggards, because it's not the first time that they're laggards, and every cycle and every few months there's a different reason why it's okay for them to underperform. Clearly, Saudi Arabia and Russia are running out of patience. This new framework, this new approach to enforcing compliance, what do you make of it?
Well, it stems from something we've kind of forgotten a little bit in the discussion, and that OPEC has agreed to a 2-year deal here. And while they are relieved at the sharp recovery in crude prices and the accelerated shut-ins in North America, I don't detect any confidence they're out of the woods. The reopenings have yet to be proven successful. So the way they look at it, they're looking through September into next year, and they may need to continue cuts in their cooperation. And I think they see this as sort of shoring up poor compliance notoriously by Iraq and by Nigeria and a few others, because they're batting down the hatches, if you will, for a long voyage, for the long haul. So this is looking forward to the next 2 years and realizing they may not be out of this quickly, and they need to get Iraq especially out of the habit of failing to comply. Initial estimates, we don't have full data, is Iraq only complied by about half with the 1.1 million barrel a day cut it was supposed to make. So they're going to, now that they sort of agreed amongst themselves on the extension, they're going to turn and bring the laggards into line.
So, Bob, obviously Nigeria and Iraq were almost put on display at the news conferences a couple of times to sort of almost like shame them into compliance. That hasn't worked. What is my risk? And by the way, as a day ahead of myself, as you say, it is tomorrow. What is my risk of another spectacular implosion, as we saw in Vienna a couple of months ago, versus a constructive, extended outcome?
I think the risk of a repeat of Black April after the March collapse is very low. I don't think Russia, Mr. Putin, wants to touch that hot stove again. And I certainly don't think the Saudis want to go back to where they were in April, both in terms of prices and political heat in Washington. No, I think odds are very low of a free-for-all. Again, Russia and Saudi Arabia are aligned. If they fail to agree on a mechanism to bring Iraq and Nigeria into line, they will likely default to the current deal, which does have the cuts tapering from 9.7 to 7.7 million barrels a day in July. So Saudi Arabia will also, I think, in any case, probably end its extra effort, the extra million barrels a day that it did for June. So, Saudi Arabia would go to 8.9, almost 9 million barrels a day, and Russia would go up to the same amount. So that's the base case. You still have cuts in place, but you don't get that extra extension. Now, if we get that, let's call it mediocre agreement, I think oil prices will sell off. The market is looking for an extension and some incremental restraint. But I think the odds of a falling out and a reversion to all-out price war, very low now.
Bob, I was looking at some of the EIA data on diesel demand in the United States, and that's at a 21-year low. I mean, I had to look at the chart twice. And that suggests that this whole assumption that demand for fuel in the United States is going to recover very, very quickly is misguided. What is your interpretation? What is your analysis on the demand side of the equation here?
100% agree. At 2.7 million barrels a day, U.S. diesel demand is atrocious, down over 20% from year ago levels. You know, both gasoline and diesel demand were doing pretty well in the first part of May, but it's the latter part of May that it really started to fall off. In the first part of May, demand was down by about 15% year over year. Now it's over 20%. And as you say, diesel is the barometer of economic activity. I mean, folks are driving. Certainly in China, the congestion data show folks are driving more. We're still off 30, 60% in India, Europe, and the United States. But the diesel demand is on the floor, like you say, 21-year low. Inventories, if you take a look at those EIA inventory charts, it's just like a rocket heading up into space. Demand is low. Our refiners are taking in a lot of Saudi crude. That makes a lot of distillate. It's going into inventory. And I think until you start to see diesel inventories decline, stop rising and decline in the United States, I think there's going to be a big question mark over the health of the demand recovery.
Bob, what's the storage story at the moment? You heard the Minister for Norway there speaking with Anne-Marie, talking about a stability coming into the market. There was no need to extend into 2021. And she talked a little bit about storage. What can you tell me from the US lock-in and storage point of view?
Well, from a storage standpoint, you know, the good news, if you will, that supports an optimistic view and the price rally is Cushing. We came close to record highs. We didn't get to tank tops, and we're down to the low 50 million barrel a day in Cushing. So Cushing has been drawing. Crude inventories have stopped rising and starting to come off. That, I guess, is the good news. Now, we are just starting to see now huge imports in the Gulf, reflecting the offloading of that flotilla of Saudi oil that was loaded in March and April and has now arrived. So that's just arriving. You have 1.6 million barrels a day. So we'll see what happens with inventories as that arrives. That could lead to some increase in inventories. But for now, the crude inventory picture is cleaning up. But the product picture is not. Gasoline stocks also rose by larger than folks expected this week. As we talked about, distillate stocks are still high and rising, approaching record levels. And so products are telling us we're not out of the woods. Crude in the United States, Cushing is telling us we've avoided the worst.
Okay. Bob, thank you very much. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Thank you very much for staying up so late. The Rapidan Energy CEO, Bob McNally, always first with his views on the market. Bob, we'll speak to you very soon. We're going to take a very short breather. It's Daybreak Middle East. It's Thursday. We're going to talk a little bit more about the markets. This is Bloomberg. You've used it, you've logged on to it, you've had your virtual meetings with it. Have you been Zoom bombed? Well, They are in a position, they're poised to raise nearly $935 million in their US IPO this week, giving the company a valuation of $6 billion. Price me up 44.5 million shares to go at just over $21 a share. They had been marketed in the range of $16, $17, $18. So there you go. Zoom me up, eh?
Yeah.
You like Zoom?
Who doesn't? It fits in everybody's diary. Let's get to the region's other stories, because Qatar's Financial Center's Purchasing Managers Index fell for a 14th consecutive month in May, according to a new report by IHS Markit. The headline number came in at 36.6. That's down from 39 in April, and it comes as Kuwait said there is progress in resolving a 3-year standoff between Qatar and its Gulf neighbors. Joining us now is Akbar Khan. He's the Senior Director of Asset Management at Al Rayyan Investment. The numbers are pretty gloomy on the PMI front, Akbar. I want you to give me a sense of what you're seeing on the ground over there.
Good morning, Yusuf, and thanks for having me back. You know, in the environment that we have right now in Qatar, in the region with $30, $40 oil, the environment is gloomy. It's obvious it's compounded by the aggressive lockdowns that we've had because of the pandemic. So until there is some clarity or easing of the stringency, I should say, of the lockdown and or a change, a positive change in the oil price, it is gloomy for now.
Akbar, very good to have you with us. Good morning, it's Manis. You talk about that initial shock that we had 4 years ago, and then the recovery and the foreign ownership in Qatari stocks. What is it that will drive Qatar further ahead? Because you talk about it being the best performing stock market in 2018 and the momentum in that market. So what drives us? If there is no reconciliation, what happens next to the market?
Thanks, Manis. I don't think the stock market performance is dependent in either direction on reconciliation within the Gulf. I think for most investors and participants, the status quo is what they assume will be what we'll have for the foreseeable future, and nobody's assuming or modeling something different. If there is an improvement in relations and there is a change to the situation, well, that would be an added positive. As for the outlook for Qatar, you know, there's a shorter term outlook and there's a longer term outlook. In the short term, obviously, as oil has doubled in the last month, it means that things, as for any hydrocarbon exporter, are less bleak. $40 oil is far better than $15 oil. And also Qatar having one of the lowest or the lowest budget break-even oil price in the region is probably hurting the least, but it's still hurting. So the budget was set at $55 a barrel, so we're still some way off that. But the pain is obviously decreasing slightly. But over the longer term, there are over the next decade a number of more positive drivers that a medium to longer term investor could look at.
Akbar, your research makes the point that the credit default swaps on a 5-year basis have come back down, and the easing is sort of a broader trend, but it's clearly outperformed some of its Gulf peers. We have this on a GTV for our clients for the additional perspective. GTV Go is the key code on your terminal. What are some of your conviction calls then specifically? What are some companies where you're telling your clients, where you're telling potential investors, this is going to be a real standout?
It's a good question. Perhaps I could mention Nakilat or Qatar Gas Transport. This is a company that I think I discussed on the show in March last year, and since then, total return has been about 35%. And it's a relatively easy and straightforward story. Many times we have interesting themes and secular trends in our region, but we struggle to find the right company to properly capitalize on it. This is an example of ways you can capitalize. on the theme that Qatar is in the process of increasing LNG exports from 110 million tons a year to 126 million by 2027. So that is over the next 7 years, and the growth will continue for Nakilat over the next decade. Nakilat is the largest operator of these massive LNG tankers in the world. They have more than 60 vessels, and are the primary way that Qatar sends its LNG to the rest of the world. So if they're going to be increasing production by 60%, and they just signed the largest contract this week for more vessels over the coming decade, Nakilat will be a key beneficiary. So while you're waiting for this growth, you are expecting to see some margin expansion every year on a moderate basis, and you get paid a 4% dividend yield as well. So it's an easy, simple, high visibility growth story, which is relatively rare in the region.
Akbar, can I ask you, one of the other stories that we wrote recently, if you look at the inventories for natural gas in Europe, there's 73% of capacity, 5-year average is around 45%, and the title of the story is that natural gas could be the next commodity to go negative. Do you worry about that, or what would be the consequence of that? Do you see that as a possibility?
Well, it's interesting, obviously, now that we've discovered that oil could go negative, and I think most people hadn't thought of that before, as I guess possibility that LNG or frankly any commodity could go negative. What we've seen in the data in the last few months is that while LNG demand has been obviously reduced because of the pandemic and the decline in economic activity, you've seen the two largest producers of LNG, Australia and Qatar, continue to export pretty much what they used to. But a lot of the smaller producers have had very significant cuts in production. And if you relate this to what's happening in the oil market, essentially it means that the giants in LNG world are the ones that are able to continue to sell and operate at full capacity in a period of depressed LNG prices. So I think the outlook for the LNG market and the outlook for perhaps the two largest producers from a volume perspective is maybe a little bit different.
Okay, Akbar, thank you so much. Akbar Khan, Senior Director of Asset Management at Al Rayan Investment. Up next, it is ECB Day, so we have a policy look ahead. This is Bloomberg.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, averages down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the First Word Asia.
U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
Later today, the European Central Bank will decide whether it needs to add extra stimulus in order to lift the region from its deepest recession in living memory. Let's get a view on the ECB's upcoming decision. The MLive team are poised. Mark Cranfield is in Singapore. Mark, title of our story is Best They Don't Disappoint. They can't afford anything like a taper tantrum, can they?
No, that would be pretty unhelpful, particularly as they're buying such a large amount of periphery bonds, especially Italian bonds. The ECB have made it clear that they've been skewing purchases towards Italy, so they certainly wouldn't want to see high volatility in that part market. But I think they're also getting a lot of help from other areas as well. Just overnight, we had confirmation that Germany have signed this enormous stimulus package, 30% bigger than it was expected to be. That's also very positive for the Eurozone, for the Euro, for all assets in Europe. So ECB gets quite a bit of help from that. And it might be the edge that pushes them to go really big on increasing their bond buying program. It seems to be expected to increase about 500 billion. They may go even larger, really to enhance the view that Europe is pushing all levers here, that the EU is working, Germany is working, the ECB, everybody's pulling in the same direction. We've seen a decent rally begin in European equities, and this could really give it an extra boost if the ECB comes on board and really is in line with what's going on with the fiscal side as well.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. That is Mark Cranfield, our MLive strategist in Singapore, on the imminent ECB decision. Of course, markets at the moment trying to get a little bit of a sense of direction after what has been a very strong rally in global equities. That's it for this edition of Daybreak Middle East. Daybreak Europe is going to pick up our coverage next. This is Bloomberg.
Chances are you may have started cooking more during quarantine, which means you've made plenty of trips to the grocery store, either in person or virtually. But brace yourselves, that chicken wing and hamburger patty, it's about to cost you more money. Just 4 meat processing plants account for about 80% of production in the United States. Back in April, President Donald Trump ordered all meat processing plants stay open.
They're going to be very careful. They are. As to who's going into the plant, the quarantine is going to be very strong.
Even as workers fall ill and production output suffers. So where are plant operators in all this? They have to go through lower productivity and higher costs, which means they need to make some major changes. And some plants are already running slower because of social distancing and fewer workers, and some production lines are fully automated. Tetro Das is a professor at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He gives us the numbers. He says reducing meat processing plants to 1/3 of their capacity and also distributing the adequate protective equipment, this could all boost chicken prices at grocery stores by 25 to 30%. That means if you buy chicken at 99 cents per pound for 5 pounds, now at $5.95, it could cost you up to $6.44 before taxes. That means higher costs for an industry that's been pretty efficient at putting out cheap protein.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Founded more than a century ago from humble origins, L'Oréal is now the world's biggest beauty products company. Specializing in cosmetics, hair, and skincare, it boasts an international portfolio of 34 brands and has a market cap of more than 105 billion euros. At the helm, a man who's dedicated his entire career to the company. Over 4 decades, he's covered all facets of the business. Today, on Leaders with Lacroix, we meet Jean-Paul Agon, Chairman and CEO of L'Oréal.
Monsieur Agon, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Pleasure.
What happened to L'Oréal in the last 10 years? Innovation, your share price has grown. Was it exciting times?
Yeah, very exciting. You know, I started as a CEO 10 years ago. It has been 10 years very exciting. Of course, we had a crisis in 2008 and 9, but globally the business has been very good. We have been growing, acquiring brands, launching new products, gaining market shares everywhere in Europe, USA, China. No, very exciting, fantastic.
What's been the most fun?
In fact, the most fun has been the past 3-4 years because thanks to the digital revolution, everything has been transformed. And as I tell my teams, I think that this industry, our business, our company has more changed in the past 3 years than in the previous 30 years. So it's an amazing time, extremely exciting.
So is this the way you sell, or is it the way that people actually look at makeup?
No, in fact, it's the relationship between brands and consumers. In fact, the digital has completely transformed the relationship between the two. Before that, you know, the brands were talking to consumers, pushing towards them information or whatever. But now the consumer has taken the power. The consumer decides how he wants to see the brands, what he wants to know, what he wants to discover them. Digital, in fact, creates a relationship that has nothing to do with what existed before.
But isn't it much more difficult, therefore, to control your brand?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's more exciting, and it enriches the relationship. So now, thanks to digital, we can communicate the content of our brands. We can do tutorials to explain how the products work, how they should be used. We can have a personalized relationship with consumers. So it's a completely new dimension. It's much more rich and exciting.
So what sells at the moment? Is it the luxury brands or is it the more consumer brands?
This year, luxury. This year, luxury has been booming everywhere, mostly with Chinese consumers. You know, Chinese consumers are fantastic. They love beauty, they love luxury, they love our brands, and our business with Chinese consumers everywhere has been booming.
L'Oréal's global reach stretches across 140 countries. About 2/3 of its sales are generated outside of Europe. Much attention has shifted to China,
欢迎来到上海。
where strong demand for high-end lipstick and perfume is driving growth.
谁说爽肤水都一样？不。
In 2015, China surpassed France to become the group's second biggest market behind the United States. Some of the success is being attributed to selfies, with camera-conscious millennials buying more makeup than ever before to look good instantly.
Have you had to adapt to the Chinese market?
Yeah, in fact, the products we sell, not for all brands, because the luxury brands, for example, are the same all over the world, of course, but for our mass brands like L'Oréal, like Maybelline, the products that we sell in China are formulated in China by Chinese, in our Chinese labs.
Because of regulation?
Not only, but also because we want to create the products that are absolutely right for them, especially skincare, because their needs, their skin, their aspirations are specific, are different. So we formulate in our Chinese labs, we manufacture in our Chinese factories, and L'Oréal now is L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand in China.
I've also been reading that one of the most popular products is actually a homemade, I guess, range of cosmetics wear, which is favored by the wife of the president, President Xi.
Yeah, it's a great brand, but still the #1 beauty brand in China, the preferred beauty brand by Chinese women is L'Oréal. L'Oréal Paris, they call it with the Chinese name, it's Pali Olaya, which is beautiful, by the way. And it's great because, you know, the L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand for Chinese, for Americans, for Europeans, for Russians, everywhere. So it's a great
not bad.
Satisfaction. Yeah,
so,
not bad.
So tell me about your success in China. Is it through distribution? Is it through ads? Is it through celebrities? What's the attraction for your brand by the Chinese?
You know, the reason of success of our brands everywhere is always the same. It's number one, quality. You know, we for all our brands, our absolute priority is the quality and safety of our products, and it's something that the Chinese respect a lot. It's very important for them. Number one, innovation. Innovation is extremely important. It's an industry where you have to innovate a lot. You know, more than 15% of our products every year are new in order to keep innovation flowing very strongly. Of course, it's the imagery of the brands. You know, brands like Yves Saint Laurent, Lancôme, Giorgio Armani, L'Oréal Paris. It's a beautiful imagery, and Chinese consumers are very sensitive to that. They like it.
Is the U.S. tough? A tough market?
The U.S. this year is a bit tougher, a bit softer, let's say. It's not really tough, but it's a bit softer. Certainly softer than China. But it depends. You know, last year the U.S. was very good. So every year, it's funny because every year the market, roughly, globally, is more or less growing at 4%. But it's never made exactly the same way.
But so how difficult is it to predict what will work and what won't? Why am I using this mascara, not the other mascara? Why am I using this foundation, not the other?
Again, it's very, you know, when you know well your consumers, when you understand their desires, when you can guess their dreams or expectations, then you can really create what they will love.
What will the next 4 years bring? Is there a specific market that you think will grow more? Is it, you know, for example, men's cosmetics or something else?
You know, digital, I think, will be the most important element of transformation of the market. So definitely we're going to see the e-commerce growing. For example, e-commerce in China is already more than 30% of our sales for our mass market brands. So it's huge. So we're going to see digital growing. We're going to see probably new channels also emerging, like specialty stores, our own stores. We are very big in also growing segment is the travel retail, you know, the stores in the airports, because more and more people are traveling. So I think there will be new channels. In terms of regions, of course, the emerging markets are still growing, and our categories are growing too. Makeup has been booming for 2 or 3 years. I think it's going to keep booming. Skincare is growing too. So honestly, I'm very optimistic about the short-term, middle-term, and long-term perspective of this industry.
What do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products, it's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us, we're amongst friends. We were talking about what the next 4 years will bring,
Yeah.
and it's a lot more e-commerce. How do I choose my makeup online? It must be difficult to choose the right coloring.
No, because now you have some technologies that are amazing. You know, you can test online on your cell phone, for example, simulate the application of the makeup on your face, and then you see yourself with the lips covered with the lipstick you want, the shade you need, the powder, the mascaras. You know, I did a demonstration of that to my board, you know, completely made up, and it was they were ecstatic.
Was that for the launch of the app?
Yeah.
And so they said yes.
Yeah, I wanted
Fantastic.
I wanted to share with the board the fantastic progress of technology. It's amazing.
Oh, I could look like pure reds. Oh, wow.
The lipstick is moving with my mouth, and I know that I don't have any on.
It's like Amy Winehouse flicks. It's brilliant. I can't stop looking at myself.
So this is amazing because you also have to then change, I guess, your research and development. How much of the overall cost goes on actual digital products?
Well, it's difficult to say because it's everywhere, in every brand, in every division. But what I can say is that now, more in terms of media, 1/3 of all the media that we do now goes on digital. In terms of e-commerce, 7% roughly of the sales that we do go on e-commerce through digital, and it's growing 30% a year. So there is a shift happening, which is extremely fast, extremely strong.
The company that invented the platinum blonde is constantly innovating and developing new products as consumer demand changes. At its lab in Paris, scientists have studied more than 7,000 types of hair and are now experimenting with 3D printing. The hope is to one day help people suffering from hair loss. L'Oréal's already created fake skin to avoid testing products on animals and invented a UV patch to monitor exposure to the sun's rays.
We have the #1 R&D facilities in the world. We are spending roughly 3.5% of our sales in research and innovation. And obviously, the most important topics are hair, skin, and hair. This is where we invent and create new formulations for hair care, hair color, all type of hair products.
You also have a patch?
Yeah.
Is that right?
UV patch.
A UV patch, so you put it on to see when you're overexposed to the sun.
Yeah, it's a creation that was made 2 years ago that we presented at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas last year. And it's a UV patch, you put it on your skin, and it's linked to your cell phone. And it calls you or it rings when your exposure to UV has been too high. It's a fantastic tool.
So do you think though there's going to be more of a trend, which I guess is between the cosmetics and the healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also with internet, you know, this triangle between beauty, health of the skin or hair, and Internet of Things is creating new opportunities, and that going to be very useful for consumers.
What do you like about your job the most?
I love understanding people. You know, I think that one of my strengths is the capacity of empathy with consumers. So I have this capacity to understand, to feel, to guess what consumer want, what is their desires, sometimes their dreams, and then to be able to formulate products that will respond to these dreams.
Do you believe you have to take risks to innovate, or actually, do you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because every innovation by definition is a bet. Every launch is a bet. It's like a new film or a new movie or new music. You never know in advance. But that's the magic of it.
So what do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products. It's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets. But you can tell us. We're amongst friends.
No, we are working on all categories. You know, we have 3,500 researchers from many departments, and they are all working on all type of cosmetics, skincare, hair care, hair color, all sun care. And because fundamentally, as I told you, we really believe first and foremost in terms of efficacy and quality. So you know, the mission of the company, which is beauty for all, is also not only beauty for all, but the best of beauty, the best quality, the best performance, the best efficacy, the best safety, and that keeps us busy.
3,500 researchers.
Yeah.
How long does it take from, I don't know, who has a concept of, for example, a new product, until that product being on the shelf for someone to buy?
Depends. Can be very quick when the formulation is easy. Can take maybe 6 months. Or when for example, the marketing guy has a vision, has a dream, but the labs don't know exactly how to formulate it, can take 2 years, 3 years. Really depends.
Mega volume on top, mega volume on bottom. Share it with your friends and buy makeup instantly.
One of the criticisms often leveled at the beauty industry is that it's only for young people. Is there any truth in that?
No, not at all, of course not. First, that would be stupid, because we are addressing all needs for all people, and look at our ambassadors. For example, Jane Fonda, Helen Mirren, they are not millennials. So no, honestly not.
Do you sell more to millennials or to people of a more certain age?
No, we sell to everyone. It depends the brand. The brands, of course, some of our brands like NYX, Urban Decay are more targeting young people. Biotherm or L'Oréal Paris may target other categories of consumers. But no, we cover the whole scope of consumers. And in terms of age, in terms of diversity, in terms of countries, Chinese, Brazilian, Europeans, everyone. It's a beauty for all.
So how do you sell to the emerging markets?
We adapt the products that we sell, of course. We make sure that they are affordable and that people can buy them. Brazil, for example, is very interesting, because Brazil is the country in the world where the hair is completely unique, because it's such a mixed country in terms of ethnic origins, that the blend is completely amazing, and that you have to create for Brazilian hair care products that are completely specific. And by the way, it's very interesting, because sometimes they are the most demanding consumers, and so when you can create in Brazil a product that is good for them, then you can make it for the world, because it's going to be great for everyone.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials?
There is an urgency, clearly. We are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat.
For Jean-Paul Agon, life at L'Oréal began in sales 39 years ago. He quickly understood the power of advertising.
Read my lips. I'm worth it.
The company obviously thinks it is worth it, spending more than $8 billion a year selling and marketing its brands. A third of that on digital media.
When I was 20 years old, I was in a business school, and at the end, I knew I wanted to do marketing. And for me, beauty is the supreme art of marketing, because it's a marketing that is not only about understanding, analytics, but it's also about emotion, guessing, creation. So I think it's a fantastic marketing. There is no better marketing than beauty marketing.
And from that 20-year-old Jean-Paul Agon, what have you learned about yourself?
My God, a lot, a lot, because it was a long time ago. No, it took me, many years to get where I am today. But I was always passionate. I think the incredible part of L'Oréal also is that every day is a new adventure. Every day is a passion. It's a company made of really passionate people, and every new mission is an adventure.
So what are you like as a leader? Micromanaging or overview?
I like overview, and from time to time I'm tempted to do micromanagement. But when I do that, my team say, Jean-Paul, you should not, you should not bother with that. Let us do it.
Do you review, though, the end product every time, or how does it work?
As much as, I have meetings with, of course, with all the brands, not all the times, of course. I travel in many, many countries around the world, and I'm just trying to help, to make sure that we are taking the right directions, pushing in the right innovations, understanding enough the consumers we are dealing with, trying to pilot the ship.
L'Oréal's Sharing Beauty with All program, launched in 2013, was designed to transform the business. Jean-Paul Agon was determined to make the company ethically and environmentally sustainable. It's been recognized for its efforts, awarded a AAA for water management, climate, and action against deforestation.
So when did you start thinking about sustainability?
Pretty long time ago, especially when I came back from the USA and I took over as a CEO. I really understood at that time that for a company like L'Oréal, especially because we are the leader of the beauty industry, we had to make sure that also we would do the best and the most to make the planet a beautiful place.
What started it? Is it because you say we sell so much that we have to make sure that it doesn't go to waste? Or is it also because the consumers want something that's more sustainable? Or is it because the employees you hire want something more sustainable?
Very good points. I think it's all of that. First, because we have a moral duty. Secondly, because it's what our employees are asking for. Third, because it's what consumers want. Fourth, because it's what the society expects from a big company like us. So that's why we really went into this direction.
Does it make a difference for the consumer? I remember you telling me a couple of years ago, that if a consumer has a choice of a sustainable shampoo or a shampoo that makes our hair better, we'll always go for the shampoo that makes our hair better.
Yeah, but now what we want to do is to make a shampoo that makes the hair better and sustainable. Because now in fact, you're right. Our vision is that we have to find a way that it's not opposite, that it goes in the same direction. And it's the same for economic performance. For example, the sustainability performance should not be opposite to the economic performance. And in fact, we are able to prove that. For example, in the past 10 years, we reduced our carbon emission by 67%, when at the same time we were able to increase our production by 30%.
How do you do that?
We work a lot. We transform all our factories. We have now 10 sites that are carbon neutral. We completely transform the way also we engineer with water. We have what we call dry factories, that they don't use water at all. They completely recycle the totality of the water that they use. We eliminate waste. So it's a very comprehensive effort on all fronts to transform completely the way we produce, we distribute, etc.
And shareholders are behind you every step of the way for sustainability?
Yeah, absolutely. They are I think that our shareholders are very proud of what we do. I cannot say that they are pushing us hard to do it, but they are happy and proud.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials? The younger you are, the more you think about this?
I think that everybody now cares. I think that it's very well understood that there is an urgency. Clearly, we are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat to the planet, and if we are not all doing the maximum in the very short term, it's going to be very difficult. So I think that every generation now understand that.
If I speak to you in 5 years, what will be your story?
In 5 years, probably I will tell you that the most important mission has been the transmission. Because, of course, I will not be CEO forever. And I will be, by the way, very glad to pass the baton one day to my successor.
So if you think a lot about succession, what kind of successor would you like, and what would you like your legacy to be?
I will be proud to have been able to adapt L'Oréal to the new world. I think that we are living in a very special period. The world tomorrow will be very different from the world we knew a few years ago. And my absolute priority right now is to adapt, transform the company in order to make it as successful, as a leader, as performant in the new world as it was in the world before. And I'm very confident about it, because that's what we are doing. We are doing a cultural revolution, a digital revolution, a sustainability revolution, and so the L'Oréal will be a fantastic company. And then someone else will take the baton and will drive the adventure further.
Jean-Paul Agon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
What do the world's tallest building, KFC in the Middle East, and e-commerce site Noon all have in common? They're all owned by billionaire Mohammed Al-Bar. His investments like the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Mall have become iconic landmarks, and he's diversified into hospitality, retail, and e-commerce. He was named the most influential man in Dubai and consistently ranks amongst the top 5 most powerful Arab business leaders. But it's not all business all the time. He's also a sportsman. He's an active member of Emirates' horse racing community. Today, on Leaders with Laqwa, we meet Mohammed Al-Bar, the founder and chairman of Amar Properties.
Thank you so much for joining us. You've really built a conglomerate. You've built a company that has multiple interests, multiple units, multiple portfolios. Did you diversify because you saw an opportunity or because you had to?
Well, I think all of us, we look at opportunities. We don't really have to do anything. But I think looking at the Middle East and looking at the industries that I went in with my team, I think we saw amazing opportunities in the Middle East in these sectors. And I'm glad that even though we've got difficult years, the past 2 years have been difficult years for us, still these businesses are operating well. So definitely it's based on opportunities and the sector's long-term growth potential.
Where do you see the most growth coming from? Which portfolio, which part of your business will do better than others?
The food operating well and strong in the region as a whole, especially with the food delivery business, and that's another story. I would say that our real estate business is still flying really strong. I mean, last year we grew about 28% in the region as a whole. Our e-commerce business is something that's very, very interesting. And we've got an amazing team looking at it, and that's also growing quite fast. But even with this growth, I think one have to be realistic as well. So you look at this growth and you look at what's going on in the Middle East, government policies, look at the world economy and what changes might take place. So you have to be alert at all times.
Okay, what does that mean? Do you expect a lot of the growth, in the Middle East? If you look at e-commerce, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, do you expect it to go threefold, fivefold over the next 5 years?
Well, I would say that our real estate business should continue to grow at about 20% a year. And that's the shareholders' expectation. And it's hard work to achieve that number and keeping cost under control, margins under control, and political and macroeconomic issues in hand. So the food business, I think we should be growing 10% a year, year on year as well in the region. And keep in mind that we're talking about the Middle East, where there is a need for most of industries to grow, just because that I think the Middle East still has room to grow. And the other thing is that if you look at the population in the Middle East as well, and the whole demographics is in our favor.
Because they're young, and therefore these are, I guess, the youth will spend a lot more in 5-10 years.
Yes.
How will the economy shift?
Well, I think the economy will shift positively only because I believe Middle Eastern governments are really working harder than any other time in the past, and you see the changes that are taking place, positive changes that are taking place in Saudi Arabia. I think that's the same thing within UAE. I would look at Egypt. I'm quite interested in Egypt as well, and the change that's taking place in Egypt, with all the other issues that we have in the Middle East, where I believe that I don't think it's going to get any worse than this. I think we're looking forward to a more positive trend in policy, in politics, in economic growth as well.
In terms of growth, country by country, which is a country that will outperform the others in the Middle East?
The majority of our focus is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt. And I would say Egypt is going faster now. Saudi Arabia, I'm quite optimistic with the changes that you see taking place within the coming 24 months. I think you'll see quite a good trend, and the UAE as well. You've got, of course, the other Arab countries who are some slow, some moving forward, but majority of our business are in these countries.
I mean, you're holding a big investment with the PIF on e-commerce for Saudi Arabia. Will there be more, for example, on property in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the Public Investment Fund, they are with us in our e-commerce business, but they are also with us in our food business. Now, are we going to do more together? I think there's a possibility. There's a lot of work that they're doing in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia, in the region and outside. So I would expect that maybe we should look at real estate together as well, because I think Saudi Arabia will look very interesting the coming years.
How much can it grow, property in Saudi Arabia, over the next 5 years?
Oh, Saudi Arabia, I think it's at infant stage. I think Saudi Arabia can really grow. If you talk about pure infrastructure, if you talk about retail, industrial, hospitality, residential. So you just have to make sure that you are going at the right category of residential or the right category of retail. So there's plenty of room to go that way.
When you look at how you spend your time for each of the units and also each of the countries, how do you do it? How do you keep on top of it all?
Well, I try. I still say that the real estate takes a majority of my time.
Is that 50%?
I would say the real estate takes about 40% of my time. And then the rest is split. Noon takes a lot of my time as well. The food takes the least of my time, because the team that sits on top of that business is really world-class team. And they've been in the industry, they know the industry well. Noon is a vibrant team. It's a new organization. I need to give it more time. While my real estate business, I have an A team, but I'm emotional about real estate.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the foundation of it all, right? Do you still see it as your baby?
I think my name is really linked to the real estate more than anything else, while all these other businesses, I've been with them now for about 2 years. So it's a new brand of product that's associated with me.
When you look at the various IPOs and the various units, was it to unlock value, but did you ever feel like it was also high risk?
I think mainly to unlock value, and we have investors who have put in their money with us, and it's time for them to get rewarded. But at the same time, I really like putting management under pressure, because IPO is quarterly results. You're out there in the public eyes, under pressure to perform. But mainly value creation. I think that's the business we're in.
Value creation, because what, shareholders understand what you do more, and it almost focuses the mind of managers more?
Well, that is one, but many of our units, that if they're under the mother umbrella, I think value-wise, they're not fairly valued. So as we put them on the side and put them as separate entities, I think you create better value that way, and then you cash out a little bit and put management under pressure.
Are you looking at IPOing any other units or portfolios?
When you look at our business, we have businesses. We have India, we have our hospitality business, we have Turkey business, we have another business in Saudi Arabia. So the reality is that you can take all these businesses public at the right time. I think within the coming 3 years, we'll probably have India going public. We'll probably have hospitality as well going separately to the public route.
But so how much bigger will you be if I speak to you, and I hope to speak to you before, but if I speak to you in 5 years, how much will your holdings be worth?
I think we should be double in value, because we should be growing in value 20-25% on an annual basis. And I hope that my management and my boards really put that as a focus. And to be honest, I think we're capable of doing that. We just have to focus and have to make sure that we have the right people to do it. And we do this day and night. And that's really how we do business in our region.
But that's acquisitions or that's organic growth?
I would look at organic growth. If you talk about acquisition, which we have not done much of, I'm expecting that we do more acquisition in the coming 2 years.
Mohammed Albar, thank you so much. Coming up next, going from bricks and mortar to clicks, we talk Mohammed Albar's big push into e-commerce and how his company Noon could become the Amazon of the Middle East.
Mohammed Albar is not only a titan of property, he's also betting on e-commerce. His startup, Noon, launched its operations in the UAE last year. The site is described as an Arabic-first e-commerce platform and is rivaling the Amazon-purchased Souk, looking to take over 15% of the growing market. One of the biggest investors in Noon is Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which put up $500 million. But Albar is not just competing against Amazon. He's also a major player in the luxury space. He's partnered with Yux Net-a-Porter Group to offer a premium retail service to the Middle East's fashionista set.
So Mohammed Albar, do you ever feel like there's a conflict that you actually own Dubai malls, but at the same time you're trying to sell on e-commerce platforms?
The issue is that, are you relevant? That's really the big question that we have, is that I don't think it's if there's a conflict or not, but are you relevant to the space? So are we really relevant in this retail scene, or in the whole, the economy is becoming so digital. If you are not thinking about it, if you're not acting to do something about it, I think there is a risk of your business being probably at huge danger the coming 24 months.
And so how do you stay relevant?
I think staying relevant, first of all, I have to talk to my kids all the time. And I learn from them because, I have a little girl that sells jewelry to women in Korea out of Dubai on her Instagram. I mean, what type of world is this? So therefore, I think all of our business, from real estate to retail to hospitality, I think the digital scene is changing all that. So if we talk about e-commerce specifically, or if we talk about Net-a-Porter, it is just moving your business to the digital scene. And I think the whole economy is moving that way, from healthcare to education to retail. So therefore, I think we just want to be relevant. And I don't think there's any conflict, because at the end of the day, there ought to be a collaboration or connection between the real world and the physical world. And can we really try to find a solution and work them together and stay relevant in our business?
But so how much of your sales will actually be done on your e-commerce platform in 5-10 years? And in general, for the Middle East, are you a step behind in actually selling on e-commerce? And so is the potential much bigger than here in Europe or in the US?
Well, remember, I mean, when I look at the Middle East right now, I mean, e-commerce is between 1.5% to 2%.
Tiny.
Which is tiny compared to the rest of the world. So there is room for all of us to grow. Where will this be? I think it will go much faster than the rest of the world, and it will get into the 10-15% quite fast, again, because of the demographics of the region. So we owe it to our society, we owe it to our 300 million Middle Eastern Arabs, that there ought to be a native organization that look after this sector and participate and learn and serve.
What will Noon become? And are you nervous at any point that you're going to head-to-head with the most successful retailer of all times, Amazon?
Well, Noon, of course, it will be an ecosystem. And am I nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm nervous from everybody. In my real estate business, I'm nervous. In my e-commerce business, I'm nervous. In my Net-a-Porter business, nervous, because competition is severe and markets are open. Anybody can come in. The big players are going to come in. Some of them came already. More are going to come to the region. But I am from that part of the world, and I think it's our duty to participate in the scene. And remember, we as Arab businessmen, we're a bit tribal, which means that I am from this society. I have a duty that get into business and be aggressive and achieve the numbers, achieve success. But that's a duty that I feel responsible for, that competition is good for the consumer in the region, rather than one player come and controlling the life of our customers. I think it's fair to have competition and let the customer win at the end of the day.
Okay, but how do you decide? I mean, how will you go against Amazon? Do you have to convince retailers to sell on your platform instead of Amazon's platforms, or is it a price war? I mean, how do you see the kind of the fault lines?
Well, we are working with the local retailers, and we are their partners. Now, how other international players, they do it through sourcing overseas or working in some other methods, that's their business. But we differ is that our partners are the local retailers. Maybe our margins will be a little smaller, but that's okay. We'd rather win on the long term rather than alienating the local retailers. Now, will there be a price war? Well, the past 2 months, there's a price war. Customers are winning. Everybody's 20% or 15, 10% cheaper in some of the product. So I'm so happy that people in my region, they don't have to buy milk for their kids at 10% more expensive. There was one operator or one monopoly controlling, the human life. I think this is good for all of us. So of course there'll be a competition. But the amazing thing is that the world is open. So much new technologies are being provided to everyone that want to go into the scene. But are you planning long term? You have good people with you. Are you serious about it? Are you willing to provide quality service?
But is it the service or is it the products? How does the Middle East actually shop? What's selling at the moment and what will sell in 5-10 years?
Well, if you look at the mix of what's happening on the e-commerce scene, it's not much different from what's going on in the world. People want delivery, fast delivery. People want quality.
Will they pay for the delivery?
For the time being, we're subsidizing delivery. Because, as I said, people are just learning the art of e-commerce, and that's what global companies are doing. They give it to you for free first, they get you used to this way of life, then later on take a little bit of margin, maybe control market, the usual trick. But what I'm saying is that people want it all. Want quality, want value, want consistent, want delivery time that's fast, and we want the product that they want, which changes from 1 month to another month. And therefore, you have to provide that and then get ready to provide the new thing that might be happening next month.
Okay, how important is market share? And how important is market share right at the beginning so that people get used to your platform and not Amazon's?
Market share is very important. And at the beginning, you have to be aggressive. And you have to probably provide the best service ever. You will be cutting prices as usual because we see it. It's a live competition. There's nothing wrong with that. But the good thing is that the market's big enough. 2 players can come in. But imagine if you do business in UK and there is only one operator. How fair is that to your family?
But isn't there only Amazon here?
Well, there are many other players, I think, in UK as well. I prefer that more than one player in a market. And in the Middle East, there will be more than one player and will be one of the major players in the market.
Up next, we talk the leadership skills it takes to create both the world's largest mall and the tallest building in the world. More with Mohammed Alabar next. Emaar Properties has grown more than threefold since 2011 and expanded heavily in the Middle East and North Africa despite political instability in the region. So what kind of leadership does it take to shepherd a global company through turbulent times? Well, Mohammed Albar, chairman and founder of Emaar Properties, is here. What kind of leader are you? Throughout the program, we were talking about encouraging your leaders, your regional leaders, and also your portfolio managers to be aggressive. Do they always need to be on their toes?
Well, I think, number one, they have to be relevant because the change that's taking place in the world. So are you relevant? And the other thing I like is that I think we all have to believe in the reset. Are you doing this upgrade? Are we upgrading every 1 month? Because there's so much happening. And do we really act? I mean, that's, so we have to be relevant, we have to act, we have to have discipline, we have to believe in the best people, and we have to take care of our society. These are things that these are the elements that I really depend on to manage my business.
Okay, but what does it mean being relevant? Because in more traditional times, you could ask a customer what they wanted, and you're saying, okay, I'm relevant. But now the change of pace is so fast.
Well, relevant is that, are you watching social media daily? What's going on with your customer? And what's going on with your business? There's no more I'll do a research and I'll wait 30 days. How alert are you? And how alert about how your customer feel, or alert what's going on to the industry, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the economy, what's going on in new tools of management, how fast can you go? So I think, are you awake?
What do you need to be awake for more? Is it for your clients, or is it politics, or is it how your business interests are going?
Well, it's about my customer, number one, my people, number two, the society, what's going on in politics, what might happen to interest rate. You almost have to have all that construction risk in my business, what's going on in technology, what's going on in digital. You almost have to be alert of all this but number one, people. And then you have to make sure that you share with them this environment, and are they fit in this environment?
So what does that mean? What do you see your role? Are you putting the fire under your manager's feet to kind of keep them going, or do you micromanage?
I don't think I micromanage, but there's a situation where I do have to go and micromanage, and I think that's we should be able to go down in case we want to. And remember, I came from my mom's kitchen. I used to work in my mom's kitchen, and when we were all 13 kids living in one room, so I know how to do that. So I can pull back and be the chairman of the organization. But if there's need to move in, I can comfortably move in. But I have reasonably good qualified people with me. But I really think that I'm the target creator. I'm the guy who does the monthly performance reviews. I'm the guy who push the limits. I want people to work hard because I think we as human beings, our productivity is still low.
I mean, you spend a lot of time in property because that's where you came from. That was the first company. True. But what excites you the most in all the others that you're doing? So hospitality, retail, e-commerce.
I would say e-commerce excites me a lot because when I look at how the digital world is changing our lives, I come back to my real estate business and I say, maybe this office is nil and void. Maybe this is all not required anymore. But also, if you look at the digital guys and you see how fast they work, or the process they use, or the age of people in these offices, therefore, I really believe that the younger generation are running the world, and they run it extremely well. So much learning in the digital side of the e-commerce. But I think my investment in MEVP, which is a private equity firm that specializes only in digital and technology in the Middle East with almost 80 ventures, that's amazing learning about what's going on in the Middle East as well, and the industry that are about to come.
Do you focus a lot on diversity for your companies? Is that important?
Yes, very important, very important. And I think it's happening naturally. I mean, we don't even have to do it anymore. It's just naturally, that's how.
So do you have metrics?
We have metrics, we have KPIs for that. But as I said, it's so nice that it's really embodied in the organization. It's happening automatically, and I like that.
Do you think it'll increase with time, or are you going to see more female workers?
Well, the female workers are really taking charge. I mean, if you look at the people who run my organization, most of our organization, I would say most of our organization, our food boys have to have more of that. But look at our government. highest percentage of senior people in government anywhere in the world.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much for joining us. He is, of course, the chairman and founder of MR Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the European Open. I'm Anna Edwards, live from London, alongside Matt Miller in Berlin.
Good morning, Anna. Today the markets say there's light at the end of the tunnel. The positive catalysts pile up in Europe, but futures flatten off after 3 days of bumper gains. The cash trade is an hour away. Let's get your top headlines for you off the Bloomberg terminal. Germany goes big on stimulus. Angela Merkel's coalition hammers out a 130 billion euro booster shot for the economy, including a VAT cut, infrastructure investments, and rebates for electric cars. Only one option for the ECB today. The central bank is seen boosting its emergency bond buying program by 500 billion euros. Some investors say anything less would cause a shock similar to March's sell-off in peripheral debt. And falling in line, HSBC and Standard Chartered both back Beijing when it comes to the proposed security law in Hong Kong, the latter saying it will maintain stability in the region. So we are just under an hour away from the start of cash equity trading in Europe. Let's take a look at what futures are doing. We see red arrows, albeit small red arrows. FTSE futures down 0.2%. DAX futures unchanged right now. And we're starting to see U.S. futures actually turn higher. In terms of the Dow Jones, at least, Dow Jones futures contracts are now rising. S&P and Nasdaq futures contracts still down about 1 or 0.2%. So, Anna, it looks like, we've had some incredible gains. It would be pretty amazing if this continued, but the market doesn't really want to sell off.
Yeah, we were talking earlier on this week about whether this was a really unloved rally. Well, it does seem to limp on, even if it's in its unloved state. Let's look at the GMM function then, Matt, and look at what's been happening in Asia. The session has calmed a little, does seem to be limping a little compared to the earlier sessions of the week, but still making some modest gains to the upside. A mixed picture, though, coming through in Asia. But we do have some markets to the upside, the Australian market, the Philippine market, Thailand, so some of these names moving higher. Elsewhere, we have Hong Kong and China under a little bit of pressure. We do have a bit of a movement in the dollar, though. There's some the dollar recouping some of its losses. back from the highs of March, okay, of course, we've seen a big drop, and so now we see a little bit of a recoup of that. So we do have a bit of a signal of risk off in these markets. But yesterday we saw, once again, equities moving higher globally. The ADP, better news on jobs out of the US, that helped us to take a bit more of a risk-on stance, didn't it, and led banks in an upwards direction. But today looking a little bit more muted in terms of the global gains we're making. Matt?
All right, let's get to the first word news then right now. From the Bloomberg terminal, here are today's top stories for you. Former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis has strongly criticized the president's handling of unrest across the U.S. He says President Trump tries to divide the American people, accusing him of making a mockery of the Constitution. This comes amid uncertainty around the current Defense Secretary, Mark Esper's position. He publicly opposed the president's idea of deploying military in the U.S. to contain protests. Germany's ruling coalition has agreed on a 130 billion euro stimulus package. The wide-ranging plan is even bigger than had been anticipated. It includes a temporary reduction in the VAT tax, as well as money to rebuild or to build 5G networks to rebuild the country's railways as well. Tense negotiations finalized the package took 2 days.
Das heißt, wir konnten nicht nur einfach ein Konjunkturpaket.
We couldn't just set out a stimulus package that was done in the traditional sense. Rather, it had to be a package of measures that contained a view to the future, and this is precisely what we have emphasized. The package will amount to 130 billion euros for the year 2021, of which 120 billion will be spending by the government.
A reshuffle of the FTSE 100 and travels out. Airline EasyJet and airplane parts maker Meggitt have been demoted to the mid-cap FTSE 250. Promotions include a number of so-called stay-at-home stocks. Kingfisher, the owner of B&Q, will now be on the benchmark, as will cybersecurity firm Avast, boosted by more people working from home. The changes take effect on June the 22nd. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Matt, futures then, as we established at the top of the programme, looking a little bit more mixed this morning, even though there are some quite clear positive catalysts, I guess, for risk appetite versus what we saw earlier on this week. In Germany, 130 billion euros of stimulus package. That's larger than expected. We've had news of that overnight. Came quite late, of course. The ECB is widely expected to boost its pandemic bond buying programme today, and data showing a manageable contagion rate across Europe means that reopening is likely to continue. Keeping all our fingers crossed about that, of course. Let's discuss all of that now with Laura Cooper, our Markets Live macro strategist here in London. Picture, isn't it? Given all of these seeming positives around fiscal stimulus, around the stimulus expected, at least from the ECB, you might have expected the market to move higher, but I guess much of that was discounted already.
Well, absolutely. I think, the reason that we're seeing kind of futures on the back foot is it just comes off this exceptional period where we are seeing this buy everything rally occur in equities. And I think today there's a little bit, of some risk built in, potentially the fact that we could see the ECB potentially show some reluctancy in terms of actually expanding their bond purchasing program. So a lot of these efforts are focused on kind of these stimulus hopes. And if that begins to kind of unwind, then that could certainly kind of keep risk assets kind of in this more muted mode instead of kind of powering forward on these expectations of reopening success.
You wrote a piece on what happens when the stimulus ends. This can't go on forever. I think Germany's recent package is expected to be the last one, at least until the elections at the end of next year. What should we be looking forward to, Laura?
Well, I think that is the question. It really just how much can stimulus continue to keep investor appetite satiated? Because up to now, we've seen this exceptional policy coming in from the Fed, and that has really reduced these risks of bankruptcies. We've seen them kind of prop up the corporate bond market as well. And so it's a question of how much more can that actually continue if we begin to see more bankruptcies coming through there, or a second wave of infections, or even growing unrest in the U.S., the capacity of stimulus to actually mitigate that. And then I think when it comes to the ECB specifically, I mean, if we look at their current pace of purchases, that is expected to run out by September. So they're going to likely have to expand. But even at the current pace, they're purchasing about 1 billion assets of Italian assets each day. And that is clearly propping up the periphery bond market at this stage. So if we see any kind of reluctance or any kind of ease in terms of the sustainability of that going forward, we are going to see some pressure in those markets. And I think investors are just not yet attuned to the fact that this degree of stimulus is really unsustainable over the medium term once we get beyond kind of this initial shock of the health crisis.
And that brings into question what's pushing up various assets, Laura, including the oil price. I know that you've been thinking on the Markets Live blog overnight about how far the oil price rally can go. Brent prices have been above $40 a barrel for a while, haven't they? And indeed just dropping below that, so 39.31 right now. How far does this rally go? And is it all tied to expectations of OPEC, as is ever the case?
Well, I think it's a combination. Yes, we are seeing kind of these optimistic, potential headlines coming out of OPEC that they want to continue these cuts, and that certainly has bolstered crude oil back above those $40 levels. I think crucially going forward, it's going to be, more of a demand side as well, because we are seeing these economies reopen, and so that is pointing to positive signs going forward for a medium-term demand outlook. But ultimately, if we see any kind of stumbles in terms of that aspect of the supply-demand equation, then that certainly would likely keep current prices capped at levels and unlikely to kind of propel going forward back to those 50 levels or higher that we saw late last year.
All right, Laura, thanks very much for joining us. Laura Cooper there, Bloomberg MLive strategist, macro strategist out of London. You can join in the debate on today's question of the day for the MLive blog. How far will crude's rebound rally go? If you have some input to share with us, go ahead and reach out. Type IB plus TV go on the Bloomberg terminal or just email me and I will forward your answer on. Coming up, Merkel's stimulus plan, the German chancellor's spending package tops expectations by 30%. But the auto industry falls short of its goal. More on Germany next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm good, thank you. You?
I'm doing terribly well. I've been listening to a lot of the Doobie Brothers lately, which just improves your mood, you know?
Frederic, have you been listening to a lot of the Doobie Brothers?
No, I haven't, but it's now on my list.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are over 45 minutes away still from the open of cash trading after, the massive rally that we've had over the last few trading days, especially here in Germany. We're finally starting to see a little bit of a sell-off indicated in futures. Speaking of what's going on in Berlin, Chancellor Angela Merkel's coalition agreed to a sweeping 130 billion euro stimulus package designed to spur short-term consumer spending and get businesses investing again, alongside an immediate jolt by a temporary reduction in the value-added tax. Germany allocated money to build out its 5G data networks, improve railways, and double down on incentives for electric vehicles. In one of the most contentious issues in the talks, the auto industry fell short of its goal of getting direct government support for purchases of conventional cars. We're joined now by Frederic Carrier, Head of Investment Strategy at RBC Wealth Management. Frederic, good morning. Welcome to the program. What do you think of the German stimulus, the new German stimulus? They've already let 1.3 trillion euros flow out into the economy.
Good morning, Matt. Well, look, it is good news. I think a lot of investors have been eager to see more spending out of Europe and in particular out of Germany. So this package, which is, as I think you mentioned, more than a third larger than expected, is really good news. And so it's the second week that we have good news coming out of Europe. Last week we had the proposal from the EU Commission for a joint response to the crisis, which would have been which the proposal is for 6% of EU GDP to spend that money. It's a positive step towards fiscal consolidation. It's only a proposal. It's very likely it's going to be watered down eventually. However, there's positive news flow at the moment at a time where valuations are still very depressed. So we are cautiously optimistic that this might be a turning point for the region.
Cautiously optimistic. And Frederic, what do you think the ECB should do in response then? Because they've already done a lot and they haven't spent all of what they put aside by any stretch in terms of that PEP, the PEPP fund that they already have in place. So there's a lot of market expectation that they'll do more. Is there a real need to do more, do you think?
Well, if we look at the support that the ECB has given to the regional economy compared to what the US has done, that would suggest there's still room for maneuver. And certainly the officials who have been speaking over the last 10 days suggest that the ECB is ready to be more active and upsize its pandemic emergency purchase program. Having said all that, we don't have yet full clarity about this joint EU proposal that I mentioned. There are also reduced pressures clearly from financial markets. So it could be that an announcement is pushed back a little bit later into the summer. But for now, we do expect another 500 billion euros to be announced from the ECB. So for the ECB to upsize its purchase program.
Don't fight the Fed is an old market adage. Have you had investors who are simply following the money, as John Authers put it in his most recent column. I mean, from the start, of this crisis, we've been getting big stimulus injections all over the world, plus massive bond buying packages from central banks.
Yes, so we suggest investors should be invested, should participate in the rally, but we are mindful that a lot of good news seem to be already discounted, and while we see potentially more upside because investor positioning suggests not all are fully invested, we think it's more prudent to be slightly cautious and be modestly underweight equities. Remember, there's a lot of uncertainty still about the healthcare crisis, about the impact on the economy, and a risk which seems to be forgotten by markets at the moment is the China-US trade war. We have a president who is increasingly wounded, and while we don't think that the US and China would willingly do something which could hurt the nascent recovery, we are worried about miscalculations, about missteps. And clearly here in the UK, we have our very own Brexit situation, which is looming. So there are some concerns out there, not to mention the lack of visibility of earnings. And so we think it's prudent to keep a little bit of powder dry should we see a slight correction in markets.
Frederique, thank you very much. Frederique Carrier, Head of Investment Strategy at RBC Wealth Management. Stay with us. We want to pick up on those thoughts a little bit further. Talk about your strategy from here, because some people asking this morning if the party is over for global stocks. Equities strike a slightly less optimistic tone overnight than we've seen in recent sessions. So is all the good news priced in? We'll talk about that next. This is Bling Bang. Welcome back to the European market open. Still just under 40 minutes to go until the start of equities trade. It does look as if we'll be a little bit more sluggish at the start of the European session. Futures point downwards by around 0.3%. Now, Asian equities traded broadly higher today, but with less of the enthusiasm of previous days, perhaps. So is the optimism in risk assets for a quick economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic now priced in. Let's talk to our guest a little bit more about her strategy. Frédérique Carrier, Head of Investment Strategy at RBC Wealth Management. And Matt asked you in our last conversation, Frédérique, about following the central banks in what they're doing. We've seen this German stimulus overnight, and I wonder if your strategy involves following the visions of European governments at all, because within the strategy that we heard about from Germany is money for electric cars, for rail and for 5G, and they're keen to talk about this as a view of the future. Do you think your view on investable sectors sort of aligns with that?
I think, well, generally, yes, we're spending more and more time on sort of ESG factors. And if you look at the way the EU intends on financing its joint EU package, it would be by raising taxes or levies on single-use plastic and carbon emission and the like. So I think both strategies are quite aligned, yes.
What's going to be the overall effect of all this stimulus, though, Frédérique, on companies' earnings after this pandemic ends? Are we going to see a big bounce back, or is 2021 even going to be a difficult year for earnings?
So we think that in terms of the overall recovery, we think that despite all this stimulus, that the recovery is going to be a slow one and certainly an uneven one. And we don't think that economies will go back to pre-COVID crisis level until early in 2022. And the economies won't go back to full potential until the end of 2022. And so we think that overall the market is maybe a little bit overly optimistic about how quickly things will snap back into shape. If you think of the great financial crisis, it took 3.5 years for the economy to return to its pre-crisis level. It's a different crisis, of course. Back then, you had a lot of problems in capital markets, in the banking system that was not functioning properly. It's not the case now. So that is why we think the recovery will take less time than then. However, it will take more time, in our view, than what markets seem to be implying.
What's your favourite trade at the moment then, Frédérique, as we look ahead to the ECB, all the things we've talked about, the German stimulus coming, what we're going to hear from other central banks over the next week or so, what is your favourite trade?
So the best risk-adjusted returns, in our view, come from fixed income. Credit spreads have still potential to narrow. They have narrowed already, but they have more potential to narrow from here. And of course, it's an asset class which is supported by central bank purchases. And in particular, high yield in the US, high yield corporates are yielding 6.5% over treasuries. That's quite above the 10-year average of about 5%. There is a risk of default, but remember, there's a lot of fiscal and monetary support, as we've been discussing. And because capital markets are working well, there is a possibility of raising debt to shore up liquidity profiles. So having said all that, the number of companies which are trading at distressed levels, so at premiums of 10% over treasuries, the number of companies that are distressed has halved since March. So while the possibility of default is there, it does seem to be a lot less low enough for this asset class to be attractive to us.
Got it. Frédérique, thanks so much for joining us today. Appreciate your insight and strategy. Frédérique Carrier is Head of Investment Strategy at RBC Wealth Management. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. 30 minutes away from the start of cash equity trading. Take a look at futures here. You see that we do have some red arrows across the board, both in terms of European futures and U.S. futures this morning after what's been quite a rally this week. Let's take a look at some of the key events happening today. The ECB publishes its official projections for growth and inflation, along with its policy decision, later widely expected to boost emergency stimulus today. Bloomberg Live hosts Crude Awakening. That is going to be addressing the global energy crisis with oil industries leaders from 3 p.m. London time today. Also today, U.S. jobless claims for the month of May are due to be published. The downward trend is likely to continue with the number expected to fall below 2 million for U.S. jobless claims. And Hong Kong's annual vigil commemorating the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre. Of course, it was canceled IRL, but it's been moved online after police banned the gathering for the first time in 30 years. Participants are being encouraged to hold candles and observe a moment of silence. Anna?
Let's get back to the conversations around stimulus in the Eurozone. The ECB will decide today whether its massive monetary stimulus needs to be further boosted to help Europe out of its deepest recession in living memory. The central bank is widely expected to add another 500 billion euros in emergency funds, even though less than a third of the already allocated 750 billion euros has been spent so far. The central bank is widely expected to add that extra money. So let's talk to Jörg Rockel, who is president of the European School of Management and Technology in Berlin. Jörg, very good to speak to you. We want to get your thoughts on the overnight news around stimulus for the German economy on the fiscal side. But given that introduction around the ECB, let me ask you about that first. Is there real concern in Germany about the role that the Bundesbank can continue to play in stimulus? We heard from the Constitutional Court, of course, their ruling on a previous round of QE. It wasn't about the PEP pandemic scheme. But is there concern that the Bundesbank might not be able to participate in the future?
Yeah, this is a very important question, and it's also a serious threat that the Bundesbank might not be able to continue supporting these programs going forward. Obviously, the decision by the Constitutional Court only concerned the previous program, but there were very clear conditions in the judgment by the Constitutional Court, for example, that the purchases by the European Central Bank or the banks in the European Central Bank system shall not exceed 33% of the issuance volume of one specific bond, that each national central bank shall only buy as much as what its capital key is in the equity capital of the European Central Bank. So therefore this needs to be watched very carefully, and thus also the decision by the German Constitutional Court needs to be taken very seriously.
Are they going to wade into the PEP program? Do you expect that to be next?
So it is very likely, in my view, that those who actually filed the lawsuit against the previous program will use the current program immediately to figure out whether they can go back again to the Constitutional Court. Then obviously this may take some time, but it has to be watched very carefully, in particular when the conditions under which the current program are run might be different from the previous program.
Is this tying the hands of the ECB, though, at the time where they want to be flexible to respond to the requirements of the Eurozone economy? Is their toolbox looking emptier as a result of the German ruling?
Yeah, definitely the ECB has to take these concerns from the German Constitutional Court seriously. I think it would be dangerous if one simply ignored those measures. At the same time, one has to say that the ECB is really you could say the only game in town, or seen as the only lender of last resort, given that the political measures were not sufficient to deal with the shortcomings of the not fully integrated monetary union yet. So therefore, also on the political side, many more significant steps are needed to complete the monetary union and to also augment it by an economic union, and thus also to take a little bit the ECB out of the fire.
You know, the ECB, Jörg, and Brussels had for years been asking Berlin to spend more money. Even spending domestically, I heard from a lot of politicians in Brussels, would be great for the entire European economy. Now they're doing it and getting a little bit of pushback. What do you think about the stimulus?
Yeah, this is indeed a little bit an ironic situation. That exactly for many years, Germany has been pushed to spend more to provide really stimulus packages of a massive scale. And the very point of time Germany starts doing that, a little bit of criticism starts coming in, probably referring in particular to the question of whether Germany can increase its competitive advantage over other countries. Nonetheless, it's very important that a stimulus package has been brought on the way, not only in Germany but also on the European level, simply because this is a very unusual situation, a situation in which also the economic crisis is worse in comparison to any of the other post-war years in Germany, and it simply is the situation in which the government has to do the steps to support the private economy.
So the measures that are being talked about or that have been approved in the German stimulus package, then, Jörg, are they the right ones to get the euros to the places that matter quickly enough to stimulate the German economy? Talking about the car sector, other parts of the infrastructure story as well.
Yeah, so this package obviously is a compromise between the ruling parties. You can say that basically every party wanted to get its own pet projects into it. So, for example, the Social Democrats wanted to get subsidies for families, for their children, while the Christian Democrats wanted to get more investment money. So therefore, you could say it is not really a very targeted, a very focused program, but rather it goes into almost each area you can think of. And by that way, it tries to address as many economic agents as possible. So this means including companies, including consumers. And now the hope is, and that I think is maybe even more important than the money itself, to send a very strong signal of encouragement. You could even say a psychological statement that comes with such a significant amount of money.
All right, Jörg, thanks so much for joining us. Great to get your thoughts on these big, important, especially the case, but also the events that we're seeing here during these unprecedented times. Jörg Ruckel is the president of the European School of Management and Technology. Thanks so much for joining us. Now, I want to quickly bring you some breaking corporate news. LVMH, Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy, says it is not considering buying Tiffany shares on the market. We had a report yesterday in Women's Wear Daily, or we talked about a report in Women's Wear Daily that said they might be considering pulling out of this. The board of directors of LVMH met on June 2nd and, quote, notably focused its attention on the development of the pandemic and its potential impact on the results and perspectives of Tiffany. So it does look like, according to a statement from the company, LVMH is not considering buying Tiffany shares on the open market. Coming up, British banks defy the UK government and back China's Hong Kong security law. We'll discuss HSBC and Standard Chartered's moves and statements next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open right now. We are just under 20 minutes away from the start of cash trading, and we do see futures indicating a sell-off, a little bit of profit-taking there, considering the rally that we've had at the Open. Let's get to your first word news here. Police have upgraded the murder charge against the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. The Attorney General is also charging 3 additional police officers for aiding and abetting. It comes as protests continue across the country, with President Donald Trump calling on New York to crack down on unrest. Later today, the European Central Bank will decide if its massive monetary stimulus is enough. Policymakers are trying to help the region out of its deepest recession in living memory, and most economists expect an increase of 500 billion euros to the PEP, or Pandemic Emergency Purchase Program. And a reshuffle of the FTSE 100 is due. Travel is out. Airline EasyJet and airplane parts maker Meggitt have been demoted to the mid-cap FTSE 250 index. Promotions include a number of so-called stay-at-home stocks, including Kingfisher, the owner of B&Q, now be on the benchmark, as will cybersecurity firm Avast, boosted by more people working from home. The changes take effect on June 22nd. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Matt, let's talk about some other businesses with a London listing then. HSBC and Standard Chartered, 2 British institutions that dominate Hong Kong's banking system, have backed Beijing in the standoff over a proposed new security law. The bank's statements came on the eve of the anniversary of China's 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown, and with the US gripped by violent protests. The timing highlights the growing tensions amid the coronavirus pandemic. For more, Bloomberg's Selina Wang joins us now from Beijing. And Selina, what is then the significance of these announcements from HSBC and Standard Chartered backing the new national security law? Really interesting that they both emerge around the same time, around such a symbolic anniversary. But give us the latest.
Well, I first want to point out, Anna, that these aren't the first major companies to back Beijing and Hong Kong. In recent weeks, you've seen many major local businesses, including Taixing, the parent company of Cathay Pacific, and the city's largest developer, all voicing support for the national security law. That's despite polls showing broad public opposition in Hong Kong. That being said, HSBC and Standard Chartered are in this very unique and delicate position. Most of their earnings are generated in Asia, but their headquarters are in London, where the British government has expressed very strong opposition to the national security law and has offered refuge to as many as 3 million Hong Kong residents. Now, when it comes to HSBC, Greater China accounts for 40% of revenue. Hong Kong's also incredibly important. And it's clear that the new CEO, Noah Quinn, doesn't want to get on the wrong side of the government. When it comes to Standard Chartered, they're less exposed to Hong Kong compared to HSBC, but Hong Kong is still Standard Chartered's biggest market. Of the $2.3 billion in underlying pre-tax profits made by the bank in Greater China and North Asia last year, 61% of that came from Hong Kong. But we have already heard some harsh reaction from British lawmakers, including Alistair Carmichael, chairman of the UK Parliamentary Group on Hong Kong. He said that, quote, "It's a colossal misjudgment because you cannot, as a British company the size of HSBC, be seen to be advocating for the fair and flagrant breach of international law in a rules-based system."
All right, Selina, thanks very much for joining us. Selina Wang there talking about the, to some, I think, surprising headlines that HSBC and Standard Chartered are backing Beijing over Hong Kong right now. Selina Wang reporting from the Chinese capital. Coming up, Merkel's stimulus plan, the German chancellor's spending package tops expectations by 30%, but the auto industry falls short of its goal. More on Germany next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. 13 minutes ago until the start of the equity trading session for this Thursday morning in Europe, and looks as if equity markets will slip a little. And in fact, those futures worsening in the last half hour or so, now down 0.6% on the Stoxx 600 futures. Oil also slipping from a 3-month high. That's as OPEC Plus unity it seems threatened by a long-running feud over complying with production cutbacks. Bloomberg spoke to the oil minister of another crude producer, Norway, who said they're also making substantial cuts.
We are making a substantial cut now. When we come to December at the end of this year, we will be producing 300,000 barrels less per day than what was initially planned. So at the moment, I feel this is a good contribution. I think we're seeing already clear signs in the market that it's moving towards stabilization a little bit quicker than the worst fears. So we will end regulation by the end of the year, but at this time, this is the cuts that we are ready to go through with.
So at the moment, there's no talk of extending into 2021?
No, we're not discussing that politically or in the department ministries at this time. Right now, the situation is that we will see these cuts through to the end of the year, but then again, we can end the regulation quicker if we see that's possible. But on the onset, the plan is to keep these production cuts in place until the end of the year.
You said you see some signs of stabilization, and we are seeing that with the price of oil as well. But we still have more than 1 billion barrels in terms of inventories. How long do you think we will see like proper supply and demand stabilization in the market?
Well, I think it's difficult to say, and I'm sure there are oil and gas market analysts that can probably answer that question a lot better than me. But I think it's a good sign that we're now seeing the oil price going a little bit up. I think some of the worst fears that we had just a month ago about seeing storage globally go to max capacity is maybe something we're not as worried about right now. But like you point out, there is still a huge surplus. The demand is not back to where it was before. But I think as more countries eventually start opening a little bit more up, and we're seeing some of the pandemic receding in some countries across the world, the hope is, of course, that people will start flying again, driving their cars. The economy will bounce back, even though we know it's going to take a while. And this will, of course, also affect the demand side in the oil market picture.
I know Oslo is starting to open up, or Norway in general. Are you seeing more demand pickup within Norway?
Well, we are seeing like one really example that you can see just by moving around is that people are starting to fly again. I think a lot of things have changed because of this pandemic. I think just having digital meetings on webcams, etc., is something that we're probably going to keep doing more, even though things come back to normal. So I think it's too early to say now exactly how this will play out, but we are seeing more people starting to move around, but we still have a really high focus on keeping the virus at bay. So we still have many measures in place to ensure that we have good hygiene, that we don't sit too close together, to make sure it doesn't shoot back up, because it is, of course, a major health issue that we take very seriously.
During the previous downturn in 2014, OPEC had invited Norway to come to the meeting. Have they done that this time around? Is this something that you'd be interested in doing?
Well, we were invited as an observer on the meeting that they had before they came to the conclusion of cutting production. We're not part of this cooperation. We're not a part of OPEC. I did not myself attend, but we were represented on our officials here in the ministry. So, we're not part of that group. Any production cuts that we make will be based on independent decisions, based on what is good for our economy and our resource management.
Have they invited you, I'm curious, to the June meeting?
Not that I know, no.
All right, that was Norwegian Oil Minister Tina Bru speaking with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. A little bit later, we're going to be showing more of that interview alongside conversations with other major players in the oil world. Catch our Bloomberg Live event, Powering Forward Crude Awakening, at 3 p.m. UK time on Live Go. Just type LIVE Go on your Bloomberg terminal, or go to Bloomberg.com. You can also see it on LinkedIn, Facebook Live, and Twitter. Now, Chancellor Angela Merkel's coalition agreed on a sweeping 130 billion euro stimulus package designed to spur short-term consumer spending and get businesses investing again. The wide-ranging plan exceeded the top end of expectations by 30%. Joining us now is Raymond Kullert, our German government editor here in Berlin. So, Ray, who are the winners here and who are the losers?
Well, Matt, actually, they're only winners, aren't they? Because nobody's getting any money taken away from them, nor are conditions worsening for anybody. They're handouts. Now, there are people whose expectations may not be met, and clearly that would include the auto industry, which had been hoping for some kind of a cash bonus for purchasing cars. That hasn't happened, and that's a bit of a revolution in Germany, where, of course, auto is king, and that was also the case back in 2008, 2009, the financial crisis. The car industry got a big bonus. That didn't happen this time around. So they are on the loser list. Municipalities are getting less than they expected. And I can imagine one or the other environmentalists complaining about not going far enough on green stimulus. It includes, for example, new planes for airlines. That one will be debatable.
Right. So, Ray, good morning. So all of this money, handouts at the moment, but maybe someone will have to pay for it in the future. I say maybe. Who is going to have to pay for this in the future then?
Well, you can very well imagine that answer. As always, it's the taxpayer. It's not quite clear yet. Late last night, Finance Minister Olaf Scholz said that not all of this new money will be financed by debt. Remember, back in March, they'd already said that the debt ceiling could rise by as much as 156 billion euros. Part of that, there's still money left over from that. Part of that will finance the new package. So it's not quite clear yet. That's what we're going to be looking out for today, is where exactly the cash is coming from to finance all this. But in some, it's bigger, it's broader, and it's surprising what we saw last night.
All right, Ray, thanks very much. I know you guys were up very late reporting and editing this story. I was following your coverage minute by minute. Fantastic job there. Raymond Kullert, our German government editor here in Berlin. Coming up, it's the market open. Futures are pointing slightly lower, but keep in mind we've had pretty amazing rallies, especially here in Germany over the last few trading sessions. The open is next with some profit taking expected. This is Bloomberg.
minute to go until the start of Thursday's cash equity trading day in Europe. Let's get to your headlines. Germany goes big on stimulus. Angela Merkel's coalition hammers out a 130 billion euro booster shot for the economy, including a VAT cut, infrastructure investments, and rebates for electric cars. Only one option for the ECB. The central bank is seen boosting its emergency bond buying program by 500 billion euros. Some investors say anything less would cause a shock similar to March's sell-off in peripheral debt. And falling in line, HSBC and Standard Chartered back Beijing when it comes to the proposed security law in Hong Kong, the latter saying it will maintain stability in the region. Matt, futures for Europe point lower.
Yeah, we're seeing futures lower. Looks like we could see a little bit of profit taking today after, we've had the DAX at one point up 434 points over the last few trading sessions. It's risen every single one this week, so it looks like it could sell off today. The FTSE will open down as well. Take a look at the global macro movers page on the far left-hand column under equity indexes, which is currently all black. You're about to see the FTSE, I think you're about to see the FTSE bounce open there, and it should have a red arrow as well. There may be something wrong with my GMM page. Let's come back to that because I'm pretty sure that we're starting to see equity indexes open up already. And indeed, the FTSE is lower by about 0.4%. I'll look on my WEI screen here on the Bloomberg. The CAC 40 down about 0.6% right now, and the IBEX 35 down about 0.8%. Of course, it takes the DAX a little bit longer to open up, but maybe because of the bigger gains that we've been seeing on the DAX, we'll see a bigger loss. Yesterday, the DAX closed up 466 points. That was a 3.9% gain. So now, as investors take profits, European markets opening lower. The rally had propelled, by the way, the Euro Stoxx 600 index up 5% this week as well. That's despite the big positive catalyst of German stimulus, which the drops are despite the catalyst. We're going kind of back and forth between up and down and up and down. But the up arrow story, 130 billion euros added to the economy here in Berlin, 30% larger than had been anticipated. Joining us now is Pooja Kumra, Toronto Dominion Bank Senior European Rates Strategist. Pooja, what do you think of this continued stimulus, especially for the German economy?
Good morning. Yes, so this stimulus comes after what we had seen as the 750 billion package that was announced in March. And if you think about in terms of GDP, I think Germany is have spent around 8 to 9% in terms of the actual fiscal package, which is pretty sizable. But I think the recent package, which is for 130 billion, it's not sure whether it will be entirely new money or it will be partly from reorganizing whatever they already had. But I think we can surely assume that at least 50% will be new money, and German government has basically used their low rate environment to actually fund that. So we would actually expect more issuance coming from Germany, and that is pretty much likely in their quarterly update.
Yeah, we've heard from Olaf Scholz. Good morning to you, Pooja. He says that the sales tax cut will be a good impulse for the economy. Does this package tick all the right boxes for the types of measures that should be being introduced right now for consumers to get them spending?
Yes, indeed, they are trying to address every single measure, but it's something that we need to see that Germany has just started to reopen. Markets are still realizing the scope of reopening and how it will impact the economy. So I think even in terms for regulators, it's hard to at this stage see that what is the best measures. I think one thing that they really need to concentrate on is on the unemployment as well. But if we do see the European Commission package actually being ratified by the parliament, I think that would be a big game changer for European countries across board, because that will be a good package in addition to the easing that we are seeing on a country basis.
You know, thus far, the recovery in the Stoxx 600, Pooja, compared to the recovery in the S&P 500 has been fairly anemic. Of course, the U.S. acted quickly with big numbers, but we're getting some pretty big numbers here as well. I mean, Germany has now allowed 1.3 trillion euros, more than $1.5 trillion to flow into the economy, and it's obviously a much smaller country. Why are European stocks continuing to lag?
I think that is something that is basically across board. I think we have seen this move since the beginning of the week. The markets are more, I think it's more of a positioning-led move, either before ECB, where markets are actually thinking that there might be not another package from euro area. I think markets are just trying to be a little more careful. And I would less read into the German fiscal impact and today's markets move.
We've seen a bit of data coming through on the Eurozone economy in recent days that does seem to suggest some improvement, some recovery taking place. How meaningful is the data that you're watching at the moment, Pooja? What do you think is the most important impulse to be looking at?
All right, so in terms of data, definitely it's the reopening as well as how it progresses. So just to give you an idea, ECB is basically from their medium to severe scenario of contraction basically suggests that euro area GDP could contract between 8 to 10%, so which is pretty solid. I think in terms of data, I think markets have also realized that recovery will not be just suddenly, but yes, it will be slow. And rates have not been reacting much to data as such. They are more reactive to monetary policy as well as supply side. So I think as we start reopening more, there'll be more focus on data, which has been lacking right now. But the key indicators definitely will be PMI, will be growth, definitely inflation. I think inflation with low oil markets have given up on inflation actually reaching anywhere close to ECB's mandate in near term. So those are key, but I think in the next few months, it's all about the stimulus package. I think that kind of will actually give the kind of confidence that markets want and the stability that we want to see.
Okay, Pooja, thank you very much. We'll pick up on that conversation next, actually, in terms of the ECB. Pooja Kumra, Toronto Dominion Bank Senior European Rate Strategist, will get to her perspective on what we can expect from the ECB, and do we see some big expectations out there? Show me the money, perhaps, is apt. The ECB's told to be bold with more cash for recovery as countries slowly start to open their economies after the coronavirus pandemic. There is market expectation. What will we hear from the European Central Bank? This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We're looking at some losses here with the DAX down 92 points, the FTSE off 25 as investors take some profits after the rally that we've seen over the last few trading sessions. To get the Bloomberg Business Flash right now, these are today's top corporate stories from the Bloomberg terminal. You have a reshuffle to kick it off of the FTSE 100. Travel is out. Airline EasyJet and airplane parts maker Meggitt have been demoted to the mid-cap FTSE 250. Some of the companies that have been boosted are stay-at-home stocks. Kingfisher is one. The owner of B&Q is now going to be on the FTSE 100, as will cybersecurity firm Avast, boosted by more people working from home. Those changes all take place on June 22nd, so mark your calendar for the move. Standard Chartered has joined HSBC in endorsing China's controversial Hong Kong security law. Stanchart says it will help maintain economic stability and social stability in the financial hub. The move comes despite critics saying the legislation will diminish freedom and violate the one country, two systems principle. Rolls-Royce expects to cut 3,000 jobs in the UK this year. It's the first wave of the reductions to survive a downturn in the aviation industry. The London-based jet engine maker ultimately plans to trim 8,000 roles from that division. Rolls-Royce is offering voluntary redundancy to all its aviation workforce and part of its back office staff as well. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna, save me.
Yeah, the back office stuff. Let's talk about what's going on at the ECB then, Matt. The ECB will decide today whether its massive monetary stimulus needs to be further boosted to help Europe out of its deepest recession in living memory. The central bank is widely expected to add another 500 billion euros in emergency funds, even though less than a third of the already allocated 750 billion euros has been spent so far. Let's get the thoughts of Pooja Kumra, Toronto Dominion Bank senior European rate strategist. She's still with us. And Pooja, having read that and having looked at this a little earlier, I was thinking to myself, so why does the ECB really need to act now if they still have all of this PEP left? This is the pandemic-related fund that they put aside before, the 750 billion. Two-thirds of it is still left to be spent, and it's that and other measures have been effective in bringing down peripheral bond yields. So why is there urgency right now? And I wonder if it is to do with the inflation picture in the Eurozone. What's the urgency for you?
Yes, so yes, as you said, I mean, the PEP already has a lot of room. I mean, so far we have just used around 250 billion of the entire 750 billion package. But I think we need to see that in March and April, they were actually reacting to more of the sudden shock to the market, the kind of volatility that we saw in peripheral spreads as well as the June meeting. They will have the updated growth and inflation forecast. Now, I know for any central banker right now, it's very hard to predict where growth will be this year or next year. But we did see some papers being released by ECB in May, and that did suggest that the contraction could be as high as minus 12%. And that's a pretty big number that we've never seen before. And also given the fact that ECB has to maintain its inflation mandate. And I think in order to get there, they need to give more confidence to the market that they are ready to use all their tools. But again, we know it's coming, but it's basically whether they use this meeting or should they wait for another meeting. I think the only reasons why they could think about meeting for another meeting is, number one, we've seen some positivity with respect to the Euro Commission proposal, which basically has given some more hope to the markets. Secondly, also we do have the TLTRO funds coming in on June 18th. So they might like to see what's happening with that package before actually using the tools again. But I think the key, yes.
Pooja, can I just quickly ask?
Sorry.
You know, the ECB's one of their biggest tools has been the Bundesbank, and in terms of quantitative easing, they can't find that hammer right now. If there's a problem, or do you foresee a problem with the Bundesbank taking part in PEP as well?
Yes, so that will be one of the key questions also that ECB will have to face during the press conference. So I think with respect to the Bundesbank's court ruling. First of all, it is basically on PSPP and not PEP. But I think after this ruling, we know that PEP will also be questioned at some point by the Bundesbank. Secondly, we also need to note that we did get a statement from ECB just after the ruling that they are doing everything within their mandate, and which is pretty much true because European Court of Justice did in December 2018 did tell us that ECB has been right in its ways and means to actually prevent any fragmentation and spreads. And it's all these limits, the proportionality, the 33% limits, they are all self-imposed by ECB, and that is something that has also been told by us by Draghi. So I think what we would see in the coming months is, and which we're already seeing in the May data, is that there are less capital deviations in the way the ECB is making their purchases. So in March, we did see a lot of Italy buying versus Germany, but that is less visible when we saw the May data. And I think that would be something that ECB will try to do right now, at least for the APP program, not really deviate with respect to the capital keys. And thus, maybe they are able to get a proper dialogue with the German court.
All right, Pooja, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate your input on such an important day, especially for the ECB. We'll all be watching very closely today. Pooja Kumra, Toronto Dominion Bank Senior European Rate Strategist there. She's going to be continuing the conversation with me on Bloomberg Radio at 9 a.m. UK time, 10 a.m. here in Germany. So if you want to hear more from Pooja, and we'll focus in as we get closer and closer to the ECB decision on what to expect out of Frankfurt today. Tune in London, in the city of London. You can tune in on DAB Digital. Anywhere else in the world, go to the internet. You can figure it out. Bloomberg Radio is not hard to find. Up next, meet the Corona economy. Travel is out and stay at home is in. The FTSE 100 reshuffle. We'll look at the levers and joiners. Next, this is Bloomberg.
we already were at record levels of debt on a number of measures from corporations when we got into January of this year. And one of my concerns was that when we have an economic downturn, this highly levered economy of ours was going to lead to more severe pressures on the economy than we would normally have. But now, the Federal Reserve has basically eliminated the downside in corporate debt. They've sent the world a buy signal, and as we're now putting on record amounts of corporate debt, the leverage situation is even getting more exacerbated. So I think ultimately the Fed is going to find itself in a position where when it tries to phase out these programs of support for corporate debt, it will be a lot like what happened back in 2013 when Ben Bernanke first talked about ending quantitative easing. There was a tantrum. And so it's quite likely that the Fed will face that day of reckoning when it tries to slow down asset purchases of corporate debt. And the market will then challenge the Fed to find out where the put is. And I think this is now a permanent feature of the market.
So Bill Dudley has told Bloomberg that he believes that they're flirting with moral hazard here. What does that mean in terms of how companies may look coming out of this crisis? Help us understand what is at stake here. Sure.
Well, first off, I would quote Milton Friedman, who once said that nothing is so permanent as a temporary government program. Corporate America is going to become addicted to the Fed providing support. What I think it means, Sonali, is that corporations will take greater risk, that if you don't have a highly levered balance sheet relative to your competitors, your equity returns will be punished during business expansions. And so pressures will be on CEOs to continue to increase the amount of leverage, especially when the Fed has got a policy of maintaining low rates for an extended period of time. So I think that ultimately, is there a day of reckoning? I think that the Federal Reserve will be faced with the challenge of whether they allow a day of reckoning or whether they basically decide that they just have to continue to provide liquidity to the system until inflation rates pick up to levels that probably would be viewed as unacceptable by most participants of the Fed today.
Scott, we've seen record amounts of borrowing from corporations, but at the same time, if you look at downgrades, it's happening at a faster pace than we've seen in at least a decade. How do we pair off that thinking?
Well, it's really interesting, Sonali, because this, again, was something we had expected. We expected to see downgrades among high yield or triple B issuers into the high yield category of about $1 trillion in a slowdown. I think that we're on pace to do that. But there's also another question, which I brought up today at the S&P conference, which is that the rating of a bond reflects the probability of default. And so when you have a government program that provides liquidity, you've taken away one of the major causes or sources of default, which is the inability to roll your debt maturities over. And so, you have to think that at some point, the rating agencies are going to start factoring in the implicit support of the Federal Reserve, and it's going to actually, in the longer run, reduce downgrades.
That was the Guggenheim CIO, Scott Minerd, speaking to our colleagues. Now, the latest FTSE 100 shakeup is showing the impact of the lockdown. Airline EasyJet and cruise ship operator Carnival are among 4 stocks leaving the stock benchmark. They'll be replaced by the likes of B&Q owner Kingfisher, so that's a home improvement business, and household repair group HomeServe. Joining us now is Joe Easton. Some of those main changes then on the FTSE 100, Joe, really a sign of the times, reflecting how we are not able to travel and have much fun anymore, but we can certainly stay home and do our power houses.
That's right. Good morning. So, yeah, as you mentioned, they are a lot of them related to the COVID-19 impact. Clearly, those ones you mentioned with EasyJet, we know they're cutting around 30% of their workforce. They've had huge declines in passenger numbers, obviously, and Carnival dropping out as well. It's probably one of the companies that potentially faces one of the longest recoveries, simply because it's very difficult to enforce social distancing in a cruise ship kind of environment. So analysts all across the board are very, very cautious on those stocks. And then the other one dropping out is Meggitt, which is a plane parts maker. So as you mentioned, they are really all quite travel related in terms of coming out. And then coming in, you mentioned they're Kingfisher, so everyone has more time at home, looking for things to do, so doing more DIY. And then the other one that's coming in is also HomeServe, which I should mention, which is essentially a company that provides emergency call-outs to homes. So it's a similar sort of thing, more time spent at home. And then finally, the other one to look at is British Gas, which isn't so much a lockdown story. It's Centrica, the British Gas parent, dropping out after 33 years. That's really more of a competition story. So they face greater competition from smaller rivals for around 15 years. So that's the only one out of 8 changes in total we've had that's really not related to COVID-19. The other ones, as you mentioned, related to lockdowns.
All right. Thanks very much, Joe. We're going to see these changes, I guess, on June 22nd finalized. So definitely investors should be watching their screens for moves in those stocks, as a lot of funds track and a lot of ETFs, of course, these indexes, and will be forced to buy or sell depending on the changes. Joe Easton there from our stocks team. Up next, the UK is on collision course with China, from Hong Kong to Huawei. Up next, we discuss the Sino-British relations with Yu Ji. She is a China specialist at the international relations think tank Chatham House. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. That open has been taking place for the last half hour, and this is what we've got for you across the European equity space. So European equity markets are under pressure. We're down by 0.4%. The FTSE 100 down 0.3%. The DAX down 0.5%, as is the CAC 40. Some of the bigger losses, though, coming at the Eurozone periphery. So the IBEX and the FTSE Mid both down around 1%. In terms of the sector picture that we've got for you then today, we've spent the last couple of days talking about all sectors in positive territory. Today, things not all red, but certainly a bias to the downside. Autos and parts, they've rallied a lot earlier on this week, and now they find themselves at the downside. Matt was talking about the Aston Martin story just in the break there, and that's certainly having an impact on that particular share price. The bank stocks and insurers also to the downside. We do have that sort of recourse to the defensives taking place today, and so healthcare, food and beverage, telecoms, those sectors going higher. Matt?
All right, let's get the Bloomberg First Word News. These are today's top stories from the terminal. Prosecutors have upgraded the murder charge against the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. The Attorney General is also charging 3 additional police officers for aiding and abetting. It comes as the protests continue across the country, with President Donald Trump calling on New York to crack down on the unrest. Germany's ruling coalition has agreed on a 130 billion euro stimulus package. The wide-ranging plan is even bigger than had been anticipated. It includes a temporary reduction in the value-added tax, as well as money to build 5G networks and improve the railway system. Tense negotiations to finalize the package took 2 days.
Das heißt, wir konnten nicht nur einfach ein Konjunkturpaket.
We couldn't just set out a stimulus package that was done in the traditional sense. Rather, it had to be a package of measures that contained a view to the future, and this is precisely what we have emphasized. The package will amount to 130 billion euros for the year 2021, of which 120 billion will be spending by the government.
Italy's pandemic loan program is under fire. So far, it's delivered just 0.1% of the 400 billion euros it promised to businesses. The delays are partly down to some banks dragging things out because of strict regulations. Government squabbling and bureaucracy obviously don't help the situation. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Let's talk about Anglo-Sino relations, shall we now? The UK and China, relations between the two on a collision course, we understand. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has criticised China's planned security law in the former British territory of Hong Kong. And on Huawei, the UK is looking at replacements to exclude the Chinese telecommunications giant from its 5G networks. But 2 British banks have come out in support of Beijing. HSBC and Standard Chartered have backed China in the standoff over a proposed new security law. Of course, they have big exposure and presence in China. The bank statements came on the eve of the anniversary of China's 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown. Prominent Hong Kong activist Joshua Wong called on the business community for support.
It also implies how Hong Kong business company and the economic freedom is being threatened by Beijing. So I think now is the critical point to not only seeking for the support of the general public, business, and also important to have businessmen to support us.
Joining us now is Dr. Yu Jie, Senior Research Fellow on China at Chatham House. Dr. Yu, really good to speak to you. So we start this conversation talking about the relationship between China and the UK, but of course we can broaden it to tensions between China and the US, because there's plenty to talk about on that front as well. But on the specifics around the Anglo-Chinese fallout, what do you expect to come of Britain's stance around Hong Kong? What difference will it make, this British intervention around UK passports, for example?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So far, what we have experienced is there's quite a lot of war between two countries, and especially, op-ed written by Prime Minister, and then this foreign affairs spokesperson from China saying, do not interfere domestic affairs. So, so far, I did not really see any actual move from either government. And what would happen? I think what we have to take a wait-and-see mode to see exactly how Beijing is going to proceed with this national security law, does that really mean really the end of the rule of law in Hong Kong? We are not sure yet. I think perhaps it's too early to draw the conclusion to see the two countries will be on coalition mode.
How much do you expect this national security law, Dr. Yu, to limit the freedoms of people in Hong Kong? For example, would people in Hong Kong still be able to protest against other things happening on the mainland or even in their home territory? Would they be able to commemorate still Tiananmen Square?
I mean, I'm not a legal expert as such. I mean, from what I know, really the core economy of Hong Kong come in three strands, and those strands are trade, services, and tourism. So given what's going on in the last summer with all the thousands of protesters roaming around the street, and clearly tourism has just gone down completely. And then if we're talking about trade and services, I mean, without really a stable environment, you can't really just carry on trade and services. So this will bring a very major economic damage for the Hong Kong economy as well. And I think that's perhaps part of the reason why Beijing has decided to introduce this national security law.
How unexpected is Beijing's stance here, Dr. Yu? Because at the time of the handover, there was an agreement, of course, around two systems, one country for 50 years. Was there always an expectation that Beijing would act this way towards Hong Kong, but just not yet? Has this move just come too soon for the West? Was it always inevitable?
Well, I think it's really down to what had happened in the last summer, and also things happened back to 17 years ago when Hong Kong was trying to introduce this national security law, Article 23, and then for some reason, because the Hong Kong legislature did not enact the entire act completely, and therefore I think considering what had happened in the last summer, and Beijing has decided to take initiative itself. So ultimately, Beijing perhaps will do it, but not in such a quick stage. But I think we have to put into context on what happened in the last summer.
How important, Dr. Yu, is Hong Kong's status as a financial hub, the economic output it generates as a financial hub? How important is that to Beijing? I mean, would they be willing to reduce the financial product of Hong Kong in order to take control?
I think still at the moment, I think Hong Kong as an international financial center for China is important, although not as important as back to 20 years ago since China joined WTO. And part of the reason is because Beijing now has Shanghai and also Shenzhen. But if we're putting in a bigger context of the U.S.-China relations, if the Chinese companies gradually retrench from the United States, and perhaps Hong Kong has become the solo financial platform for the Chinese companies to put on their IPO, if they want to present it as being an international company.
Do you think, Dr. Yu, in terms of China's end goal here, is reconciliation with the West, with the United States, with the UK, still very much in China's interests and what they want to pursue, or not?
I think the reconciliation, it is in China's interest, but only with a condition. With the condition that China, in this post-COVID-19 world, China has now become more self-reliant. I mean, if we're judging by the policy result from the National People's Congress last week, I mean, there's a clear signal that China is much more interested in its own domestic affairs, firstly. And secondly, if China can do business with the rest of the world, it's fine. But if China cannot do the business with the rest of the world, especially in terms of the ideology, if it's not compatible, I think China just has decided to charter its own way.
All right. Ji, thanks so much for joining us. Dr. Yu Ji there, Senior Research Fellow on China at Chatham House, joining us to talk about this important relationship. Up next, the U.S. Defense Secretary opposes the use of active duty forces to confront protesters as his predecessor issues a scathing attack on the president. We'll get the latest from New York. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Open. We are 43 minutes into the trading session right now. We're looking at a little bit of a sell-off here after at least 3 days of rallies. The DAX currently down 72 points, the FTSE off almost 20. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. These are today's top corporate stories from the Bloomberg terminal. We're going to see a reshuffle of the FTSE 100, as we've been saying. Airline EasyJet and airplane parts maker Meggitt have been lowered to the mid-cap FTSE 250. Increases in Kingfisher, the owner of B&Q, as well as Avast to the FTSE 100 will take effect June 22nd. South Korean prosecutors are seeking an arrest warrant, for Samsung's J.Y. Lee. That's according to Yonhap News. It reports the action is over allegations of unfair trade, price manipulation, and violating audit laws. The news agency previously reported the executive was under investigation over a controversial merger between two Samsung units. Rolls-Royce expects to cut 3,000 jobs in the UK this year. It's the first wave of reductions to survive the downturn in the aviation industry. The London-based jet engine maker ultimately plans to trim 8,000 roles from that division. Rolls-Royce is offering voluntary redundancy to all of its aviation workforce and to part of its back office staff. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Now let's get more on the U.S. protests. Former Secretary of Defense General Jim Mattis has ripped into President Trump over his aggressive rhetoric. He wrote, "Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who does not try to unite the American people, does not even pretend to try. Instead, he tries to divide us." End quote. As protests continue for a 9th night, Minneapolis has upgraded charges against former police officer Derek Chauvin to second-degree murder. President Trump, meanwhile, says he doesn't think he will need to deploy U.S. troops, but he has the power to do so.
Is customary, and we have a very powerful National Guard, over 300,000 men and women, and we can do pretty much whatever we want as far as that. But as far as going beyond that, sure, if it was necessary.
The option to use active duty forces in a law enforcement role should only be used as a matter of last resort and only in the most urgent and dire of situations. We are not in one of those situations now. I do not support invoking the Insurrection Act.
I commend the Secretary of Defense, Esper, for taking the position that he took, because military leaders, almost in unison, do not believe that our military ought to be used to fight our own people. It ought to be used to fight foreign enemies.
Let's get now more on this from New York. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horden joins us. And Anne-Marie, a really stinging rebuke then from Trump's first defense secretary making this intervention.
Yeah, absolutely. He really ran after President Donald Trump in this statement, which was published in The Atlantic. Absolute condemnation against the President of the United States. And it's just extraordinary in the sense that the military is usually very apolitical. So that is why this is going to get a lot of attention, certainly from the Democrats. The question is whether or not how much mileage it will have. He hasn't been in the post for 18 months. But it does strike at the heart of what President Donald Trump has wanted to make about his administration, as well as what he's been talking about the past few days, which is a strong military and the praise of the military. And this was his first defense pick, Secretary General Jim Mattis. And he was revered and respected so much when he was in the cabinet. And I was speaking to John Harney earlier, and he said he can't imagine another time where we've had a sitting president be so castigated by a former member of his cabinet. And that is why this statement is really extraordinary right now in the United States and the entire political sphere.
How has the president responded to all of this, Anne-Marie?
Well, he went to Twitter, his favorite choice, really, when he wants to hit back. And he said that it was an honor of his to get rid of this first defense secretary, speaking about Mattis, and branded him the world's most overrated general. These are his words. His press secretary said that Mattis was doing this as a stunt to appease the D.C. elite. At the same time, though, that General Mattis's statement came out, Trump was renewing his threats to send in the military. You saw that clip there. He was sitting down with Sean Spicer, the former press secretary, who's now a bit of a conservative host at a media outlet. So he was renewing those threats. And then, of course, earlier in the day, we heard from the current Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, saying he does not support the Insurrection Act. He does not see the need to send active duty military into U.S. cities. I have to say, what's so interesting about this is that just a few hours ago, L.A. decided to, and they're saying they plan on cutting the budget of the police. This is something we heard protesters say they want to happen. We're seeing LA do it. Very different picture on what you hear coming out of state and local officials and then what you hear coming out of the presidency.
Anne-Marie, thanks very much. Yeah, a host of voices saying maybe the National Guard is more appropriate, if at all. Anne-Marie Hordern in New York, thank you very much for the update. Now, coming up, how far will crude's rebound rally go? We will put that question to the Markets Live team. Currency and rate strategist Ben Ram joins us next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. We are 51 minutes into a negative trading session for Europe. Off the lows, down by 0.4% on the stock 600, but certainly we've seen worse earlier on during the session. Let's tell you about a few of the stocks on the move today, and we'll start with the auto sector where Daimler is falling. There was plenty of help for electric vehicle sales in the German stimulus package, but perhaps not as much as the market had expected. The market had built up a lot of expectation in the days running up to the announcement last night. Aston Martin, that stock falling after 500 job cuts, a restructuring plan coming from the luxury car maker there. And away from cars and to drink, Rémy Cointreau reporting full year 2020 earnings. Those beat estimates, also raising its guidance for the first quarter, helped by the US and also by China. So that stock is actually bucking the negative trend and managing to move to the upside. Matt?
All right, so we see a little bit of profit taking today after the big gains that we've seen this week. Let's talk right now with Bloomberg MLive currency and rate strategist Ven Ram. Ven, it's been so risk on all week, and now it looks like we could see the end of this global rally that we've been watching. Is this just a pause, or do you think we're going to see this rally continue?
Morning, Matt. I think that there is a good sense why the rally should pause, because we have overshot fundamentals on everything, just about everything in stocks. And of course, we saw treasuries sell off big time overnight. But to me, the increase in treasury yields is the market's way of messaging that things are perhaps getting back to normal, even if not in the real economy, at least on Wall Street, it seems to be getting normal. But if you could think this is all an overreaction, you could say that, the sell-off in treasuries was overdone. But then if you look at the sharp plunge in 10-year yield from about 2% to about 0.65% in the space of just 2 months, this is not overreaction. So I think that markets are something that maybe, go on.
Yeah, no, interesting thoughts. And I wanted to move us on to the ECB, Ven, and what you expect to see there, because, of course, we're all looking for whether there's an expansion of the support program, the PEP program from the ECB. And I guess the market's focus with that in mind is going to be on Italian bond yields. If we don't get an increase in the plan today from the ECB, what will we see from Italian bond yields, do you think?
If we don't get an expansion immediately, I think that Italian bond yields may sell off a bit because peripheral bonds have been trading rich. This is particularly so of Italian bonds, and they are long overdue a correction. But the way the ECB minutes for the April meeting showed, they've pretty much all but promised that there will be an expansion. The question is not if, but when. Anna?
We saw a sell-off in treasuries overnight. Right now we're looking at 75 basis points as the yield. What do you think is going on with the U.S. 10-year?
I think the increase in U.S. 10-year yields is a welcome factor in my opinion, because to me the more the yields go higher, it kind of suggests that the markets are beginning to find their feet again. Because, as you know, all this tumult in the markets first started off with treasuries rallying big time before stocks got the message. So I think overall it's the direction in which treasuries should be going. Matt?
Ven, thanks very much. Thanks for your time. Good to speak to you. Ven Ram joining us there, Bloomberg's Markets Live currency and rates strategist. Good to get his perspective. European equity markets then are under pressure, down by 0.3%. But as I said a little earlier, off the lows. And when you look at US futures, though, we do expect to see a bit of weakness there. The Nasdaq futures flirting with the flat line, but elsewhere we are expecting to see a little bit of a retreat. The optimism of earlier on this week seems to be at least on pause. Maybe we get back to it, mindful of the words of Ven Ram there and what he was saying about risk assets and treasuries. That's it for the European market open. Stay with Bloomberg Television. Surveillance is up next. They'll be taking you through the run-up to, of course, the US market open. Plenty to discuss there. This is Bloomberg.
Another shot from the ECB. The central bank is seen boosting its emergency bond buying program by 500 billion euros. Some investors say anything less would cause a shock similar to March's sell-off. Esper breaks with Trump. The U.S. Defense Secretary opposes using active duty forces to confront protesters, as his predecessor also issues a scathing attack on the president. And falling in line, HSBC and Standard Chartered back Beijing when it comes to the proposed security law in Hong Kong, the latter saying it will maintain stability in the region. Good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. The market is actually pausing a little bit. If you look at the global stock rally that we saw over the last couple of days, being powered for a speedy economic recovery, is pausing for breath today. The dollar rebounding. I'm also looking at the dollar actually rebounding from its weakest level since early March. If you look at treasuries, they're pretty much steady. The Australian 10-year yields rose back above 1% for the first time since March. A lot of the focus will be on fragmentation, and of course a lot of the focus will be on euro, depending on what the ECB does. Now, the ECB is expected to boost an already massive monetary stimulus, and of course we'll look at Washington, where U.S. jobs and employment data are also due. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg. First Word News here in London is Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Francine. Former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis has strongly criticized the president's handling of unrest across the U.S. He says President Donald Trump tries to divide the American people, accusing him of making a mockery of the Constitution. It comes amid uncertainty around the current Defense Secretary Mark Esper's position. He publicly opposed the president's idea of deploying the military to contain protests. Germany's ruling coalition has agreed on a 130 billion euro stimulus package. The wide-ranging plan is even bigger than expected. It includes a temporary reduction in VAT, as well as money to build 5G networks and improve railways. Tense negotiations to finalize the package took 2 days.
Das heißt, wir konnten nicht nur einfach ein Konjunkturpaket.
We couldn't just set out a stimulus package that was done in the traditional sense. Rather, it had to be a package of measures that contained a view to the future, and this is precisely what we have emphasized. The package will amount to 130 billion euros for the year 2021, of which 120 billion will be spending by the government.
A mass vigil to commemorate the military crackdown on Tiananmen Square has been banned for the first time in 30 years. But protesters in Hong Kong still plan on commemorating the anniversary. Events include an online gathering plus smaller rallies across the city. When banning the commemorations, officials cited social distancing measures due to COVID-19. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, the ECB will decide today whether its already massive monetary stimulus needs to be boosted even more to help haul the region out of its deepest recession in living memory. The central bank is widely expected to boost its pandemic emergency purchase program by 500 billion euros, even though so far it's spent less than a third of the 750 billion euros already allocated. Well, joining us this morning is a great ECB watcher. He's Frédéric Ducrozet, and he's a global strategist at Pictet Wealth Management. Frédéric, as always, thank you so much for joining us, especially on ECB Day. What will disappoint the markets? How much are the markets already expecting the ECB to do a lot? And is there a danger that actually the ECB won't deliver at all?
Well, yes, there's always this danger and this kind of gameplay between the market and the ECB, but this time is a bit different to me because most high-level governing council members, I would, for instance, mention Isabel Schnabel, the German member of the executive board, all of them have been consistently sending the same message, that they are ready to do more and ready to do more as soon as today. So it would be a disappointment if we don't get at least, I would say, 500 billion increase in the emergency program, the PEPP. This is our baseline. This is also, as far as I understand, the market's consensus. There could be more, and perhaps in terms of the timing, that could be a bit tricky because obviously there is always this pending resolution of the German Constitutional Court ruling. Maybe they could wait until July. That would be a bit strange, but at the very least, the message should be very strong. And to me, there is no time to wait. They should do it today.
How much more will the ECB actually increase its balance sheet? Are we going to see a BOJ type balance sheet in the coming months or quarters?
Well, as you know, the ECB's balance sheet is a bit of a strange animal because of the construction of the euro, because of the limitation, of course, due to the treaty and the self-imposed constraints. They cannot hold more than 33% of any country's debt as far as QE is concerned, at least. So it's not going to be as huge as the BOG relative to the outstanding amount of governing debt. But not only size matters with the ECB's balance sheet. I think the composition matters a lot more, and something that has been different and to me more, I would say, efficient in the euro area than in other regions is, for instance, the degree of bank lending operations, TLTROs. We are reaching a 1 trillion mark again. This was the case 7 years ago under Draghi, and now with Christine Lagarde, we are heading towards another big operation in June, the TLTRO, with a minus 1% interest rate. So this is just one example, but the ECB is transferring money to the banking sector under the conditions that banks continue to lend to the economy. And in this particular environment that we are facing with the economic shock and the uncertainty for SMEs in particular, I think, again, the composition of the balance sheet, which will be huge, but perhaps not as huge as in Japan, will be more important in the months to come.
Frédéric, what does this all mean for the spread between Italian and German yields? If you look at that spread, it's definitely tightened in the last couple of weeks, and we have a great chart on Bloomberg TV showing it. Is there a danger that actually, again, something gets interpreted by markets as ECB not quite doing enough and the spread's widening?
I think the risk is very low, if only because we had these communication mistakes on the 12th of March, and since then, it's been explicit enough, again, from all members of the Executive Board and Governing Council that the ECB is actually here to cap the spread. And they won't tolerate any tightening, any widening that would actually hamper the transmission of monetary policy. So I think that's something that the market is obviously pricing in, but rightly so. You have a lot of supply. This is according to the plan. Italy is issuing a lot of debt. This can weigh especially on the long end of the curve. We've seen this week, but then ultimately I think the ECB will buy more. We also saw this in the first breakdown of the PEPP data. The ECB deviated actually just one country, Italy, above capital key, so they are supporting the country. And, well, if we take also a step back, the one action that actually tightened the spread much more than anything else was the French and German initiatives followed by the Recovery Fund. And the ECB will also be very encouraged by this recent initiative.
Frédéric, we also have another chart which is actually really interesting, looking at the US, Europe and Asia, and it's the yield curves to the 1030s. Where do you see the most value when you look at fixed income across the world?
Let's be honest, we are broadly neutral on those on most developed markets rates across the curve, mostly because the central banks are credible. For instance, if you believe that the recovery will be much stronger, that we'll get some inflation down the road, maybe there is a case to be short the long end in the US. But on the other hand, the Fed will likely react to that, and yield curve control is an option that is very much on the table, we believe, in the future, if need be. So there's always those conflicting forces, and as you said, I mean, the 1030 segment is especially interesting right now because supply is weighing. But this is also something that was expected, and we would probably fade the move over the short term at least.
It was very clear. We heard from Madame Lagarde, Frédéric, a couple of weeks ago that looking at the range that they were expecting the economy to fall by, we're on the weaker end or we're on the worse end, and we're not going to get the kind of rapid recovery that maybe we could have expected. When do you make a call on what kind of recovery we'll see, given the economies in Europe? Most of them have been open for a couple of weeks.
Well, personally, I've stopped making forecasts. Well, we are tracking, alternative data. We're doing our best to track the recovery. We are encouraged by the recent news. On the other hand, when you look at PMIs, they are supposed to be the best indicators to track this recovery. And right now, they make little sense to the extent that, for instance, we are not above 50 in Europe, where the month of May should have been better than April. So there are mixed signals, but let's not lose sight of the bigger picture. The ECB staff projection, as you said, will be revised lower because Christine Lagarde and others have said so, around minus 10% GDP this year. This is something that is of historic proportion. If you look at a Taylor rule that worked quite well in the past for the ECB, it would suggest that the ECB would need to cut rates by 500 basis points and do several trillion euros in additional QE. So obviously it's not that simple, but the conclusion is very clear in the sense that they need to do more to be proportionate, to use the German constitutional quote term, relative to the economic conditions that we are facing.
Great, thank you so much. Frédéric Ducrozet there from Pictet Wealth Management stays with us. Now coming up, Angela Merkel's stimulus plan. Frédéric was just also talking about that. The German Chancellor's spending package tops expectations by 30%, but the auto industry falls short of its goal. More on Germany later in the program. This is Bloomberg.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Here's Leanne Gearns. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. A reshuffle of the FTSE 100 and travel is out. Airline EasyJet and airplane parts maker Meggitt have been demoted to the mid-cap FTSE 250. Promotions include a number of so-called stay-at-home stocks. Kingfisher, the owner of B&Q, will now be on the benchmark, as will security firm Avast, boosted by more people working from home. The changes take effect on June the 22nd. Standard Chartered has joined HSBC in endorsing China's controversial Hong Kong security law. Standard Chartered says it will help maintain economic and social stability in the financial hub. The move comes despite critics saying the legislation will diminish freedom and violate the one country, two systems principle. Rolls-Royce expects to cut 3,000 jobs in the UK this year. It's the first wave of reductions to survive a downturn in the aviation industry. The London-based jet engine maker ultimately plans to trim 8,000 roles from the division. Rolls-Royce is offering voluntary redundancy to all its aviation workforce and part of its back office staff. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Now, prosecutors have upgraded the murder charge against the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. The Attorney General is also charging 3 additional police officers for aiding and abetting. It comes as protests continue across the country, with President Donald Trump calling on New York to crack down on unrest. Meanwhile, we also get U.S. job figures tomorrow. The unemployment rate is expected to rise to 19.5%. Still with us is Frédéric Ducrozet from Tictet Wealth Management. Frédéric, first of all, we, of course, always try and remember that these are real families going through tough times with those huge unemployment figures, which are, frankly, absolutely incredible. What does that mean for what the Fed can and must do next? Are we going to see negative rates in the U.S.?
I think the Fed is a bit in a different position right now. They have clearly deployed massive measures. Most of them, in terms of Main Street initiative at least, have not been used to a very large extent. So they could look and reassess and say the right tools are in place. We can always expand on them. Indeed, the labor market situation requires a huge amount of stimulus, and we are here to provide it. I don't think there is much innovation right now that they could do on top of everything that they've been doing. And really the market is looking at fiscal policy like everywhere else, at politics as a probably more important driver in the future than monetary policy itself.
Where do you see the recession in the U.S. going? I don't know if it's a gradual pickup, a little bit like we saw in China, on whether these job losses will recover quite quickly from COVID-19, or is it just too difficult to tell at the moment?
I think it's very much about jobs and about the percentage of job losses that will be recovered down the road. If you look at opinion polls, if you look at households, confidence surveys, there is actually quite a high level of optimism in the sense that most job losses should be recovered down the road. If it's not the case, then you face hysteresis, then you face long-term damage to the economy, lower potential growth, debt dominance issues, all those things that are still a risk to the long-term outlook in the U.S. But in terms of the GDP recovery, it does look like a V-shaped recovery when you look at our consensus, perhaps, growth expectations, but not in terms of level. Again, that's what matters. Even if you get a 10% rebound in the coming quarters, you will not get even close to the level that was prior to the crisis, including in terms of jobs, as I said, investment, and overall activity.
Frédéric, what do you do with the UK? So is the UK, because of Brexit negotiations, because of officials from the Bank of England actually also saying that they're studying negative rates at the moment. Is this maybe the more exciting place for markets right now?
Exciting in the sense that we are getting a bit more worried. We are neutral. We went from neutral to underweight on the pound, for instance. Many reasons for that. Obviously, the risk of no-deal Brexit is rising again. If that were to happen, we would expect some sort of last-minute plan. But still, you have to go through this kind of very stressful episode again for potentially both the UK and the EU to come back to the table. So that's a risk. We had, to our surprise, I have to say, the idea of negative rates being floated by Bank of England governor, chief economist, and that's maybe another drag on the pound. And then I think to me as an economist, looking at the broader picture once again, the risk is that I would say you use also this crisis as an excuse, as a way to dilute the effect of Brexit. Let's face it, in 6 months, who will be able to say what was the effect of Brexit and what was the effect of the COVID-19 crisis? It's almost impossible in economic terms. So that would be another risk down the road that the UK would face and ultimately would see potential growth much, much lower in this scenario.
Frédéric, thank you so much. Frédéric Ducrozet there, global strategist at Pictet Wealth Management. Coming up, we'll get the latest on the U.S. as protests continue for a 9th night. We'll also talk, of course, about some pretty scathing remarks from the president, but also former defense secretary of Donald Trump. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get more on the U.S. protests. As demonstrations continue for a ninth night, Defense Secretary Mark Esper has angered White House officials by publicly distancing himself from President's talks of deploying troops. Meanwhile, Jim Mattis has ripped into President Trump over his aggressive rhetoric. The ex-Defense Secretary wrote, "Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who does not try to unite the American people, does not even pretend to try. Instead, he tries to divide us." While President Trump, meanwhile, says he doesn't think he will need to deploy U.S. troops, but has the power to do so.
The National Guard is customary, and we have a very powerful National Guard, over 300,000 men and women, and we can do pretty much whatever we want as far as that. But as far as going beyond that, sure, if it was necessary.
The option to use active duty forces in a law enforcement role should only be used as a matter of last resort and only in the most urgent and dire of situations. We are not in one of those situations now. I do not support invoking the Insurrection Act.
I commend the Secretary of Defense, Esper, for taking the position that he took, because military leaders, almost in unison, do not believe that our military ought to be used to fight our own people. It ought to be used to fight foreign enemies.
Let's go now to New York City and Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horder. Anne-Marie, the president, who basically said he could put active duty troops on the streets to perform law enforcement functions, was not only rebuked by his former defense secretary, but also by the current one. How do those comments reflect what's going on in the military right now and the turmoil they're faced with?
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of pressure on the president. As you say, Francine, not just his former defense secretary, an absolute castigation from former Defense Secretary James Mattis, that statement in The Atlantic, but also Mark Esper saying that point blankly, I do not support and do not see the need to use the Insurrection Act, and we should not be putting active duty troops on the street. President Donald Trump this is going to be something the Democrats are going to run with it, and it's going to be played out throughout the entire day. There's pressure. Already we saw him took to Twitter to say that General Mattis, it was an honor, he said, to fire him, and that he's the world's most overrated general. And then with Esper, the question everyone has been asking is, what does this mean for his job post? And the White House press secretary kind of tiptoed around that, Francine, saying he remains in the post. But White House aides did tell our team in D.C. that they would have liked him to moderate his tone, to come more into line with what the president has been saying. The president has been threatening to put active duty troops on the streets around the country that are dealing with protests.
Anne-Marie, thanks so much for the update. We'll, of course, have plenty more from Anne-Marie Horder throughout the day. Now, coming up, 2020's news flow has been unrelentingly bad. Stocks, especially U.S. stocks, keep on rising. We'll discuss what's being called the most hated rally in history shortly. That's coming up next, and this is Bloomberg. another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg. First word news here in London is Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Francine. Prosecutors have upgraded the murder charge against the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. The Attorney General is also charging 3 additional police officers for aiding and abetting. It comes as protests continue across the country, with President Donald Trump calling on New York to crack down on unrest. From next week, China plans to ease the ban on flights to the country by foreign airlines. It comes a day after the U.S. announced it would suspend passenger flights to the U.S. by Chinese airlines. Officials say it was in retaliation for Beijing barring American carriers from re-entering the country. The U.S. said China broke the rules by not allowing Delta and United to resume flights. Later today, the European Central Bank will decide if its massive monetary stimulus is enough. Policymakers are trying to help the region out of its deepest recession in living memory, and most economists expect an increase of 500 billion euros to the PEPP, or Pandemic Emergency Purchase Programme. Italy's pandemic loan programme is under fire. So far, it's delivered just 0.1% of the 400 billion euros it promised to businesses. The delays are partly down to some banks dragging things out because of strict regulations. Government squabbling and bureaucracy haven't helped the situation. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, a global pandemic, a deep recession, millions of people unemployed. The headlines have been unrelenting, yet stocks, especially U.S. stocks, keep on rising. Now, in a Bloomberg opinion piece, John Authors says the current rally is about 10 weeks old, but it may already have taken over as history's most hated. He says stocks are soaring despite valuation metrics screaming that they're just too expensive. Well, joining us now is Christian Nolting, Global Chief Investment Officer at Wealth Management at Deutsche Bank. Christian, great to have you on the program. Do you think equities are too expensive?
Well, thanks for being here and for inviting me. I think if you look at valuations, if you look at the next 12 months PE, for example, you indeed would see that if you look at the S&P, we are at levels seen last time in 2000, 2001 when we had the tech bubble. And probably somehow same is true for Europe, where you see also the PE ratios the next 12 months at quite high levels. I think we have to differentiate here between the US and Europe, because one area, especially the US, is more growth. Europe can be considered more value, I would say. If you look at some indices like the German index, for example, which is clearly more value. I think, yes, if you look at valuations, equities are certainly not cheap here at this point in time. I think what we see from a market perspective is that the market moves is probably celebrating the reopening of the economies, that there's a lot of stimulus from the fiscal side, from the monetary side, and we will hear from ECB today. And we heard already Germany putting up another package this morning. However, I think down the road there will be some realization. It's probably not a V-shaped recovery, and from that perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some setbacks, probably when it comes to the next month in markets.
Christian, I go back to John Authors' piece because he writes beautifully, and he basically says, you know, like seemingly everything else in life, the reaction to the rally has really been polarized. Are market participants looking at different things? It's true that if you speak to 50 strategists, they say this is insane, and the other 50 say this is good. What does it actually mean in terms of how people analyze the markets?
Well, of course, there are different ways to analyze it, right? If you look at the recovery and you say, okay, there's a massive recession, and now will be a V-shaped recovery or at least stronger growth because of all these measures, that could justify a higher PE levels, probably also due to very low interest rate levels we have now globally. And with that, you can certainly justify, as I said, higher PE levels. Nevertheless, I think the market is now pricing for kind of perfect V-shaped recovery, and I would be very surprised if we see that happening. Our view would rather be, don't want to be too complicated here, but it's like a square root if you look at the mathematics. So first a massive drop, then a substantial recovery, but then the second level, and that's probably a bit different from the square root sign, is a bit lower. And I think once the market is realizing this one, because of, for example, unemployment to stay relatively high for quite some time, I don't think it's a V-shape and everyone will be into the jobs already this year, probably not even next year, to be very honest. I think then the market would realize that it probably was a bit too positive at this point in time.
Christian, when you look at European stocks, so where do you see value? European stocks are actually rising to a 3-month high as the economy start to reopen, and we tracked it in a great graphic which we'll show in seconds. But do you break it down by sectors? Do you break it down by countries or regions?
Yeah, I think what would be probably a good approach here is, as I mentioned, to look at growth value. And what we have seen, especially massively over the last days, is rotation out of growth into value. Growth has outperformed value so much by such a distance over the recent weeks and months, and now we see some rotation. And looking into value, I would look at some stocks, for example, in the material space, where you see the recovery probably taking place. But you could also look in some parts of the financials, which have been doing quite nicely over the recent days as well. Just yesterday, we discussed in our forum that also to look at U.S. financials, including insurances, which would also be value stocks, could be interesting. So I think to build a portfolio like a barbell strategy, some value stocks with predictive cash flows is probably something which makes sense. Nevertheless, I would still say that what we have seen on growth on technology, this trend is still there, and I think what we see from the crisis here is this trend will probably continue. So from that perspective, a barbell could make sense, but I wouldn't say now you need to switch everything from growth into value. That's not our view.
Christian, we'll talk about this, a little bit later, but just maybe to get what you think of the U.S.-China trade tensions and whether we could see a correction of that. We also heard overnight that the U.S. may relabel China a currency manipulator. Would that change where you put your money?
Well, first of all, I think we have seen quite an escalation between U.S.-China trade conflict. Really that's probably much more than we have discussed, where the market was really feeling some stress last year at the beginning of this year before this crisis came in. I'd really say this has escalated quite a lot. Probably has also to do with the election coming up in November. I would suspect that probably President Trump is really trying to push with China even closer to the election. So I would not be surprised if we see even more of that tension. On the other hand, I would say China is playing time and probably has more time than the U.S. president, because no elections obviously in China. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's further escalation to this. And that could also be a driver for markets if they focus more on this one, not only of reopening of the economy, to cause a little bit more volatility here. So that would be, I think, a topic of the next months to come until at least the U.S. elections.
Great, thanks so much. Christian Nolting there from Deutsche Bank, and Christian stays with us. Coming up, Merkel's stimulus plan, the German Chancellor's spending package, tops expectations by 30%. We'll discuss Europe's biggest economy next. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Francine. LVMH says it won't buy Tiffany shares on the open market. That's after the luxury giant's board met to discuss its deal with the American jeweler. There is speculation the French company won't complete the deal, in part due to the coronavirus pandemic and protests hitting demand for high-end goods. WeWork and SoftBank are being sued for investor fraud over the co-working company's failed IPO. The lawsuit alleges WeWork executives and board members overhyped the business and downplayed its losses. SoftBank was an early investor in WeWork, and 2 of its directors are also named in the suit. No comment from WeWork. South Korean prosecutors are seeking an arrest warrant for Samsung's J.Y. Lee. That's according to Yonhap News. It reports the action is over allegations of unfair trade, price manipulation and violating audit laws. The news agency previously reported the executive was under investigation over a controversial merger between 2 Samsung units. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine.
Thank you, Leanne. Now, Angela Merkel's coalition has agreed a sweeping 130 billion euro stimulus package for Germany. The bigger-than-expected plan is designed to spur short-term consumer spending and, of course, get business investing again. Alongside a temporary reduction in VAT, Germany allocated money to build out its 5G data networks, improve railways, and double incentives for electric vehicles. Well, still with us is Christian Nolting from Deutsche Bank. Christian, when you look at the efforts done by the European Central Bank on the monetary side and then all of the fiscal starting to come through, do you think Europe is safe from a very bad recession, or is this still a risk if something goes wrong, or if the money just doesn't get deployed fast enough?
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. So I think on the first hand, we can say that there's a lot of, let's say, tools deployed, both on the monetary side, also on the fiscal side. I think a massive change now is that now on the fiscal side, we see a second layer. The first one was more on the supply side to support companies to survive the shutdown. Now what you see, there's support on the demand side so that the consumer spending starts after the lockdown as now economies are opening up. For example, hence this cut in the value-added tax in Germany for the next 6 months, starting from July to the end of this year, which is one of the largest spendings they do. They calculate 20 billion euros of tax loss for Germany on this one. I think that's a positive sign. We'll certainly see whether this is enough or if that helps. I think VAT helps everyone because that's really the broadest tax you can probably imagine. And so that's, I think, good news from that perspective. And it has worked in other countries as well if you lower that. I think from the tools, it's the right direction we see. Eventually, it all needs to be seen whether we are getting back to normal levels relatively quickly. A second lockdown, of course, if we were experienced to this, is certainly not baked in here. It's not enough by then. And I think what you also need to understand that these measures are now for the second half and going forward into the beginning of 2021. We expect the economy to be back at 2019 levels only in 2022. So the question is that enough? I think we will see along the way, and we will see a step-by-step approach. But I think the good news is that politicians are saying we are here to help and we do more programs. And I think if that's not enough, there would also be a lot of effort to really keep this going and to come up with more programs. Eventually, you need to question who's paying for this and how. But I think that's not the debate right now at this point in time.
Christian, where do you see most value? I don't know whether you're looking at, some of the havens, for example, yen and Swiss franc and gold. And I don't know what your position is on that right now, or whether you're a little bit more, you have more appetite for risk.
Well, first, let me start with the yen. I think it's a good hedge instrument still in the portfolio. So we have an overweight to the yen in the portfolios, also to balance kind of a barbell strategy. We think euro-dollar, for example, our forecast is 110 here for the next 12 months. We have seen 112 now. I think if the market is getting a bit more trickier, which we wouldn't rule out, as I mentioned, I think still there would be money going to the dollar. And we've seen some recent euro strength, though, I think because of the packages being discussed in Germany, but also the European Recovery Fund. But I think down the road, the U.S. economy should be still in a better position. And as interest rate levels are literally everywhere the same, not everywhere, but close to, I would say this still favors the dollar a little bit. On Swissy, it's a little bit like the yen. It's also a good stabilizer in the portfolios. So I think a barbell strategy on the FX side is probably what makes most sense here.
Where's the best value? I don't know whether there's something in the markets that you think is being mispriced, misvalued, or unloved, Christian, or whether, again, this is just not the right time to be too bold.
Well, I think there is still some value if you look at the fixed income side, if you look at credit. And the good news is you are here alongside the central banks. Look at the Fed, also supporting the market here as well. Probably ECB is doing more here as well, as not all tools are used. You talked about this. But I think especially emerging market credit and here Asia credit is something which has some value. And that's something we look at. Secondly, I think it's also interesting to look at gold. Because no matter what outcome you see, probably it's still very positive for the gold price. It could be, and that's a massive debate, obviously, is that all leading to further deflation? Are we ending up in a Japanification, in a liquidity trap? Or is that eventually inflationary? On both sides, I think that could be positive for gold, especially if you think there's down the road some inflation coming in. And from that perspective, I think here it's also interesting to look at our forecast for gold is 1830. So there's some upside from here as well, as we expect.
Christian, what do you do with UK assets? So there's Brexit, there's a specter of negative rates. Is there something that you want to do with UK assets, or you're just monitoring for now?
Well, it's not our largest overweight, to be honest. Our forecast for the FTSE 100 for 12 months is 6,300, so that's quite a decent return from here. But you see probably similar returns in other indices as well, as in general there's a lot of demand for equities, I think. Nevertheless, I think the focus will be coming back to UK with Brexit negotiations, and obviously there's an important deadline by the end of the month. Let's see whether we get over the end of the year. Probably that's not the case, so that could be intensifying a little bit, which could weigh on the currency a little bit, which then is rather positive for the FTSE 100, rather negative for the FTSE 250. But at this point in time, UK assets are not a massive overweight in our portfolios.
Christian, just quickly, when you look at emerging markets, a lot of market participants were quite quick to say, COVID-19 will affect them adversely, if not more, than some of the Western economies. Is there value now in some of these emerging economies, the ones that maybe are faring better than expected?
So two things from my point of view. So first of all, you've seen quite some outperformance of the developed world since March, quite a massive one compared to emerging markets. I think from here, it's probably better than many have been fearing in emerging markets, especially if you look at Asia. And that's why we think in the Asian emerging markets, there's quite some return potential. Also, to give you some numbers here, if you look at Asia ex-Japan, it's roughly 12% return over the next 12 months we see, which is quite a decent number. So looking at emerging markets, we favor Asia ahead of Latin America. But I would say, no surprise, we've seen the outperformance of developed markets so far, but that could change down the road if we get to a more normal situation down the road.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Christian Nolting there, Global Chief Investment Officer, Wealth Management at Deutsche Bank. Now coming up, as Hong Kong bans gatherings to commemorate the anniversary of Tiananmen Square crackdown, two of the biggest banks in the city weigh in on the new security law. We'll bring you that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Climate change is the defining issue of our time, so we've redefined how we cover it. With clear data and rigorous journalism, we rise to the scale of the challenge to reveal the breadth of possibility. We look at stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the greatest crisis of our generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's take a look at some of the key events happening today. The ECB, of course, publishes its official projections for growth and inflation along with its policy decision later. The central bank is expected to boost its emergency stimulus package, while Bloomberg Live hosts Crude Awakening as well. We'll be addressing the global energy crisis with the oil industry leaders from 3 p.m. London time. Also today, U.S. jobless claims for the month of May are due to be published, and then Hong Kong's annual vigil commemorating the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre has been moved online after police banned the gathering for the first time in 30 years. Now let's get more on that story. HSBC and Standard Chartered, two British institutions that dominate Hong Kong's banking system, have backed Beijing in the standoff over a new security law. Well, speaking to Bloomberg, prominent Hong Kong activist Joshua Wong called on business to show its support.
It also implies how Hong Kong business company and the economic freedom is being threatened by Beijing. So I think now is the critical point to not only seeking for the support of the general public, business, and also important to have businessmen to support us.
Well, let's get more with Bloomberg's Stephen Engel. Stephen, first of all, how much of a surprise were the statements actually by the two banks?
Well, it's a fascinating story with huge and long-stretching tentacles for all businesses that do business here in Hong Kong, because it also came on the same day that British Prime Minister opened up a controversial can by saying he's willing to make strides to, allow up to 3 million eligible BNO, British National Overseas Passport holders in Hong Kong, a path towards a possible citizenship in the UK if Beijing invokes these national security laws on Hong Kong. Beijing already lashing back at that, saying it will backfire. So that comes at a time when HSBC and Standard Chartered, of course, two London-based banks that get the bulk of their revenue and profits from Asia. 31% of revenue for HSBC comes from Hong Kong, about 40% of revenue from Greater China as a whole, including mainland China. So they're in a very awkward position. Pretty much while this was all being debated, HSBC kept its head below the parapet. They didn't want a repeat of the scorn that they got lashed at them last year when they froze a number of accounts tied to funds raised for the protest movement, and then a number of different branches got torched and vandalized as a result. So HSBC has been keeping a low profile, but authorities here, including the former chief executive C.Y. Leung last week, blasted HSBC, saying, look, you get all your profits from Asia and you're not coming out in support of this national security law. So now Peter Wong, the Asia CEO, he has signed that petition along with Standard Chartered in support of the proposed security law. And it begs lots and lots of questions, like Joshua Wong brought up. How far do companies have to go, to show support? And if they're being forced to show support is the big question.
I guess, Stephen, we'll never know, right? Do they have banking licenses in mainland China that they need to protect?
Well, they have banking interests with mainland clients that they have to protect for sure. It's interesting because Alistair Carmichael, he's a British lawmaker I'm sure you're familiar with. He's the chairman of the UK Parliamentary Group on Hong Kong. He's brutal in his assessment of what HSBC just did. He says HSBC erred in bending to China's will. He says it's a colossal misjudgment because you cannot, as a British company the size of HSBC, be seen to be advocating for what is fairly flagrant breach of international law in a rules-based system. And he went on. He called it tactically clever but strategically stupid. Banks rely on a rules-based system. So this is the big question. Banks and international companies, local companies, all companies have to be asking themselves this week, next year, and forever.
Thank you so much, Stephen Engel there, and we'll get Stephen back also to talk about those protests in Tiananmen Square that have been put online. Coming up, Bloomberg surveillance continues in the next hour. Tom Keene joins me out of New York. We'll, of course, have a discussion on the latest in the oil markets, and for that, also don't miss Bloomberg's live event, Powering Forward Crude Awakening. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Another shot from the ECB. The central bank is seen boosting its emergency bond buying program by 500 billion euros. Some investors say anything less would cause a shock similar to March's sell-off. Esper breaks with Trump. The U.S. Defense Secretary opposes using active duty forces to confront protesters as his predecessor issues a scathing attack on the president. And falling in line, HSBC and Standard Chartered back Beijing when it comes to the proposed security law in Hong Kong, the latter saying it will maintain stability in the region. Hello, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Tom, there's a lot going on. We look at data in the U.S. and that jobless figure, which frankly are people, not just numbers, and it beggars belief, so we need to spend a bit of time to see what impact that would have on the Fed. We look at the protests, and we also look at the ECB with so much priced in on what the European Central Bank will do today.
The news flow really extraordinary on this Thursday, and truly it is an historic Thursday as Washington awakes. You're right, Francine, the ECB will be very, very important. Jonathan Farrell made clear to me the optionality that Madame Lagarde has is extraordinary. We've got claims at 8:30 Washington time, New York time. That will be a precursor for Jobs Day tomorrow. But all of this is overwhelmed, Francine, by the historic moment. All I can tell you, just one vignette, Francine, it was extraordinary to see the handwritten note by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff yesterday to his officers and his troops. That was truly an historic moment.
Yeah, and Tom, we'll spend a good amount of time actually talking about the military, given what we heard from General Mattis and, of course, General Esper. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg. First Word News here in London is Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Francine. As you were discussing, President Trump's former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis is condemning his former boss. In a scathing statement last night, Mattis said the president misuses the military and is dividing the nation. He also said the country must reject those who make a mockery of the Constitution. President Trump responded to Mattis on Twitter, saying he didn't like his leadership style or much else about him. Meanwhile, President Trump appears to be unhappy with Defense Secretary Mark Esper. Bloomberg has learned that the president confronted Esper after he publicly opposed his idea of deploying the military to contain protests. The president also asked top advisors if they thought Esper could still be effective in his position. Most economists expect the European Central Bank to increase its already massive monetary stimulus. Policymakers will be out with their decision later today. ECB President Christine Lagarde has warned that the bank's worst-case predictions for the European economy are likely to pan out. In Germany, Chancellor Angela Merkel's coalition has agreed on a $146 billion stimulus package to get the economy going. That has exceeded the top end of expectations by 30%. The deal includes a cut in the value-added tax. Plus, there is money to build out 5G networks, improve railways, and double incentives for electric cars. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Leanne, thanks so much. Let's look at equities, bonds, currencies, commodities right now, and it's really a pause after the extraordinary set of days that we've seen. You don't have much conviction on where we'll be at 9:30 Wall Street time. Futures at -13, Dow futures -91, and the VIX 26.15 shows a remarkable level coming in 29, 28, 27, and really punching through to 26.15. Francine, I'd also note gold showing some moments under $1,700 the ounce.
Yeah, Tom, I spent a bit of time with Christian Nolting of Deutsche actually talking about gold, and it was a really good conversation. So the stock rally powered by these bets on the speedy global recovery is actually taking a pause. The dollar climbing, though, after 5 consecutive sessions. If you look at treasuries, they're steady. I would point out so I put the Italian 10-year yield. I would probably also look at the spread between Bunds and BTPs because of what the ECB is expected to do. They're expected to boost an already massive monetary stimulus. And of course, Washington a little bit later, really at the forefront where U.S. jobs and unemployment data are due. So I think the interconnectedness, Tom, of all the markets is really, really keen. Well, President Trump, meanwhile, says he does not think he will need to deploy U.S. troops, but has the power to do so.
The National Guard is customary, and we have a very powerful National Guard, over 300,000 men and women, and we can do pretty much whatever we want as far as that. But as far as going beyond that, sure, if it was necessary.
The option to use active duty forces in a law enforcement role should only be used as a matter of last resort and only in the most urgent and dire of situations. We are not in one of those situations now. I do not support invoking the Insurrection Act.
I commend the Secretary of Defense, Esper, for taking the position that he took, because military leaders, almost in unison, do not believe that our military ought to be used to fight our own people. It ought to be used to fight foreign enemies.
Joining us now is Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg's chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, I mean, if we recap, so President Trump has basically said that he could put active duty troops on the streets to perform law enforcement functions. He was rebuked by his former defense secretary with some very strong language, by the current defense secretary. How do these comments actually reflect the turmoil in the military right now?
Good morning, Francine. Yesterday I spoke with an intelligence community source following the meeting with President Trump and Secretary Esper, and what the source told me was that from a conservative ideological standpoint, they are saying that they don't believe the difference between Secretary Esper and the president was one that is that large, and instead it is simply a matter of a tone coming out of the administration. Now, Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, said that the president has still decided to stand behind Secretary Esper. Beyond that, the protests here in Washington, D.C. last night were largely peaceful. The curfew was 11 p.m. as opposed to 7 p.m. from a night prior. So that's what's going on in terms of Washington, D.C. Now, moving beyond that, the president's disapproval rating has increased within several days, according to daily tracking polls. But the president still, for the most part, has that support of Republicans. And I can also tell you, I spoke with Congressman Denver Riggleman. He is a Republican from Virginia, a rural part of Virginia, actually the last district in the United States to ever end segregation. And he said that amongst his Republican colleagues, they are interested in including some type of police reform language in the next round in the coming weeks.
Kevin, wonderful to have you with us so often on Bloomberg Surveillance in these important times. I've got 8 ways to go here, Kevin, and it harkens back to 1932 when MacArthur and Eisenhower in Patton and the Bonus Expeditionary Force. Let me cut to the chase. The note from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff yesterday was absolutely extraordinary. Do the troops and the line officers support Mullen, Mattis, and Esper?
Well, I think from that point of view, I think, you know, the images that we've seen, Tom, of troops on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial from 2 nights ago, military vehicles on the streets of Washington, D.C., military helicopters utilized. You know, it has been an unprecedented modern time, and I think, you know, you have to go back decades in order to find that equivalent. But beyond that, I think this issue of law and order is something that the president has chosen once again to run on and to campaign on. And I think from a political standpoint, based upon my reporting.
Kevin, I find this time absolutely extraordinary. General Miley wrote a note, a typewritten note yesterday to the officers with a handwritten note on their oath. Does the military, does the line soldier, the line sailor, and do the line officers have the backs of Mullen, Esper, Mattis, and Miley?
Yes, I would argue that they do. I think, you know, yesterday I spoke with a former top advisor, Tom, and based upon my reporting, I talked with a top advisor to a former advisor to one of the cabinet level officials in the administration, and what they told me was that all of these individuals coming out and looking to put distance between what had been being pushed out there in terms of military being deployed domestically was something that they felt they needed to do, but that also it was not as much space between the president and them as they had said. That's just based upon my reporting. Democrats, on the other hand, have pushed back against that. You saw from several Republicans, Tom, coming out and saying that they were uncomfortable with what the president had said in his tone.
Very good. Kevin Surley, thank you for that reporting. He's our chief Washington correspondent. We'll drive forward this conversation. Of course, the ECB at 8:30, jobless claims at 8:30, and I'm looking forward to a conversation with a former admiral, former NATO Supreme Commander, James Stavridis, scheduled to join us this morning. From London, from New York, this is Bloomberg.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Tom, we spent a lot of time talking about the markets. There's a great piece that we mentioned a couple of days ago that now has been updated by our John authors, saying that basically the most hated rally in history just will not stop, and we're seeing it, frankly, in the markets. Well, joining us now to talk about the markets and to talk about banks is Davide Serra, the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Algebris Investments. Davide, as always, thank you for coming on. The fundamentals in the economy are going one way, although we're gradually reopening a lot of the economies. And then you have the markets, frankly, on a tear. When you speak to strategists, it's 50-50 on whether this is supported or not. Are markets just going to continue rising?
I think it depends on which market. So if you tell me at the beginning of the crisis what happened, anything that wasn't quality got destroyed. And basically got sold off, and the quality got bought up. So let's say an Amazon and a Google kept on getting bidded because it was clear that people would have done more shopping online. And if you had, let's say, exposure to your European bank, you'd have gone 50% below the all-time lows of the Lehman Brothers crisis because you said, well, you got problems, so bad luck. I think what's happening now is quality has reached a price that it's insane. You can see it in the credit market and as in the equity market. While I think that there's still some upside in anything that is considered known quality, but in reality it's solid, and in particular in Europe. And so what I think happens is the S&P around 3,000 is basically discounting earnings of 150, 160, 170 per share in the next 2-3 years, which are very unlikely given the economic slowdown. Markets at the same time have an unbelievable put, which is, if you look at the Fed in the last 2 months has been buying assets at the tune of $50 to $80 billion per day. If you think of the peak of the quantitative easing program in Europe, it was 80 billion euro per month. So the Fed in the last 2-3 months has been buying on a daily basis more than ECB ever bought on a monthly basis. That clearly short-term creates basically a massive shortage of decent quality assets because they're hoovering, literally 2 to 3 trillions over the last 2-3 months. And that basically has created a technical squeeze.
But Davide, if you look at the markets, I mean, are the valuations only really justified if we also see a V shape in earnings, right? So that there's a pickup that's pretty soon and that will be sustained, together with banks that are not damaged by what the Fed and other central banks around the world will do.
Yes, listen, take again the S&P, because let's call it the bellwether. So the earnings last year of the S&P were around 150 a share. So at 3,000, you are in a multiple price earnings of about 20 times. Now, we know for sure that 2020 are not going to see the 150 per share. And then the question is, well, will we see it in 2021 and 2022? Ain't clear. So even assuming you can go back to the 2019 earnings, you're still on 20 times. So for example, we have been buying protection. We had lots of protection around 3,300 because we couldn't understand markets. We understood COVID was an issue end of February, thanks to our Asian exposure and having an office in Milan. We had protection. We covered it at 2,450. And now we're putting back on at 3,000 because we think markets are ahead of themselves in equity. Then we see some pockets which offer amazing value, for example, European banks. And we see some part of the credit market which is still attractive. But those are pockets. If you refer us markets as, let's say the US equity market, we think it's pricing basically not only a V-shaped scenario, but a strong V-shape and everything back to normal. And just thinking that there are curfew in whatever, 10, 15 cities across America, and the president is thinking of mobilizing the military, I don't think you want to pay 20 times earnings.
Davide, how did the European banks move from value trap to growth opportunity? I take your point that they're uncommonly cheap. David Harrow, the acclaimed investor, agrees with you, and you wait and wait and wait. What will be the catalyst for, say, the advancement of BNP Paribas?
Well, exactly, Tom. If you take the BNP Paribas, which is literally the JP Morgan of Europe in terms of size, defense, in terms of profitability, BNP Paribas 2019 was earning a return on equity of 10 to 11%. If you adjusted for negative rates and the fact that in Europe we're building this European deposit insurance scheme, so let's say a private equivalent of what you have in the States, the real return on equity underlying was in the range of 13%, equal to JP Morgan. Well, today BNP is JP Morgan trades a premium to book value and BNP at 0.4 times. So I think what's going to change is, given that the fiscal response in Europe of the European Recovery Fund and all the various fiscal measure and monetary measure that Europe has taken, which are unbelievable, I think next year the regulator will allow banks to pay dividend again, and when that happens, I think stocks will fly, and you have more than 100% upside just on dividends being turned on. I think the regulator in Europe did very well suspending dividend because as this is a pandemic, it's an economic shock we've never seen. You better be prudent, and so there's nothing wrong in building capital buffer at the beginning.
Tell us, Davide, I don't need your thoughts on like ECB. What are they going to do today in the parlor game of deciding the path forward for Madame Lagarde? But what does the institution of the ECB now mean to these banks, given what Merkel and Macron have said? How do the banks adapt and adjust to the Merkel-Macron action?
Well, first of all, I would say that we have witnessed, Tom, the first positive outcome of Brexit. because of Brexit, finally France and Germany are in charge, and there is no longer a quarrel. And the decision basically to draw a fiscal union for up to, let's say, 500 billion across Europe, it's unprecedented. Secondly, the fiscal response is going to help inside the Union the states which have been most affected by COVID, and which will at the same time put forward long-term needed structural reforms. The ECB, and this time Europe acted brilliantly, because the ECB acted within 2 weeks, was not as fast as the Fed 1 week later, but then the big difference is that Europe did a giant leap forward throughout the beginning of the fiscal union as far as emergencies are concerned, in exchange for reforms. So it ain't just free money, it's money if you do stuff. And I think the ECB will keep the cost of borrowing under control. It's protecting the banking industry by basically blocking dividends, but at the same time liquefying assets, and de facto by paying banks about 50 basis points for every new loans they generate. And governments are guaranteeing most of the new loans. So I think actually most banks this year will be profitable. Earnings will be down 20, 30%, 40 for sure. But on a 2-3 year view, they're all going to be profitable. The top ones.
But Davide, when you say the ECB will push for reform, I mean, are there countries in Europe that if they don't push reform through, and again, reform in this kind of environment is very difficult to kickstart, frankly, any economy, will need a bailout at the end of it?
No, you see, I think the European Union would have said that the ECB, it's not their job to ask for reform. But at the Commission level, what's going to happen is when you have the allocation of this 500 billion of the recovery fund, what's going to happen is they've already created a new DG inside the Commission, which is called reform, but basically says, okay, here's the money. This is how we would like your healthcare system, your legal system, your public service to be improved. And this is the metrics. And these are the adjustments we would like. And I think as a result, this will facilitate this reform, because basically in each of the member states, you'll be told, hey, here's some money, but this is what we're going to do. And basically, if you don't take the money, most of the people get unemployed and will be suffering. And as a result, at time of need, that's when you move. And this has already happened, for example, in Spain, in Portugal, it's happened in Greece. I mean, look at Greece. Was supposed to be the basket case of 2011. Now it's 10-year borrowing at 1.4. It's one of the countries with the least COVID cases. Go back in the market rhetoric 10 years ago, Greece was considered a gone country, and it ain't. They have a proper good government. They had one of the most effective COVID response, better than France, Italy, certainly better than the UK and the US. And was discounted as gone by markets, wrongly, I would say. And the facts are very clear.
Davide, very quickly here, one last question. It's got to be quick, unfortunately. Give us your update, your vision of what Mr. Saving is doing at Deutsche Bank.
I think Mr. Saving is doing the best he can, given the hands is given. So COVID will accelerate the restructuring. The bank has withheld the first shock. The trading markets, have allowed basically to make a good P&L. I think the bank will come further restructured like most other banks. But Deutsche Bank will be a survivor of this crisis. And, this is something that was not obvious in my view 5-6 years ago.
Great. Thank you so much, Davide Serra, and we'll get back to Davide throughout the day to try and exactly figure out exactly what comes out of the ECB. Now, coming up next, we speak to Sheila Patel, Goldman Sachs Asset Management Share. We'll look at the markets. We'll also look exactly about what needs to happen in the next couple of weeks. Now, the stocks are definitely rallying their pause, Tom. They they paused their rally, is what I actually meant to say. This rally was powered by bets on a speedy global economic recovery from the pandemic. Now the focus is on a lot of the job losses. Treasury is actually steady. If you look at Australian 10-year yield, it's rising back above 1% for the first time in March. On the stimulus front, we did hear from Angela Merkel, the Chancellor's coalition agreeing on a sweeping €130 billion package designed to spur short-term consumer spending, but also get investments back again. Elsewhere, the one thing that Tom and I have really been trying to keep you up to date with is also oil, declining from a 3-month high, as OPEC plus unity seems to be threatened once again by this long-running feud. And then U.S. data is casting doubt on the strength of the demand recovery, especially when it comes to oil. Coming up next, we'll talk to Goldman Sachs Asset Management. We'll talk about the rally. We'll also bring you more on this wonderful piece by John Authors about the most unloved rally just keeps on rallying. This is Bloomberg.
Investors want steady cash.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Leanne Gerrans. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News. A stunning rebuke to President Trump last night from his first defense secretary. Jim Mattis has ripped into the president, saying he has divided the nation and misused the military. The retired Marine general said that Americans must reject those who make a mockery of the Constitution. President Trump responded on Twitter. He said Mattis's primary strength was not military, but personal public relations. In Minnesota, 4 former police officers present when George Floyd died face new charges. The charge against the officer who knelt on Floyd's neck has been upgraded to second-degree murder. The other 3 were charged with aiding and abetting his death. In Los Angeles, up to $150 million will be cut from the police department's budget. The money will be used as part of a broader effort to reinvest more into the black community. Los Angeles spends almost $1.9 billion a year on its police force. The mayor also said he will support another demand of activists, creating a special prosecutor to review police misconduct cases. And the price of oil has retreated from a 3-year high. The unit of the OPEC Plus coalition is being threatened by a long-running feud over complying with production cutbacks. Saudi Arabia and Russia have a preliminary deal to extend those curbs, but it is conditional on other countries making deeper cuts to make up for their past non-compliance. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Francine.
Leon, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Of course, a huge news flow today, not only all that we see in Washington and across this nation, but the ECB meeting coming up. And of course, the labor economy of America will be in much sharper focus over the next 27 or 28 hours. Right now in the markets, these extraordinary markets, Sheila Patel is with us. She's Goldman Sachs International Chairman, their asset management division. And one of the great charms of Ms. Patel is she has ample experience in trading, not only at Morgan Stanley, but at Goldman Sachs. And with that, knows how to lose money when it's appropriate. Sheila, these markets, everyone can agree, are odd, odd, odd. What do you do to protect your downside? What do you do to hedge this extraordinary move?
Well, thank you so much for having me, and it is an extraordinary time. I think, in terms of hedging, it's incredibly difficult to say what will happen in a month from now, much less a year from now. So I actually see more and more clients globally worrying less about hedging with anything beyond having a larger cash position than usual, and more worried about trying to look through shorter-term trends towards the long term. The hedge is really not getting caught in the kind of flavor of the moment type trading, and certainly not getting caught in the focus on what might be happening moment to moment, particularly when it comes to a virus and a pandemic such as this.
It is an extraordinary time, Sheila, and of course the arch battle is active versus passive. Bloomberg has an article out today on Vanguard's struggles in Europe with the ETF business as well. What will predominate forward given this equity chaos? Will it be a further move to passive management, or can active have a glimmer of the past?
I actually think it's a fascinating time to think about this debate. And I go back to when you and I, it seems like a millennium ago, but you and I sat in the snow in Davos and talked about this very issue. And a glimmer in our eye in that conversation was a worry about this virus we were hearing about from China. Here we are today. Yeah. And I think when people went to equitize, there was no question that the easiest way to equitize was in an index fashion, often with ETFs, and very much focused on the U.S. market. So people went liquid, big, fast, simple. I think as you look towards the long term, what I'm talking to clients about and where I see minds headed among the large global investors is converting that into a more active style as they start to decide where they think the true resilience in global economies are, whether it's diversifying away from the concentration they had in the U.S. in the initial stage of putting some money to work in equities when they saw attractive levels, or whether it's thinking about what the real outcomes are in a long-term perspective of how this pandemic changes behaviors, changes the needs of consumers, and changes things like the way we work or the way healthcare is provided. Those are the long-term trends that demand active management.
Sheila, good morning from London. It's Francine. And before we come back to some of those longer-term trends, what will it take for this market to correct right now?
Well, look, I think there's no question that we've seen the market behave in a fairly positive way in the light of some pretty challenging circumstances. And that's true whether we think about the pandemic, whether we think about the messages you were just discussing around energy and oil, or whether we think about the social unrest and the terrible things that are the circumstances coming from there right now, which we all abhor and would like to see change and are focused on change. And so as you think about that, I think there's no question you have to move forward, move ahead, but have an eye with caution towards these markets. They're priced for seeing a continuation of the good news, a continuation of low rates of pandemic, of COVID in places that are starting to reopen. They're priced for really good news, good news, good news. And we know that's never the case in these markets, particularly with a situation like this.
Sheila, about those longer-term trends that you were talking about, we all, know that maybe there's more working from home, that travel will be disrupted. Is there anything that we're overlooking at the moment?
Look, I think one place that we're certainly focused and that I think is a longer-term trend we have to be aware of is what does all this mean from a regulatory perspective? There are so many industries that have been forced into a new paradigm. And the way that new paradigm solidifies is only if regulators agree or perhaps if regulators push things that way. And you can see this in multiple industries, whether it's our industry of finance and thinking about the positions and the roles that have been allowed to be performed in a remote way that in general global regulators want to see done under close supervision in an office setting, and we expect that to return, or whether it's things such as the processes within healthcare when it comes to approvals of drugs, when it comes to large-scale trials that have been disrupted. And I think new ways of doing things and new ways of accelerating when there are problems that we're facing, particularly in areas like healthcare or some of the technology solutions we've seen, regulators will get involved and they'll have a big stake in whether we see advances stick or whether we go back to the old way of doing things.
Sheila, thanks so much. Sheila Patel, there, Goldman Sachs Asset Management Chair, stays with us. Now, we'll also get back to, of course, what we heard from John Authers, saying that the current rally is about 10 weeks old, but of course we may have already taken over as history's most unloved rally. Now, also coming up, we talk about oil, catch our Bloomberg Live event, Powering Forward, Crude Awakening, 10 a.m. in New York, 3 p.m. in London. That's on LIV Go. Live Go. Don't miss our conversations. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Tom, let's get straight back to Sheila Patel of Goldman Sachs Asset Management, where she's chairman. Sheila, when you look at some of the central banks, how long and how much they've done so far, we used to say there was a danger that they're running out of tools. But what happens when they start normalizing, if they start normalizing?
Well, I think we're still a distance away from that, and I think you've seen an extreme level of accommodation and focus from central banks around the world in making sure that they get the kitchen sink out of the closet and throw it right out there. I think this is a crisis that has necessitated that type of action, and I think they'll be slow to roll back some of these actions. That said, I also think it's very difficult, particularly when you've seen the markets run like this, to think about how they start recrossing back across the Rubicon. And that's always the hardest bit. So I think in the comments you've seen from Powell, in some of the comments out of the ECB and elsewhere, they're starting to think about it, but I think we have a bit of time yet before we start seeing action in that regard.
Is there still what's dominated the markets for a pretty long time in the last couple of weeks was the resurgence of sudden inflation. Are you in the camp that this will be deflationary or disinflationary, or is there a worry that actually inflation will suddenly creep up?
I would say it's been quite interesting to see people, to Tom's earlier question, there's been a lot of interest in hedging against potential inflation, and certainly with this amount of cash in the system and this amount of activity by central banks, that seems a reasonable concern on the face. That said, with the levels of unemployment that we've seen globally, with the challenges to the restart of the global economy, and with multiple industries seemingly disabled for a relatively longer period of time, particularly thinking about industries like tourism, what that means in terms of our globalization track that we've been on for so many years and the interrelationships between countries, I think we're a little ways off. And I've seen that slow down quite a bit as people really started to see the longevity of this and the duration that they expect. The concerns over inflation have receded.
Sheila, there is the institutional Goldman Sachs. And then with Reuters breaking the story a number of days ago, I guess there's going to be a retail Goldman Sachs. You're getting into the discount brokerage business. I don't know if this is part of GSAM. Maybe it's a different wing under Mr. Solomon or whatever. But tell us how the firm is going to adapt to competing with Fidelity and competing with Mr. Schwab in San Francisco.
Well, it doesn't fit in GSAM proper per se, but I think our focus on the consumer and consumer lines of business was covered very extensively in our Investor Day. And we think it's a natural extension of quite a bit of the work that we already do, as well as a natural thing to have evolved from us having a bank license and getting engaged in offering these types of services to retail and to individuals. And we've seen huge take-up of this, whether it's the activity on our credit card or whether it's the actual work we've been doing and laying the groundwork for many years with small businesses that first was a quasi-philanthropic endeavor and very much focused on just helping businesses as an engine of economies, and today is now a business proper.
Yeah, well said, well said. But Sheila, what's fascinating here is retail in general, and particularly with the Folio acquisition, online brokerage, can it be profit or break even? Or is it just basically a loss leader for the firm into banking?
Well, I don't think of it as a loss leader, although I would say I'm certainly not our expert working on it. But in an overall process of the way Goldman makes decisions, we're not a loss leader type of place. I think we see it as something that has an essential position, right? An essential position within our overall offering to consumers. And if we didn't think we would make something profitable and make it valuable and also make it unique with what the Goldman franchise would offer, we wouldn't do it.
Sheila, I know you worked a lot on sustainability, but also women in the workplace. Given what we're seeing in the U.S., but actually protests around the world, are companies going to come a lot more under scrutiny about what kind of diversity they have on boards? And will that ultimately actually change their share price? Will it change the way you invest in companies?
Look, I think it already has, whether it was the announcement we made at Davos about not IPOing companies without a woman on their board, or whether it's the action GSAM has been taking for several years now in terms of our stewardship and engagement and the way we're voting our shares, which is certainly walking the walk and talking the talk. I think today, as you see these tragic and awful events, it's not the time for silence, it's the time for action. And that's why you're seeing us again out in front, trying to support businesses, trying to support minority-owned businesses, minority investors. We've come out only in the last 24 hours with a new fund focused on supporting organizations fighting racism and fighting for equality. And I think whether it's diversity regarding women or racial diversity, or in general, our view that people should be respected and treated accordingly, I think that is something that I see all investors looking at even with more scrutiny than before. The S of the ESG is central in this pandemic, and these issues now coming up have made it even more clear that it will not go away.
Does it change, Sheila, the composition of the American economy?
Look, I actually think what's underestimated is how much the American economy was already driven by diversity. We were not pricing it appropriately, I think is the point from an economics perspective. The small businesses that are very often minority owned and driven were driving jobs, were driving the economy, were pushing forward with consumption. And that's the damage that we're really worried about in the post-pandemic economy. And that's why we've been focused on partnering with community development financial institutions that focus on minority neighborhoods, on those kind of small businesses. We've done a survey extensively of small businesses across the U.S., and those are the populations with businesses we need to make sure we help save, because they've found it hard to access funds via PPE, and they've had less success when they did apply. We want to fix that, and that's why we've committed our own money towards that.
Very good. Sheila Patel, thank you so much, with Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Please stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Los que hayamos adoptado un abuelito, vamos a continuar viéndolos a nuestros abuelitos, ¿no? No podemos dejarlos de verlos. Por el hecho que se termine de solucionar la pandemia, más bien al contrario, habremos tenido un mayor contacto con nuestros abuelitos hasta sus últimos días.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Now, Tom, HSBC and Standard Chartered, two British institutions that dominate Hong Kong's banking system, have backed Beijing in a standoff over the new security law. Now, the bank's statements came on the eve of the anniversary of China's 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown. Speaking to Bloomberg, a prominent Hong Kong activist, Joshua Wong, called on the business community to show its support.
It also implies how Hong Kong business company and the economic freedom is being threatened by Beijing. So I think now is the critical point to not only seeking for the support of the general public, business, and also important to have businessmen to support us.
Stephen Engel. First of all, Stephen, if you look at HSBC and Standard Chartered, it came as a surprise to many that they would be pro-Beijing. What's the reason behind it?
Well, yeah, this is kind of opening up a new front on growing tensions not only between China and the United States, but China and the UK. It comes the same day, I should say, that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he'd be open to opening up a pathway for Hong Kong citizens, up to 3 million who would be eligible for British national overseas passports and then could potentially get citizenship in the UK, which Beijing has fired back at, saying that move would backfire. So now we have HSBC and Standard Chartered, two large London-based banks, which get the bulk of their earnings and revenue from Asia and the greater China area. They are coming out and signing a petition in support of this highly controversial national security legislation from Beijing after staying quiet for a long time. And they got blasted by the likes of former chief executive of Hong Kong, C.Y. Leung. He said, you get all your revenue from China, or a good proportion of it, and you're not coming out in support of this legislation. Well, HSBC kept its head below the parapet because last summer they got blasted, and a number of their branches were torched by protesters for the perception that they had frozen accounts linked to funds collected for the protesters. Well, HSBC this time kept their head below the firing line until now. And now the CEO of Asia, Peter Wong, has been seen signing this note of support for this very controversial security law here in Hong Kong.
Stephen Engel, when the facts change, institutions change. In World War II, the Japanese occupied the HSBC headquarters in Hong Kong. Two of their managers died in internment camps in World War II. And now the facts are changing again. All that matters is who fills the vacuum. Who will fill the vacuum if Hong Kong and the Western world chooses not to do business with HSBC, or for that matter, Standard Chartered?
Yeah, well, that's a good question from a historical perspective, because the big, I guess, overriding question is, what is the price to do business with China these days? And if you want to do business in China and Greater China, and for that matter in Hong Kong now, you have to, as some would say, pledge allegiance to China and the rulers there. So that is a issue that is not necessarily going to go away today, tomorrow, in a year from now, or it might be the new normal. And Alistair Carmichael, British lawmaker, he's the chairman of the UK parliamentary group on Hong Kong. Boy, he has blasted HSBC, saying this is a colossal misjudgment because you cannot, as a British company the size of HSBC, be seen to be advocating for what is fairly flagrant breach of international law in a rules-based system. He called it tactically clever but strategically stupid.
Stephen, the other thing that's going on is, of course, Hong Kong passes a law banning insults to the Chinese national anthem, also on the anniversary of Tiananmen Square. How will that be taken? Oh,
boy, the coincidence is not lost on many people here. 31 years ago, June 4th, 1989, was the crackdown in Tiananmen Square on pro-democracy advocates. And what does the local legislature here do today, just in the last hour? They passed a highly controversial law that basically could criminalize, or does now, criminalize insults to the national anthem. And Tom, I know you love the historical references. The national anthem is the March of the Volunteers, and the first line of that song is "Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves." How ironic is that? But it opens up the legal question. What is an insult? Libel is illegal. Slander is illegal. But what is an insult?
We will have to see. Stephen Engel, thank you so much. Of course, our chief Asian correspondent, and thrilled that he could be with us through the morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. It is an extraordinary Thursday. We welcome all of you across America tuning in, and of course around the world. The ECB meeting, critically important to Europe, and of course claims it's on this Thursday before the jobs report tomorrow. And we are carefully focused on a Washington turmoil between the White House and our military leaders. Please stay with us worldwide. This is Bloomberg. This morning, the bulls, well, they defeat the bears in the battle space of bid and ask. The S&P 500 just 7% below the Valentine's Day high. Gold prints under $1,700 the ounce. There is an American job depression, claims this morning at the same moment that Madame Lagarde on QE for the ECB And Lieutenant Colonel Esper, well, he does not see a, quote, dire situation. General Miley says, we will stay true to our oath. General Mattis says, we can unite without him. And Admiral Mullen says, American cities and towns are not battle spaces to be dominated. Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance from New York and from London. Francine Lacroix in London at Queen Victoria Street. I'm Tom Keene on the edge of Central Park and Upper East Side. And 2 nights in a row, Francine, a much, much quieter protest around New York and across this nation. It's really been subsumed, Francine, by the absolute bombshell reporting and essay last night by General Mattis in the Atlantic that truly stopped America.
Yes, and I think the broader question is actually whether this will have repercussion for President Trump with his base, or certainly within Republicans, whether the president has crossed a line, and of course what this means for the military in turmoil. So we talk about martial law and of course the next steps, Tom.
Many other things going on as well. We're really focused on what could be an original ECB meeting, that at 8:30 New York time, and of course Christine Lagarde's important press conference and Q&A afterwards, and of course the second of 3 days of labor data. The claims statistic today, well reported to be under 2 million still. That's an appalling number. Right now with our news in New York City is Ritika Gupta.
Good morning, Tom, Francine. President Trump's former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis is condemning his former boss. In a scathing statement last night, Mattis said the president misuses the military and is dividing the nation. He also said the country must reject those who make a mockery of the Constitution. President Trump responded to Mattis on Twitter, saying he didn't like his leadership style or much else about him. Meanwhile, President Trump appears to be unhappy with Defense Secretary Mark Esper. Bloomberg has learned that the president confronted Esper after he publicly opposed his idea of deploying the military to contain protests. The president also asked top advisors if they thought Esper could still be effective in his position. And most economists expect the European Central Bank to increase its already massive monetary stimulus. Policymakers will be out with their decision today. ECB President Christine Lagarde has warned that the bank's worst-case predictions for the European economy are likely to pan out. And in Hong Kong, lawmakers have passed a controversial law banning residents from disrespecting China's national anthem. That adds to fears that Beijing is tightening its grip on the former British colony, and it comes as China plans to enact national security legislation aimed at Hong Kong. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Francine.
Very good, Ritika. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that. Let's look at the data right now. Finally, a pause with equities, I should say futures and equities, a little bit of red there. 30-year bond fractionally a little bit higher, but just sort of a pause on a Thursday after the extraordinary risk-on feel we've seen over the last number of days. I would point out gold has spent a good amount of time in the last 24 hours below 17 under the ounce. Right now, I think 17.12 per ounce. Francine?
Tom, if you look at treasuries, they're pretty much steady. Government bonds actually falling across most of European hours. This comes before the ECB announcement on its policy decisions, which is why I wanted to look at the Italian 10-year yield, 1.57. If you look at how the spreads have actually been compressed over the last couple of weeks, it's pretty extraordinary. So it has been, as you were saying, exceptional gains for equities in the past week. Investors now turn on to not only the ECB, but of course Washington, where U.S. employment data will signal the extent of the damage to jobs, and that will actually move the market. So crude oil, $36.57, Tom.
Very good. There are many ways to go here to begin this hour of surveillance. We welcome again all of you worldwide, and we must look, though, first to America. Kevin Cirilli joining us right now, our chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, what will the president do today? He's been quiet on Twitter in the last 24 hours.
Well, I think we are going to hear more from President Trump today, Tom. especially now that there is this open discussion about the use of the military and his comments regarding that. Yesterday, I spoke with a former senior advisor to a cabinet member in the intelligence community who told me essentially that the president's comments this week, particularly pertaining to the military, has sparked an open discussion about the president's strategy, tactics, and rhetoric. Now, beyond that, I also spoke with a Republican member of Congress yesterday who said that the president still very much enjoys the support of the Republican Party in both the Senate and the House, even as a handful of Republican senators in particular have come out and expressed their discomfort with the president's rhetoric.
I mean, the president's rhetoric has led to a truly extraordinary moment in history, folks. I don't want to go into a history lesson here, but we've seen from the Secretary of Defense, a retired lieutenant colonel, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and arguably our two most distinguished retired elite military forces. Is everybody else on board with them, Kevin? I mean, how much of the military is rallying around these four individuals?
You know, I'll take it from the source that I spoke with yesterday, who described to me that for the most part, the military, those generals in particular that you had just mentioned, had been, even if they had concerns or frustrations with the president's tweets, for example, had always really been willing to keep their comments to themselves. But within the past 5 days in particular, that significantly changed. However, beyond that, and in terms of where this goes, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has still stood by the president. Politically, Republicans still have prominent Republicans such as Senator Ted Cruz. So I say this cautiously, but I say it because I think it bears repeating that the reality of and the experiences of people living in cities, especially in the last week, is very different than the reality of people observing what's going on in the cities via the lens of cable news. And so I think that while this situation has evolved quickly, we should also note that the protests here in Washington, D.C. Were largely peaceful last night. That is a continued trend that we have seen follow throughout the country.
Kevin, if the president still has the support of a lot of Republicans, does it change anything in the polls in how popular he is? The fact that General Mattis came out so aggressively, Mattis.
You know, so some backstory in terms of former Secretary Mattis, which is that they had departed on rocky terms to begin with. So that is not necessarily a surprise. That criticism was announced publicly. But in terms of the political ramifications, what I would say is that I think it's too early to tell, but the daily tracking poll suggests that the president's disapproval rate has continued to go up above 50%, which typically forecasts trouble for an incumbent candidate.
Right. Kevin Cirilli, thank you for the reporting. Our chief Washington correspondent, and as you heard Mr. Cirilli say, perhaps an eventful day for the President of the United States. We're going to have an eventful 8 o'clock hour. Francine and our team in Europe really focused on what's going to be going on in Frankfurt and the ECB. We will be focused in America on another grim report of jobless claims. Stephen Stanley of Amherst Pierpont with us soon. This is Bloomberg. Good morning. morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance. Francine Lacroix in London. I'm Tom Keene in New York. This is how bad it is. The ADP report yesterday, which some people really lean on, and to be honest, some others don't, went from grim, grim, grim to just grim, and everybody stood up and cheered. That's how odd the statistics are on gaming and on guessing what is clearly an American job depression. Stephen Stanley is working from home. He has a mantle in his living room that holds up all the trophies he's won for economic forecasting, and we ask him to forecast right now. Stephen, good morning. Claims today will be grim. It will be factors higher than normal, and that leads to the unemployment report. With the better ADP report yesterday, did you tweak and adjust to a better jobs report tomorrow?
Tom, I did not. I'm one of those that's not a big believer in ADP. I would be very happy if the number comes in line with ADP, but I'm still looking for about a 7 million drop in payrolls in May.
One of the things floating here, Stephen Stanley, is that it's different now. We got rid of a lot of low-wage people in restaurants, in bars, and now we're starting to get rid of a different kind of an American employee, a salaried, fully benefited employee. Is that true?
I mean, certainly there's going to be some of that along the way here. I mean, there's so many businesses that are going to have to alter their work structure and basically change their footprint. I think it's a little early to say how things are going to pan out kind of on a permanent basis, though. But I do think we're going to get a lot of workers coming back over the next couple of months. So we'll have to see when the dust clears. I think at this point it's a little early to say, but sure. I mean, I think there are going to be areas of the economy that permanently lose jobs, and there'll be other areas that gain them.
Where do you see it first, Stephen? So if you look at, the V-shaped recovery, let's call it that, of jobs coming back, what are the sectors that will pick up the quickest? And do they give us an indication also of the worst hit sectors?
Yeah, so, I mean, as the economy reopens, there'll be industries that come back, and some will come back quicker than others. I mean, the tough ones that you alluded to, the restaurants and airlines and spectator sports and things like that are going to be very tough puzzles that are going to take a while to figure out. But then there are other things like, for example, doctor's office and dentist's office were closed, and I think stuff like that should open up pretty quickly. So I do think we're going to get a lot of service jobs back over the next couple of months, and then we'll just have to see what the economy looks like in terms of a new normal on the other side.
Have a lot of the people that have lost their jobs actually had, a safety net, or is this where there's real failure in the U.S.?
Yeah, well, this is the numbers that we got last Friday, the personal income numbers for April, were really interesting because personal income actually went up. And what we found is that, at least based on the government numbers, that between the rebate checks and unemployment benefits, government transfer payments were about 3 times the loss in labor income. So you could think of it as the government basically supplying people with 3 months' worth of pay on a one-off basis, or nearly one-off. And the question is, will that hold out long enough for the economy to get back on its feet? So far, so good, and I think people have spent some of that, but obviously with the savings rate spiking up, they still have some money in their bank accounts to tide them over, but we'll have to see how quickly we reopen and if we can get most people back working before those benefits start to run out.
Yeah. Stephen Stanley, economists get out front. You guys, that's the job, is to get out 3 months front, 6 months front, a year front. Politicians want to know what happened 2 minutes ago and what they need to say in the next 2 minutes. Is the labor data of this day and tomorrow, is it going to be enough to jumpstart policy actions in Washington towards Americans without jobs?
I would not bet on that. I think the divisions in Washington are deep-seated, and it's been a time when it's been very difficult for the two parties to come together with common solutions. I think the first CARES Act was an example where there was quick bipartisan agreement. I'm not sure that the CARES Act was perfect, but it certainly got a lot of money out the door quickly. The second piece that they're working on now is second CARES Act, if you want to think of it in those terms. I think the divisions are much greater, and I think they will come together on a few things, but it's going to be tough, I think, to come to comprehensive agreement because the ideological differences between various areas are starting to take control of the debate.
Thank you so much, Stephen Stanley there, Amherst Pierpoint Chief Economist. Now stay with Bloomberg also for our live coverage of the ECB decision and press conference. That all starts 7:45 a.m. in New York. That's 12:45 p.m. in London. And this is Bloomberg.
Chances are you may have started cooking more during quarantine, which means you've made plenty of trips to the grocery store, either in person or virtually. But brace yourselves, that chicken wing and hamburger patty, it's about to cost you more money. Just 4 meat processing plants account for about 80% of production in the United States. Back in April, President Donald Trump ordered all meat processing plants stay open.
They're going to be very careful. They are. As to who's going into the plant, the quarantine is going to be very strong.
Even as workers fall ill and production output suffers. So where are plant operators in all this? They have to go through lower productivity and higher costs, which means they need to make some major changes. And some plants are already running slower because of social distancing and fewer workers, and some production lines are fully automated. Tetro Das is a professor at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He gives us the numbers. He says reducing meat processing plants to 1/3 of their capacity and also distributing the adequate protective equipment, this could all boost chicken prices at grocery stores by 25 to 30%. That means if you buy chicken at 99 cents per pound for 5 pounds, now at $5.95, it could cost you up to $6.44 before taxes. That means higher costs for an industry that's been pretty efficient at putting out cheap protein.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, which is down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the First Word Asia.
U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange. China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. A rival says that Google is a target of U.S. antitrust investigations. The CEO of search engine company DuckDuckGo has spoken with state and federal officials. Gabriel Weinberg says he was asked about how to potentially limit Google's power in the online search market. Google says it continues to engage with the investigations. America's largest private company will no longer release its quarterly earnings to the public. Cargill says it wants to focus on long-term strategy, and disclosing earnings doesn't reflect that. The company is the world's biggest agricultural commodities trader. It still plans to update bondholders and lenders every 3 months. The two British institutions that dominate Hong Kong's banking system are backing China's proposed new security law. Standard Chartered and HSBC are endorsing a proposal that critics say will diminish the city's freedom. The British government has expressed opposition to the crackdown. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine.
Thank you so much, Ritika. Now we're back with Stephen Stanley, Amherst, Pierpoint Chief Economist. Stephen, we spent a bit of time talking about the jobs numbers in the U.S. and what we can expect today, and then tomorrow the unemployment figure. What are you expecting from the ECB? The market, because of a number of things that ECB officials have said, are expecting quite a lot more today. How disappointed will they be if they don't get what they want?
Yeah, I mean, the markets are definitely expecting an expansion of the QE program, and as you say, if we don't get that, I think it'll be a disappointment. I think most market participants are assuming that central banks are all in. So whatever it takes, they'll get it done. I suppose if the ECB were to not do something today, there would be initial disappointment. But presumably at some point they would come back and say, you know what, they didn't give it to us today, but they'll give it to us at some point if we need it.
How would you describe the current state overall of the economy? If you look at monetary policy, do we need it more now? Are we, is it the start of the recovery phase, or are we still in the midst of the downturn because a second lockdown is still possible?
Yeah, I think, the news so far on the virus has been good. I mean, the reopenings have gone well. So there's certainly always a chance of a second wave, but I think the odds of a really bad scenario have probably diminished to some degree. And you'd have to imagine that as medical research continues, that we'll be better prepared if we do get a second wave than we were with the initial outbreak. I think that what's interesting about monetary policy right now, particularly in the U.S., is the Fed started out with a bunch of programs designed to get the markets back on their feet. Financial markets were not functioning properly, and they've been wildly successful in that. And risk spreads have come in. Corporate issuance has been coming at a record pace. Stock markets obviously going up. But they also, came out with programs to try to get money out to real people. Main Street Lending Facility, the Muni Lending Facility, and others. And those are just getting off the ground at this point. So the Fed has been, I think, effective at plugging the financial market problems, but they haven't, as of yet anyway, gotten money out to the real economy. And I think that's what they've got to be focused on right now, not your traditional monetary policy questions, but some of these unprecedented programs to lend directly to economic agents.
Stephen Stanley, you have a very pragmatic view of economics in your forecasting as well, and I would suggest it centers on proven behavior. Do we come back as a normal American consumer, or do we come back as an American consumer forever changed?
Well, I think, that's the big question. And, it's more of a psychological than economic question, I think, in some sense. But history certainly is on the side of it eventually returning to normal. And I would say that the early evidence is, in my mind, is encouraging. I mean, when things have reopened, people have come back. You look at all the anecdotal and high-frequency data on consumer behavior, and it does seem like the reopening has had a big effect in terms of people coming back and spending. So I think, there's certainly going to be some people that are going to be hunkered down and scared to go out and do the things that they would have done before. But most people seem ready to get out there and kind of resume their lives. So if we can get through, certainly through the fall and avoid a really bad second wave, eventually we get a vaccine, and that, I think, is kind of a quantum leap toward normalcy as well. So I'm optimistic that eventually it won't happen all at once, but eventually, say a year from now, 2 years from now, that things will get back more or less to the way they were.
Yeah. Very good. Stephen Stanley, thank you so much. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Just love having him on, folks, with what I would call measured forecasts of the view forward. And, of course, the view will have some clarity this morning at 8:30 this Thursday. And then tomorrow, the jobs report will give us a lot more clarity forward into this month of employment as well. Coming up, incredibly well timed, one of the firms that measures the military of this America. Mohammed Yunus will join us. He is with the Gallup organization. Please stay with us from New York and London. This is Bloomberg.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
We have a lot of signals of hope for our economy in the future. So we need, of course, we come back to normality as soon as possible, particularly in tourism, but also in manufacturing, the export.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News. A stunning rebuke to President Trump last night from his first defense secretary. Jim Mattis has ripped into the president, saying he has divided the nation and misused the military. The retired Marine general said that Americans must reject those who make a mockery of the Constitution. President Trump responded on Twitter. He said Mattis's primary strength was not military, but personal public relations. In Minnesota, 4 former police officers present when George Floyd died faced new charges. The charge against the officer who knelt on Floyd's neck has been upgraded to second-degree murder. The other 3 were charged with aiding and abetting his death. In Los Angeles, up to $150 million will be cut from the police department's budget. The money will be used as part of a broader effort to reinvest more into the black community. Los Angeles spends almost $1.9 billion a year on its police force. The mayor also said he will support another demand of activists, creating a special prosecutor to review police misconduct cases. And the price of oil has retreated from a 3-month high. The unity of the OPEC Plus coalition is being threatened by a long-running feud over complying with production cutbacks. Saudi Arabia and Russia have a preliminary deal to extend those curbs, but it is conditional on other countries making deeper cuts to make up for their past non-compliance. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thank you so much. We welcome all of you worldwide and across this nation to Bloomberg surveillance and, of course, the news flow. Absolutely extraordinary. On the political front, it is safe to say that America came to a complete halt last evening when the Atlantic published an essay by General Mattis, harshly critical of the president. Before that, we heard from some voices of the day. Let's listen in.
The National Guard is customary, and we have a very powerful National Guard, over 300,000 men and women, and we can do pretty much whatever we want as far as that. But as far as going beyond that, sure, if it was necessary.
The option to use active duty forces in a law enforcement role should only be used as a matter of last resort and only in the most urgent and dire of situations. We are not in one of those situations now. I do not support invoking the Insurrection Act.
I commend the Secretary of Defense, Esper, for taking the position that he took, because military leaders, almost in unison, do not believe that our military ought to be used to fight our own people. It ought to be used to fight foreign enemies.
And within the blur of all this, folks, I would really point you to General Miley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, his typewritten letter of order, I should say, to his officers of yesterday, with a small handwritten note off to the bottom left, speaking of the oath that the military takes. Gallup organization just simply takes an oath to do the best polling in America. It's very different polling than who's going to be in first, who's going to win, who's going to lose. And we're thrilled that Mohammed Yunus could join us on this historic day for America. Mohammed, you devote an entire page on your website to your polling and study of the military in America. Does the military, the sailors, the soldiers, the junior officers, do they have these generals and Admiral Mullen's back?
Well, one thing I can report on for sure is that the public has the military's back. Among all the institutions we've polled about in the United States over generations, the military has always rated the highest and consistently the highest. This is true even during the very dark years of the Iraq war policy, where the Iraq war itself went from being very positive from a public opinion perspective to really negative. Perceptions of the military have really endured. So if there's one institution that has a lot of public support in this country, it is definitely the military. And we're at a time when a lot of public institutions are really lacking public support.
Your organization began 3 years after MacArthur, Eisenhower, and Patton quelled riots in Washington when they moved out the bonus boys, the World War I veterans starving and asking for support. That was a long time ago. What does the military look like now? Is the great misconception here of the president is he doesn't understand the makeup of the American military?
Well, I mean, aside from polling, one of the things that has changed about the military dramatically since then is how it operates and how it's made up. Obviously, the major threat to most Western civilization developed economies lately has been terrorism, and a lot of forces are re-gearing towards that. So I think on this issue just of race relations generally, though, President Trump has 64% disapproval in how he's handling race relations in America. It's sort of the inverse of how Americans rate his handling of the economy, which is at 58%. And this all, of course, happens, Tom and Francine, within the backdrop of a relative low in Americans' perceptions of race relations in this country. In 2001, 70% of Black Americans said that the current rate of race relations were either very good or somewhat good. That went from 70% down to 40% in 2020. 80% of Black respondents in the United States across the country are dissatisfied with the way Blacks are treated in the United States. Most Americans, 54%, actually share that dissatisfaction. 66% of Americans are concerned a great deal or a fair amount with the state of race relations in the United States. So this is all unfolding before a backdrop of really a relative low in perceptions of race relations in the United States. Obviously, there was a really big high immediately after the election of President Obama. But there's also sort of more than one America when it comes to this issue. And one of the things that we've been doing for the past 2 years is really tracking what's happening within fragile communities, low income, low education, low well-being communities across 47 states in the United States based on census data. And this is what we found. Blacks within those communities, 59% of them say that they know some or a lot of people who have been treated unfairly by the police, 59% of Blacks versus only 31% of whites within those same at-risk low-income communities. 50% of Blacks say they know some or a lot of people who have been unfairly sent to jail. Only 17% of their white neighbors within those communities have that same view. 56% of Blacks say that people within their community have a negative view of the police. So this is really there's a national story unfolding with race relations, but there's a very acute issue unfolding within these communities. And a lot of the realities of those communities are often missed by nationally representative studies and data. And that's why we've been really trying to track both and will continue as this unfolds.
Mohammed, has this gotten worse in the last couple of years? Is there any data to show how, what was felt 2 or 3 years ago?
Yes, it certainly has gotten worse. Really, since 2015, we've seen a consistent decline. Of course, 2017 was a real flashpoint here in the United States with the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. We did see a decline after that as well. But relatively speaking, when you compare it to the past 20 years, things are looking a lot worse now than they did about 2001, 2002.
Mohammed Yunus, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Editor-in-Chief of the Gallup organization as well. There are emotions in Asia, and they wrap around Hong Kong, the relationship of Hong Kong to China. And in Victoria Park today, we see those emotions.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
On to retail, and LVMH has ruled out, Tom, buying Tiffany shares on the open market despite trading at a 15% discount to the agreed price per share since the $16 billion deal was reached in November. Well, of course, the virus outbreak has decimated demand for luxury goods. Let's now get straight to Andrea Felstedt, who covers retail and who's a Bloomberg opinion columnist. Andrea, I mean, the rationale actually behind getting it was segmenting Tiffany and making it more profitable. Why are LVMH now so concerned going forward? I know, we're expecting retail demand at some point to get better. Does it mean that they don't expect this demand to pick up in the next couple of years?
Well, the world has changed, obviously, since the deal was agreed. Luxury is looking to have a very bad year this year, 35% down across the board, according to Bain. But this was a long-term investment for LVMH. Jewellery is a strategic category, so the rationale is still there. The debate is whether they want to try and get it for a better price than was agreed in November.
Andrea, is it easy for luxury to cut costs? I mean, can LVMH cut costs at Tiffany's, and frankly, can they cut costs across their luxury platform?
Well, they should be able to cut costs. It's a very big group. That there should be costs to cut. But the point about Tiffany is it actually needs investment. It will need investment to take many of its products up market, to improve its image, to do a big marketing campaign. So LVMH isn't looking at cutting costs here. It's actually looking at increasing its expenses.
Andrea, would they buy them for a cheaper price, or is it just that it doesn't make sense anymore?
I think the strategic rationale is definitely still there. And the other thing about luxury is, there are very few assets that are available to buy anyway. Many have a controlling family shareholder. And if you lose an asset, it'll go to a rival. It often doesn't come back on the market again. So that is the issue they will have to weigh up.
So do you think that someone else would be buying Tiffany? Is someone else interested at the time where there were rivals looking to buy this luxury company?
I don't immediately see someone else coming in. I don't see somebody else sort of coming in to buy it if LVMH walks away, because everybody is pressured by what's going on in the market.
Andrea, will this spur more consolidation elsewhere because a lot of these luxury companies are under so much pressure, or will some of them also have to go bust? I'm not suggesting any of the big listed ones would,
no.
But it does seem we're oversaturated with fashion companies.
Yes, indeed. And, some of those, smaller houses that have been in a turnaround situation, say Ferragamo, this will make life even more difficult for them.
Andrea, thanks so much. Andrea Felstedt there, Bloomberg opinion columnist focusing on retail. Now, up next, we speak with Jason Farley, Johns Hopkins professor of nursing. This is Bloomberg.
true diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. A group of warehouse workers at Amazon.com is suing the online retail giant. They claim its working conditions put them at risk of contracting the coronavirus, as well as their families. The lawsuit focuses on a distribution center on Staten Island, New York. Amazon says it's reviewing the claims. Simon Property Group has sued Gap over almost $66 million in unpaid rent. The landlord says Gap remains in default under the leases and still won't pay back charges. Like many retailers, Gap is struggling because of store closures caused by the pandemic. The company deferred its April dividend and suspended some rent payments. And Tesla is trying to ensure that its first European factory can start producing cars in about a year. The electric car maker is revising plans for the plant near Berlin to appease environmental critics. Residents are concerned about deforestation and water usage related to the factory's construction. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine.
Thank you so much, Ritika. Now, as we continue to track the virus, Bloomberg has developed a unique partnership with the leading authority on COVID-19. Johns Hopkins has been at the forefront of the international response. Every day, we'll bring you insight from experts in public health, infectious disease, and emergency preparedness. Well, joining us now is Jason Farley. He's Johns Hopkins University Professor of Nursing. Thank you, Dr. Farley, for joining us. When you look at the gradual reopening of economies, not only in the U.S., but across the world, how's it going? Is it too soon to say whether it has been done safely?
I think we're getting initial data that suggests that some openings have resulted in spikes in cases, but we also have data that suggests that some places are doing it safely and are having reemergence into kind of normal life again. And are doing it quite effectively. So I think it all depends on how the population responds to the non-pharmaceutical measures, such as social distancing, mask wearing, reducing exposure, and risk mitigation.
So would we have a better picture of that in about 2 weeks from now, or could it also take longer? The more we go on, will people socially distance less?
Well, we know that human behavior, no matter what disease it is, coronavirus or others, their adherence to certain practices wane over time. People get fatigue. People who take chronic medications every day for a long period get fatigue and miss doses. That's part of what we in the healthcare industry know as common behavior of humans. So we are expecting people to struggle and continuing to struggle. And so that's why you hear the health experts constantly reiterate the same message over and over about the importance of social distancing, the importance of hand washing, the importance of using a mask. But we also know that the economy has to open up, and so people will go about. And as restrictions get reduced in local communities, we are seeing folks gather more. Clearly, we've seen evidence of people beginning to travel in certain jurisdictions, and we just need to be vigilant and following the cases that occur, anywhere from 10 to 14 days after potential exposure.
How are the protests, impacting, or how will they potentially impact the transmission of COVID-19 in the U.S. and frankly also elsewhere in the world, like London?
Right. So we know that any large gathering of people increases the potential for transmission. And so with these protests, they are large gatherings of people. It's challenging in the protest to social distance, clearly. We've seen the images around the world. We've also seen, some protesters wearing masks, others not. We also see our law enforcement community who are sometimes, engaging in having to remove their mask falling off. So I think everyone who participates in the protest needs to be really vigilant about symptoms, about the onset of any kind of new fevers, cough, shortness of breath, or anything else that could be in the COVID spectrum of illness, and report that and get testing soon so that contact tracing can begin.
Jason, how is contact tracing actually going along? We've had in certain countries around the world a major setback. Is it doing better in the U.S.?
I think we are in different states and different cities struggling with contact tracing. It has taken us a while to really get up the necessary workforce to do it en masse. I think that continues to be a challenge throughout the country. Obviously, the harder hit areas need a larger workforce to do and find patients. But we also see, making their work harder is a ongoing social media, misinformation around for people trying to feel like there are people really kind of spying on them, wanting to know their contacts and really wanting to judge behavior that they may have had in having contact. And so I would just encourage everyone to, if you are contacted based from the health department saying that you are a contact of individuals, to share the people that you've come in contact with, because it's so essential. It's such an essential public health measure to effectively do contact tracing and help people realize that they could be exposed and need to self-isolate.
Jason, there are regions, there are towns, there are states that have, been hit particularly hard by this deadly outbreak. Do we know why?
Well, when we think about the epidemiology in the United States specifically, we know that both our coast, the California and in New York, the virus actually came from different localities now. So we know that the initial cases in California came from China, but it appears now that the cases in New York City came from Europe. And we now know that there was cases of disease circulating in the United States probably much earlier than recognized, late January, beginning of February, which is about a month prior to when we began making significant restrictions. So we really do know that in large population centers like New York and Los Angeles and other locations, the virus had time to really begin circulating prior to our awareness and before any measure was in place. And so really the harder hit areas have to do with population density, the way in which people travel within a city, a large metropolitan area, subways, and other crowded locations. And, the virus was kind of growing prior to recognition, and I think that's what's most important there.
But I also read, and Jason, at times, you have many virologists that are disagreeing, which makes it so confusing for people trying to follow it, that you could have two people that are sick with COVID-19 at the same level, but one will spread it to 15 people and the other won't. Is there a difference between people that are sick and have a live virus or a dead-end virus? Is there any truth in that?
So, yeah, we know from most viruses, not just COVID-19, that you have people who have higher viral loads and lower viral loads, meaning the amount of virus their immune system allows them to produce. And so that's a key feature here. So sometimes when someone's immune system responds briskly, it causes them to maybe be infected. They're building antibodies to try to recover from it. But because they're building those antibodies quickly, they have less amount of virus. And when you have less amount of virus, you have less transmission. And so, some people, it takes a little longer, and so the virus is able to kind of, if you will, go a little bit more wild and develop
Jason,
and replicate itself a little faster. Yes.
Thank you so much. Jason Farley there of Johns Hopkins University. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
I don't think we'll have to. We have very strong powers to do it. The National Guard is customary, and we have a very powerful National Guard, over 300,000 men and women, and we can do pretty much whatever we want as far as that. But as far as going beyond that, sure, if it was necessary.
The President of the United States from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz. This is Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom Keene, a point of massive discussion this week, the most effective way to protect cities across America.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. And of course, politicians front and center on this. Joining us right now, getting right to it on this busy, busy morning, the Lieutenant Governor of the Empire State, Kathy Hochul, joins us this morning. Kathy, what are you going to work on today to move the trend forward? We've gone from rioting and looting to what was called relative calm to an even calmer Wednesday night. What is next for you and the governor?
Well, the next step is to really address the concerns of the community that have finally come into a forefront, and it's a tragedy that it took the murder of an unarmed African-American and the streets of Minneapolis to get the national attention. But if that's what it took, it's where we are today. We are talking about how we can address the inherent criminal justice injustice system that we now have that African-Americans are subjected to and white Americans are not. And so we have an agenda of national reforms that we believe should occur. I believe that when we start taking concrete action, that will address many of the concerns of the protesters. They will feel that they've been heard. And this conversation has to begin in earnest starting today. We have to ban excessive force. We have to have independent investigations of police abuse and disclosing disciplinary records. These are things that the governor and I have proposed in the state of New York, and they should be national. So that's what we do. We start cleaning up the streets. We start giving people hope that we're going to go forward. And we also have to make some major systemic changes in order to take this national moment that has focused the world on what's happening in our country and come out better for it.
Lieutenant Governor, it is an ageless tension between governors and mayors. It goes back in New York State at least to Governor Clinton and the 3-day trip up the Hudson to Albany. That doesn't happen now. Now it's immediate. Give us an update on the tension between your offices and Mayor de Blasio of New York City.
There's certainly issue by issue. I mean, literally just a few days ago, Mayor de Blasio did a joint press conference with the governor to talk about how far we've come in eradicating the virus and how we're ready to open New York City, the first phase starting literally on Monday, which is just such good news for New Yorkers that are desperate to start getting back to some semblance of normal. So they truly do have a working relationship. They can disagree with each other. Everybody can disagree. But when it comes down to getting the job done for the people of New York, they're able to get it done. And I think the evidence is what we've been able to do with working on the coronavirus together. That was intensive teamwork from the state and city officials, and our teams have worked together for the last 3 months on a day-to-day basis. So it's really case by case.
Lieutenant Governor, let's talk more about the reopening that is supposed to happen on Monday. There's a question of if you reopen, will they come? And a big part of that question is the MTA, the subway system. Will it be prepared to take an increased number of riders with respect to hygiene as well as service? How close are we to that?
Yes, and you're absolutely right that we knew that we could not reopen society, reopen the economy without the ability to get people safely to their jobs. And yes, we've had a scaled down service, and we've had the subway closed from the middle of the night down to 5 a.m. in order to do unprecedented cleaning. You thought our subways need to be cleaned. They have been sanitized top to bottom by individuals that have just been working really through the night. So we're going to continue those processes. We're going to add more trains. We know that there'll be increased capacity, but people are going to be anxious. You're absolutely right. They cannot get on unless they're wearing a mask. We hope that people will be using hand sanitizers and, to the extent possible, social distancing. But if you have the mask on you, we now know that that'll protect you. Again, there's more information out there than we didn't even have 3 months ago. 3 months ago, we did not know that mask was the primary way that you can stop the spread. People said it's all on surfaces. So we're learning a lot, and we're cleaning the surfaces, requiring masks, and we will get people to their jobs in New York, because when we start opening, it's going to be in a phased approach where it's manufacturing, construction, some very limited retail at first, so people start getting acclimated to the new system. Then phase 2, which most of upstate New York is in right now. I'm in Western New York, and we just started phase 2 this week. That's all retail shopping. It's office spaces. I think you're going to see a lot more of that. But truthfully, we've talked about this on the show before. There's going to be a different mindset when people have the ability to continue working from home, at least perhaps for a couple more months. So I think it's going to be a more gradual opening, that people won't all of a sudden descend on the subway system and overload it. But if that becomes the case, we're prepared.
Lieutenant Governor, I just wanted to wrap up the conversation by talking about lessons learned with you. I'm a guest in this country, but New York City is my home, and I, like many people, was shocked to see the looting that took place on Fifth Avenue, a place that you cannot walk down without usually bumping into a police officer. What happened the other night, and what have we learned from it?
Well, the governor addressed this, and he said that, reminding everyone that New York City does have the finest police force in the nation. They are well trained. There's 38,000 of them. And the question became, were sufficient number of individuals from the police force deployed on these early nights when there was looting going on? And, again, separating out the legitimate right of individuals to protest. Our country was founded on a protest. I don't want to remind anyone about the Boston Tea Party, but, we by nature are going to stand up to oppression and stand with each other when others are opposed or oppressed. And that's in our DNA as Americans. So the right to protest is something that's enshrined in our Constitution, and we hold very dear. But that does not give anyone the right to commit criminal acts, and they must be stopped. And we need to regain order to ensure that the safety of people's lives, people's communities, and their businesses. So we've now regained that control. It's important, but it sends a message to the rest of the world that we also support legitimate protest. People have the right to bring their grievances to their government, to society, and we in government have a responsibility to address them.
Lieutenant Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. Kathy, fantastic to catch up with you. Thank you very much for joining us. Tom, I'm not sure what the Boston Tea Party was. That wasn't something we were taught in schools back in the United Kingdom. What is that? What happened?
The Boston Tea Party. John, you know what you need to do? I think over the 4th of July weekend, and I'm sure everyone listening on radio and TV would really agree with me in this. John Farrow, you need to read Johnny Tremaine. I just think, you, a Budweiser in your hand, or even better, a Narragansett lager beer, or a Sam
Bud Light.
Adams.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you need a Sam Adams.
100%.
A Sam Adams, and you need to read Johnny Tremaine to finally
that was a lesson
become a gentleman of
how to deal with a rude British journalist live on air, live on Bloomberg TV and radio from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all, with an ECB decision just around the corner. Looking forward to being here with you through the morning right here on Bloomberg. From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance. For our audience worldwide, we're live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz, counting you down to an ECB decision just around about 15 minutes away, Tom Keene. Widely expected to announce QE. Also looking forward to the forecast coming from President Lagarde in the news conference 45 minutes after the decision. The forecasts are not set to be pretty.
This is always underrepresented. I'm really glad you mentioned it, John. The forecast folks that come out around these meetings are very, very important. And you really wonder, John, how they will forecast price change of inflation or disinflation and the fear of deflation across Europe. It's decidedly different than the challenge Chairman Powell has in America.
And I'd argue it's likely the forecasts that are pushing this ECB to consider QE and pushing this market to believe that is what is coming in around about 15 minutes' time. There has been very little pushback, if any, from the ECB ahead of this decision that is what we won't get. Many people think it is what we will get. And if we don't get it, I think there's massive scope for disappointment and a downside surprise at a series of markets in Europe. Looking at this market right now, euro dollar 112. It was just 108 a couple of weeks ago. We've had a huge move higher. We unwind some of the move this morning, though. As the session grows older, the dollar gets just a little bit stronger. Euro dollar sitting right on top of that 112 level. Elsewhere in the equity market, equity futures still negative, down 13 points after a monster cyclical rally over the last 3 days. We're down 0.4%. And in the bond market, 10-year Treasury yields, we've had a real lift to this Treasury curve, some steepness through it too. Your 10-year yield basically unchanged on a session right now, Tom, at 0.74%.
Very good, John. And as we prepare for the ECB and we prepare for what central banks will do now, and when this crisis of pandemic is over, the unemployment crisis as well, we need to speak to experts steeped in the history of what central banking do. The Peterson Institute has put together a terrific set of economists. You know, often Adam Posen joins us, and of course, Olivier Blanchard. And we are thrilled from Williams and MIT to have with us David Wilcox today from the Peterson Institute with his wonderful work at the Fed, particularly in statistical research. David Wilcox, how do you perceive the path of how any central bank will unwind themselves from this great accommodation?
Thanks for having me this morning. It's an important question. Central banks around the world, and particularly here at home in the United States, have made clear their determination to use their tools to the fullest. The Fed has more operating room, more latitude for taking action than some other central banks around the globe, the ECB and the Bank of Japan, for example. The Fed really needs to be careful not to let up on the accelerator pedal too fast. We're coming off a period of about half a dozen years where inflation ran below the 2% objective. The Fed really doesn't want to allow that to perpetuate.
David, you are channeling Professor Blanchard. Of course, he's appeared with us many times, and you know when he was at the International Monetary Fund, he said the same thing. There can't be a fear of reflating. We need the courage to reflate. But do you, David Wilcox, see any evidence that we can policy-wise reflate? Is there proof that we can reflate into any future?
I think we've got a tremendous amount of practical experience from the real world. This isn't just theoretical stuff that takes place in the graduate seminar room. We know that if central banks put their foot down on the accelerator pedal hard enough for long enough and make clear that they are absolutely determined to achieve their objectives, that results will follow. Now, sometimes it takes longer than anyone would like, but we know that central banks have to take responsibility for the outcomes, and if they persist, they will achieve those outcomes. And we also know how critically important it is today that those objectives be met, because the lived experience of tens of millions of individuals in the United States today, particularly low-income individuals, particularly persons of color, is that they are bearing the brunt of this downturn, and it's incumbent on policymakers of all kinds, fiscal policy, monetary policy, to do their utmost to turn the situation around as rapidly as possible.
David, the answer is always do more on the monetary policy side. At what point does that answer actually become counterproductive?
I don't think we're there yet. The Fed has expended a tremendous amount of its artillery. There's not a dramatically greater amount left for the Fed to do. The burden at this point is on fiscal policymakers. My concern really is not that the Fed will give up the task before it. My concern is that fiscal policy fatigue may set in, and now is exactly the wrong time for fiscal policymakers to get a case of fiscal rectitude. They need to understand that the cost of servicing debt is historically low, with interest rates low today and set to remain low for decades into the future. Now is the time to ensure that this downturn is limited in scope, limited in duration. We need to bring the economy back. We need to sustain households and businesses through this extraordinarily painful and difficult period.
And David, talk to me about how the nature of that fiscal stimulus needs to change now this economy is reopening. From what you've seen, what do we need to see in the next several months?
Well, my greatest concern is some of the looming fiscal cliffs that are written into current legislation. For example, the federal supplement for unemployment insurance is slated to expire on July 31st. That's the $600 per week surplus payment on top of the normal state unemployment insurance benefit. There are tens of millions of people at this point who are relying on supplemental unemployment insurance benefits as a lifeline to carry them through this period. The PPP program, the loan program for small businesses that was under certain conditions slated to convert into a grant, the spend out from that program, which was about $660 billion in aggregate, that spend out will come to a close here sometime probably for most businesses in the third quarter. So the fiscal impetus that we've delivered already is having a positive effect now, as bad as conditions are. The thing that's pretty scary is that positive fiscal effect will dissipate pretty quickly here as we move into the second half of the year.
We're speaking with David Wilcox, Peterson Institute non-resident fellow. David, given the fact that you spent almost 2 decades at the Federal Reserve examining statistics, trying to get a good read on the situation, can you tell us just how difficult it is to get an accurate sense of how deep the job losses have been? A lot of questions about the comprehensiveness of the data. Is there disparities between what's coming out of the states, what's coming out of the federal government? How clear a picture do we have?
Well, we have a very clear picture in one respect, and that is that the bottom has fallen out of the labor market. And as a result, you've seen the Fed do its utmost to exercise the full range of tools available to it. We have never seen unemployment insurance claims accumulate to 40 million claims over a period of a handful of weeks. We have never seen the unemployment rate rise from a historically low 3.5% now into the mid-teens, according to the official number, but closer to 20% once one adjusts for a classification error in last month's report. We have never seen industrial production in 100 years worth of monthly data drop by the amount that it did. We have never seen personal consumption spending drop by more than 13%, and that was on top of a decline of more than 6% in the prior month. These are unprecedented adverse figures. So the Fed knows that it needs to be moving with all possible speed, force, and vigor.
David, there is a question, though. Yesterday's ADP numbers came out, and they were still terrible considering the fact that millions of people had lost their jobs in May, according to that figure, but vastly below the expectation, less than 3 million versus 9 million jobs lost. A lot of people saying perhaps this indicates a lack of visibility into how quickly people are getting rehired, and they are getting rehired faster than some people are expecting. Have you seen any evidence to that in the indicators that you're looking at?
It's possible that that's happening. Let's first of all keep a perspective on just how awful a job loss of 2.1 million is in a single month, if indeed that's borne out in the Labor Department figures that will be released tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern Time. During the financial crisis, we had job losses that were in the neighborhood of 700,000 per month. So even if tomorrow's figure turns out to be 2.1 million, that would be 3 times worse than any monthly figure from the financial crisis. And that, of course, comes on top of a catastrophically awful figure the month before. It'll take a while to sort out exactly how bad the situation is. Unfortunately, the situation is so bad that the fine details don't really matter here. What is known is that the economic devastation is vast and that policymakers need to be moving with a great deal of force and determination to turn that around.
David Wilcox at the Peterson Institute. David, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. Thanks for joining us ahead of this ECB decision just moments away. David, thank you. Tom, that decision around about 4 minutes away, and what an expensive mistake from several months ago when Christine Lagarde, the ECB president, said we are not here to close spreads. That feels like a lifetime ago, and now they are throwing absolutely everything at that European bond market.
Well, she's at the learning curve, and let us remember, and it's a history lesson. John, you're expert at this, folks. The fame of John Farrow on the lawn at Frankfurt is well known. But the truth of the matter is, John, it's 27 fractious countries. It's not the United States. It's 27 fractious countries led by that core of Austria, Germany, France I'm not going to put into it. I guess the Netherlands in there as well. It's a whole different chemistry she has to face.
Lisa and I both know that when you bring up where I used to live, Tom, in Europe, you're not giving me a compliment. It's usually you trying to get me to go home. We'll talk about that in just a moment. From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. The ECB decision minutes away. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishka Gupta. A stunning rebuke to President Trump last night from his first defense secretary. Jim Mattis has ripped into the president, saying he has divided the nation and misused the military. The retired Marine general said that Americans must reject those who make a mockery of the Constitution. President Trump responded on Twitter. He said Mattis's primary strength was not military, but personal public relations. In Minnesota, 4 former police officers present when George Floyd died faced new charges. The charge against the officer who knelt on Floyd's neck has been upgraded to second-degree murder. The other 3 were charged with aiding and abetting his death. All 4 officers were fired last week. In Los Angeles, up to $150 million will be cut from the police department's budget. The money will be used as part of a broader effort to reinvest more into the black community. Los Angeles spends almost $1.9 billion a year on its police force. The mayor also said he will support another demand of activists, creating a special prosecutor to review police misconduct cases. And the price of oil has retreated from a 3-month high. The unity of the OPEC Plus coalition is being threatened by a long-running feud over complying with production cutbacks. Saudi Arabia and Russia have a preliminary deal to extend those curbs, but it is conditional on other countries making deeper cuts to make up for their past non-compliance. And a group of warehouse workers at Amazon.com is suing the online retail giant. They claim its working conditions put them at risk of contracting the coronavirus, as well as their families. The lawsuit focuses on a distribution center on Staten Island, New York. Amazon says it's reviewing the claims. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
From New York City for our audience worldwide, live on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio, this is Bloomberg Surveillance, moments away from an ECB decision widely expected to announce a bigger QE package, with the Christine Lagarde news conference just 45 minutes away. Your ECB rate call unchanged. That's what's expected. The depot rate at negative 50 basis points expected to stay right there. This all comes as we've seen a massive move in euro dollar over the last couple of weeks. Euro dollar right now 112. 2 weeks ago, 108. Some real enthusiasm on the continent just over the last couple of weeks. Will that enthusiasm continue? Let's get that ECB rate decision. It is 7:45 Eastern. Let's head over to Frankfurt, Germany, and catch up in Berlin, actually, with Bloomberg's Matt Miller for that ECB decision, which comes out just a little bit late, Matt Miller. Not the first time we've seen this. This set to drip feed out over in Germany.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, during this coronavirus lockdown, Berlin and Frankfurt are pretty much considered the same place. Everything's done over video conference. The ECB, of course, leaving its main financing rate unchanged at 0%. Its deposit facility rate unchanged at negative 50 basis points right now. It has added 600 billion euros to the pandemic emergency purchase program. So a little bit more than we had been anticipating. 500 was the number that most people were, or that markets had really priced in. So the ECB adding an extra 600 billion euros to its pandemic purchase program. Very interesting. It's going to buy 20 billion per month plus 120 billion this year under the asset purchase program. So it is extending the time as well, out to at least June of 2021. And it says it's going to be flexible. Always good for a central bank to leave itself some optionality there. But I think it's interesting, John, that they have, at a time when so many are saying it's not really necessary, you don't have the kind of tight financial conditions that we had a month ago or 2 months ago, but they want to deliver a signal and maybe give some of that, try a little bit more for some reflation, as the ECB is doing for the last 10 years.
Matt, makes you wonder how bad the forecast will be when we get them in the news conference in about 45 minutes' time. Looking at the price action, I go to two places immediately, euro dollar and the front end, the Italian bond curve. Looking at euro dollar, actually seeing the euro strengthen off the back of this. Matt, that's interesting to see the euro correlate positively with more QE. And I think the Italian bond market bid at the front end is pretty intuitive, self-explanatory. But Matt, what do you say back to that? Just the idea that the euro is positively correlated with more QE from this ECB.
Well, it's interesting. We saw the euro strengthen when we got wind of the fact that Germany was going to pass a bigger stimulus program than had been anticipated. Remember, yesterday and the day before, Angela Merkel, the CDU, and the SPD were trying to work out somewhere between 50 and 100 billion euros of stimulus. They came out with 130 billion euros of stimulus, and that had given a lot of power to the euro. So right now, I think what the market wants to see in order to add strength to the currency is strength for the economy.
Our simulcast here on radio and television, we say good morning to all of you across America. With us, Matthew Miller, ensconced in Berlin, toughest tour of duty here at Bloomberg News. And of course, this on the ECB. And as we move to the press conference here in a bit, Carson Bresky scheduled to be with us here in a bit as well. Matthew, I've got to rip up the script and go to Chancellor Merkel and the flap that we've seen over the last number of days on the G2, the G7. One of your charms is your encyclopedic knowledge of the German press. Does the German media and the German people, do they support Angela Merkel as she takes on the president of the United States?
Yeah, no, absolutely. She has gotten a real boost in her popularity. Not so much because of the way she deals with Donald Trump, but because of the way she has dealt with the coronavirus. You know, Germany hasn't been hit very hard at all. We've been out of lockdown for a number of weeks now. I have to say that in Berlin, with the exception of the fact that you see a lot of masks, everything is pretty much back to normal. I went out to an Italian restaurant a couple nights ago, and it was pretty full. So you can go to a restaurant, you can go to a bar, you can now go back to the gym, which I'm going to avoid, but You know, we have the German economy starting to hum back along now, and the concern about unemployment isn't that it falls to a record low, but that it falls to a 2015 low. So the German people, I think, are very happy with the way Merkel's leadership has handled this coronavirus.
Matthew Miller, thank you so much, reporting from Frankfurt here on the ECB with important German perspective as well. John, I don't mean to get into the ECB discussion here, but there's just so much odd dynamics right now between these European leaders and the president. The backstory off the headlines in the major American newspapers is extraordinary on how the European leaders have, quote unquote, given up on this president.
Well, not just that, Tom, but maybe now the time to be talking about that. Let's talk about what's happening in the Eurozone and with this monetary policy. Carsten Bresky's joining us now from ING. Carsten, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. Just to see the euro positively correlated with more QE. Talk to me about that, because I think initially this seen as putting a lid on redenomination risk. Does it achieve that?
I must say this is a bit of an economic policy fireworks that we're having. So last night, the German government with an enormous fiscal stimulus package. Now the ECB adding 600 billion euro on its PEPP program, also announcing reinvesting the proceeds from this PEPP program. So this is huge, and I must say really shows that the German policy makers from both fiscal and monetary are working together.
Carsten, there's this weird tension that central banks are facing right now. Over-delivering is not necessarily the degree of market stress that would necessitate such intervention. We're seeing the Fed not even deploying a lot of the firepower that they have. The ECB perhaps poised to do the same. Can you talk about the logic there, that the signaling can be so loud that it causes a market reaction that doesn't necessitate the deploying of that firepower? Do you expect that to be the reality for the ECB?
Especially when it comes to the ECB, I think this is what they've learned from the past. This is what they've learned from the 2008-2009 crisis. You rather announce big numbers so that there is no speculation at all against the ECB's role as lender of last resort. I think that's also the lesson the ECB drew from the mid-March episode, in which Lagarde was a bit more hesitant, a bit more cautious to say she wants whatever it takes. She would be there to limit spreads from widening. So I think they've learned their lesson, and they're now going out saying it doesn't make sense at all to speculate against the ECB, against the Eurozone. They've now bought time until mid-2021.
Carsten, John from England emails in. John, thanks for listening today, and says, Tom, stay on the ECB, not on Trump politics. I'll do that. Carsten, as we look to the ECB and the press conference, what will be the key distinction that Christine Lagarde will try to make? You know, the cliche of, threading the needle. What's going to be that key thing she's going to try to do today?
I think what she's going to try to do today is really kind of showing her commitment, showing that she is now really the ECB president everyone should listen to, that there is no doubt at all about her commitment, her determination to do whatever it takes. If she managed to do that, then I think we're pretty much fine here, and then she can just give some compliments to governments, which came up now, government leaders who came up with a fiscal policy response to this crisis.
Clearly, Carsten, the main objective here is to keep the door wide open for fiscal stimulus on the continent. Yeah. We have had a lot of happy talk over the last several weeks about a plan that was announced from Chancellor Merkel and the leader in France. I think it's absolutely remarkable that we have so much happy talk when they've announced a plan that hasn't been agreed and is nowhere near being enacted. Is that going to happen?
It is going to happen, because I think what is the most remarkable, and we've also had these discussions in the past, and Germans were the masters of austerity, and we all doubted that they would ever change. I think it is remarkable that the Germans have changed. It's not only that they're engaging in the enormous fiscal stimulus for the sake of their own country, almost 10% of GDP cash out fiscal stimulus, but they've also turned around and they see that they have to bear and carry this responsibility for Europe, for European integration, for transfers, and therefore I think this recovery plan will also happen, because the most remarkable change over the last 2 months has happened in Berlin.
Carsten, fantastic to catch up with you, sir, on an important moment for the continent. Carsten Bresky there of ING. Euro dollar nicely through 112 at 112.50 right now, Tom Keene. A stronger euro. No idea if this holds through the news conference, but quite clearly the objective of the ECB, in terms of perception, how people perceive the objective to be, is to keep a lid on redenomination risk and keep the door wide open for any issuers who want to do more bond issues and get out there and boost fiscal stimulus.
For a non-global Wall Street audience, let me just explain what Ferro just said here. John was talking about the euro to 4 decimal points, and those last 2 decimal points called pips really, really matter. When I looked at my terminal, it was 112.22, and as John says, even those little bit of decimal point moves up to 50 really, really matter. And John, I would respectfully suggest signals good news for Christine Lagarde.
If it holds, I think that's the story here. Yes, I think there's some enthusiasm for the continent and euro-denominated assets because of what the ECB is doing. What we want, though, is follow-up from fiscal. That's what's going to make the difference here. We've had a ton of monetary policy thrown at the continent over the last 10 years that has only achieved so much. Looking at this market, beyond the euro, I'd say just look at the front end of the Italian yield curve. 2-year yields in Italy down 16 basis points. On today's session alone, we're basically cutting them in half as a more supportive, flexible ECB flexes its muscles on the asset purchase program side of things. That news conference is 35 minutes away. You will hear the start of it right here on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. And the economic data in the United States of America moments away as well. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
There has to be justice. There has to be protests. We have to be heard. We have to move forward strategically. We have to move forward smart. We have to move forward tedious, and we have to be together, man. How we doing it?
Talk about how sports is for everybody. We talk about how, sports is where you bring people together. It's everybody's, it's an inclusive thing. But when we talk about our own personal battles outside of sports, there's a lot of people that are silent on issues, and they're important issues. They're issues that have been going on for hundreds of years, and we need that same type of team mentality to be brought to issues outside of our sport.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, averages down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
I would find it very difficult to argue that we're going to have a V-shaped recovery. The closest anybody's come to it is China, and it doesn't look like a V to me.
You may want to reduce the suffering because there's a risk that the whole system will come crashing down.
Today's monetary policy tools are really about supporting economic activity and driving the economy to higher levels of employment.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Thrilled you're with us on Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio from coast to coast, and worldwide as well. Particularly good morning to all of you working at home through this pandemic and listening to our digital content. The news flow, well, it has been extraordinary through this pandemic and ever-changing, and that is true of this Thursday morning as well. We'll speak to our Kevin Cirilli about the events in Washington over the last 24 hours and certainly the comments of various members of the military about the commander-in-chief. We'll also look at the ECB, that important press conference coming up. John will brief us again on the difference of 500 kajillion versus 600 kajillion dollars. But in 29 minutes, we'll get a reaffirmation of a troubled American labor economy. It is extraordinary. And John, to be honest, I have lost perspective of the tragedy of 1 million here and 1 million there of unemployed Americans.
Everybody has, Tom. Not through malice, just because it's so difficult to digest and comprehend numbers this large. We're set to see claims come in at around 1.8 million. That's the median estimate. What we're hoping to see is to see claims roll over. But I thought yesterday was absolutely remarkable to get that ADP report of negative 2.76 million. Yeah. And for people to call that a big beat, an upside surprise. Can you imagine me telling you at the start of this year, Tom, that a number like that would be called a big beat, a massive upside surprise?
And of course, the backdrop here, folks, is the equity market, S&P 500, 7% below the Valentine's Day peaks that we saw. John, and this links over to the ECB and Christine Lagarde's challenges, is with diminished demand and with high unemployment, you get a thrust of disinflation and lower wage growth or even wage decline. I mean, the disinflation feel here is part of the core story, isn't it?
It is, and we'll get the forecast in 28 minutes' time from ECB President Christine Lagarde. Initially, she was putting pressure on the fiscal policymaker, and I think she's learned the hard way that in Europe it's really difficult to engineer because the bond market will push back. And the Italian bond market did push back, and they had to come in and close spreads in a way that I don't think she anticipated they would have to. The QE plan that they announced a little bit earlier this morning, bigger, the expansion bigger than many people on the street expected. Euro positive initially, we roll over just a little bit in the last 2 minutes or so, and a nice bid coming through the front end of the Italian bond market too.
Lisa, you sent me a note moments ago on five-year forwards. What do you see in the bond market indicators that matter right now?
Well, John raised this really good question. Why is the euro gaining, strengthening on the heels of an incredible fiscal and monetary stimulus or rescue financing package? Typically, this is viewed as inflationary and a debasement of a currency. Not this time. It is not being viewed as inflationary. If you take a look at the five-year forward break-evens in Germany, this is a measure of inflation expectations over the next 5 to 10 years. They're below 1%. We're looking at 0.93% over the next 5 to 10 years, even with unprecedented fiscal and monetary rescue financing, Tom. It just highlights we are fighting deflation. We are not at risk of inflation. That is the message from markets.
No question about that right now. Joining us now, our chief Washington correspondent, Kevin Cirilli. Kevin, too short a time with you in this huge news flow this morning, but I'll cut to the chase. What is the president's agenda today? Does he know right now what his agenda is today?
I'll keep this tight. He's going to be meeting with several members of his administration, but it's unclear whether or not we're going to hear from him directly. I do just want to note that based upon my reporting, I think that you're going to see a push of bipartisanship for some structural changes over the next month to be included in legislation coming from Congress in terms of police enforcement in this country.
Kevin Cirilli, down in Washington. Great to catch up with you, sir. An important conversation down in Washington. We appreciate your time. I want to bring in Greg Bowdle of BNP Paribas to get the view on this market. A massive move in the front end in Italy, Greg, off the back of this ECB decision to do even more. Were you surprised that they went above and beyond those expectations? Because I think many people were. And Tom, initially, your reaction as well, please, from 15 minutes ago. We expected 500 billion. We got 6.
Well, my thing here, John, and I got an important question. I'm going to interview John Farrow right now, folks. We can do that on radio and TV. John, I see an ECB fighting being un-American. How does the Bundesbank and the core economies, John, how do they react to this new Anglo-American-like central banking?
I think they've got to come along with it. There's no pushback left. I think it's really interesting that we had some pushback from Germany's top court just several weeks ago, and the ECB follows up in its next meeting by expanding QE. And not just expanding QE, but doing it with a pandemic emergency purchase program. This is a much more flexible program where they can do a whole lot more on the QE side and push a lot of that into places like Italy and weight it just a little bit differently. To see the move in Italy is just phenomenal. 2-year yields down by around about 18 basis points off the back of this. So your yield now in Italy, 2-year paper, 0.173%. We've basically cut them in half in the last 5 minutes or so.
Right. And John, help our American audience here. We all understand that the labor model of Europe is so different than America. Do they have the grimness of unemployment that we're going to be talking about in 25 minutes?
Absolutely, and they have the disparity as well. There's much more pain on the periphery of the continent, Tom, as there has been over the last 10 years too. And I think what we've seen from the ECB under Draghi and now under Lagarde is that they are willing to do a whole lot more to support the periphery, to keep the bond market wide open. What we need to see at the continent level is for them to agree to allow these states to do more and to make sure that they're not just borrowing to support these economies, that we have some kind of fiscal transfer. That's the renewed effort of the last several months. I know some people are hopeful. I'm conditioned by my experience of the last 10 years. That hope gets smacked around quite a lot very quickly.
Now, John, as you know, there's something about the first chart you look at every morning. This morning's chart was a Standard & Poor's 500 made up of a few stocks. I can't remember their names right now, but there's 4 or 5 stocks that make up like 80% of the 500 stocks, and everybody else is trailing behind. I'm kidding. But we're 7% under where we were Valentine's Day, an extraordinary bull market off the March bottom. Greg Bowdle of BNP Paribas, he knows the mathematics of this. He knows the derivative dynamics of this equity surge. Greg, let me begin with first principles. Is it the renewance of a bull market?
I don't think so. I view this as a very large bear market rally, but I also think we need to think about this in terms of a two-speed recovery. You touched on it there. I think some of these mega caps, these oligopolistic tech companies, could potentially be in the start of a new bull market, while the rest of the market could still potentially have a much more difficult time ahead of it.
Greg, I want to talk about moral hazard. We were speaking yesterday with Bill Dudley, formerly of the New York Fed, saying that the Fed's actions do increase the risk of moral hazard. You could say the same thing about the ECB. As an equity strategist, how concerned are you that this moral hazard will lead to an overshooting and a crash?
Well, I think in some ways there are echoes of the late 90s. We had this policy response to LTCM where the Fed came in and cut rates, and really that drove the last legs of the bubble that resulted in the tech bubble in the late 90s and the subsequent bear markets in 01, 02. And clearly we have a situation where we've had real policy shock and awe, and some of the reasons that people are giving to invest now is that there is no alternative and you can't fight the Fed, even though fundamentals look terrible. And I think there's a real risk of moral hazard for equity markets.
Greg, something that Jim Bianco of Bianco Research said recently I thought was really interesting. It's about Goodhart's law, that once a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. This whole market has become a target. What's it a measure of anymore?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a big disconnect in between the outlook for the U.S. economy and the outlook for the equity market. Tom touched on it there, the lack of breadth in the rally, that we have a handful of stocks now, these mega cap stocks that are driving the market directionally, and it's becoming increasingly divorced from the economy. Whereas I think when you look at some of the smaller mid caps, for example, or some of those even second tier large cap stocks, I think they're going to be much more wedded to the cyclical direction of the U.S. economy and the outcome that we get there.
Good battle of BNP Paribas. Greg, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. Appreciate your time this morning off the back of this ECB rate decision and ahead of what we expect to come a little bit later this morning. In about 20 minutes' time, Tom Keene, we will get initial jobless claims and continuing claims in America. And that will show you a labour market that is still suffering. That's what people widely expect to see in just a few moments' time this morning.
And then, of course, we go right on to the jobs report tomorrow. And I really can't convey, John, this moment in our history. The statistics, John, really are good statistics back to 1947. There is a lot of data back before that. And there's been other crises along the way. I don't mean to diminish that. But we have never seen the dynamics of the American labor economy like we're seeing right now. I hope we'll be more informed at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
An ugly data set expected again at the bottom of the hour ahead of payrolls Friday. And Lisa, all expectations that the central banks are the ones doing the heavy lifting, and the ECB this morning, absolutely no different.
The question, and this has been raised by you and by Tom and by many in the market, is how much pressure is the ECB, is the Fed taking off of some of the fiscal authorities to do the heavy lifting that they need to be doing at this point? And I think, John, that is going to be a question going forward as we take a look at what's going on both with the European Union as well as in Washington, D.C.
From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Brammitz. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Live on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. Still to come on this program, 8:30 Eastern, in about 18 minutes' time, we will have initial jobless claims in America, and we will have a news conference with ECB President Christine Lagarde right here on Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. President Trump's former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis is condemning his former boss. In a scathing statement last night, Mattis said the president misuses the military and is dividing the nation. He also said the country must reject those who make a mockery of the Constitution. President Trump responded to Mattis on Twitter, saying he didn't like his leadership style or much else about him. Meanwhile, President Trump appears to be unhappy with Defense Secretary Mark Esper. Bloomberg has learned that the president confronted Esper after he publicly opposed his idea of deploying the military to contain protests. Esper said active duty troops should be a last resort. The president privately asked top advisors if they thought Esper could still be effective in his position. And it was the 9th straight night of protests over the death of George Floyd, a black man killed while in police custody. Most of the events were peaceful. Mayors and governors are largely dismissing President Trump's calls for an increased police response to the ongoing unrest. Today in Minneapolis, there will be the first in a series of memorials honoring Floyd. In Hong Kong, lawmakers have passed a controversial law banning residents from disrespecting China's national anthem. That adds to fears that Beijing is tightening its grip on the former British colony. And it comes as China plans to enact national security legislation aimed at Hong Kong. In Germany, Chancellor Angela Merkel's coalition has agreed on a $145 billion stimulus package to get the economy going. That has exceeded the top end of expectations by 30%. The deal includes a cut in the value-added tax, plus there is money to build out 5G networks, improve railways, and double incentives for electric cars. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
The Fed's monetary policy tools are really about supporting economic activity and driving the economy to higher levels of employment. However, that can actually cause financial asset values to go up, and that can actually exacerbate inequality. So the Fed's choice is not have a recovery, have less inequality, or have a recovery with buoyant financial asset prices and more inequality.
Bill Dudley, the former New York Fed president, weighing in on the Fed's action in the last 24 hours on this program. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz. We're live on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio. Tom, is it really that binary that the Fed's choices are to not have a recovery and have less equality, or have a recovery with buoyant financial asset prices and more inequality? Does it have to be that binary?
Absolutely not. It's public institutions finessing the message under great crisis. And of course, Bill Dudley is widely presumed to be a public officer, even though he has left the New York Fed. It's a lot more sophisticated than that, John, and certainly calmer streets for the last 2 days. But that doesn't take away from this nation's new and different inequalities.
Agreed. A sharp contrast between that and what we see in markets at the moment. Equity futures unwinding some of the gains over the last 24 hours, down just 11 points on the S&P 500, negative 1/3%. As we get you set up for the opening bell in New York, just take a look at what's happening over in Europe in both FX and in the bond market as well. Euro dollar with a lift off the bottom through at 112.50 very briefly. A stronger euro off the back of more QE out of the ECB. Seemingly the objective here to put a lid on redenomination risk and to leave this bond market wide open so the fiscal policymakers can do their part. The hope in Europe is that they will. In the Treasury market, yields just a little bit high. Your 10-year up a single basis point. And that curve, Tom, just a little bit steeper once again.
Absolutely. John mentioned earlier the improvement in Italian yields, lower yield, higher note and bond prices in Italy off of what we've seen. Joining us now, Alberto Gallo of Algebris, as we look towards the ECB press conference. Alberto, just simply, what will you listen for from Madame Lagarde? What is the nuance you will listen for?
Good morning, Tom and John. I think besides the amount of stimulus here, the key wording is about how the purchases will be distributed. So whether the ECB will have the flexibility to help countries that are more at risk. In the first paragraph of their announcements, they say the purchases will continue to be conducted in a flexible manner over time across asset classes and among jurisdictions, which suggests that there may be a deviation from the capital key. As we know, the PEPP, the emergency program of the ECB has been more flexible than the standard QE program, more flexible to go and buy, for example, higher amounts of Italy or Spain, which have been the countries most hit by the virus. So it's a good, sizable positive surprise. But I would say here, the big real news for Europe is the fiscal stimulus that Germany and the EU are doing on the back of this, which means the ECB is no longer pulling all the weight behind stimulus.
Well, let's talk about that, Alberto, because we've discussed it many times on this program. They've announced something, but not everybody has agreed to it. Why are you so hopeful now?
So first of all, there is a German program of 130 billion, which was just announced last night, as you know, and that's above expectations. There's a lot of investment in new technologies, in research. But of course, the larger program that we are looking at is the 750 billion program for Europe. I do think that this is a game changer for Europe, and I think the probability of this program being passed is very high. I don't know if it's going to be in the first round, but we have seen Germany pushing this finally in agreement with France, and I think the smaller frugal countries will also back the program after a few tweaks. So this, I think, is the real big news that many are probably not discounting yet for Europe. If you look at European markets, they're still a bit unloved compared to other areas of the world.
Alberto, I want to pick up on something John was saying, this sort of faith that we're going to get some sort of agreement on the European Union front for fiscal rescue financing at a time when the ECB is taking a lot of the pressure off. We're seeing this in the U.S. I'm wondering whether the same kind of trend will hold in Europe, that basically the more the ECB does, the less pressure there will be on the continent to get together and actually provide something they have never been able to do before.
It is possible, but in my 20-year time of observing markets and European policymakers, this is the first time where I'm seeing European policymakers ahead of the curve. And you could almost say that European policymakers are slightly more ahead of the curve than policymakers in the UK or the US compared to the economic challenges. And this is a unique situation. So the undervaluation that European assets have is something that we have seen in the last few days. It's correcting. So European assets are catching up. There's a lot of skepticism. I agree. Finland, the Netherlands are still trying to push back. But I think these are minor issues, and these countries will get the help that they need in order to pass the program. And let's remember that of the 750 billion, 500 billion are grants. So we're not talking about a loan that needs to be repaid, but it's a fiscal grant to Italy and Spain and the weaker countries. So finally, we're closer to fiscal union.
We're closer. I think we all hope we get over the finish line. Alberto, great to catch up with you, sir. Alberto Gallo there of Algebris on this market, on Europe, and the global bond market and the ECB effort and the European effort as well. In its FX market, the euro rolls over just a little bit, still positive by 0.1%, euro dollar 112.44. Tom, what we've seen over the last couple of days has been this huge cyclical rally and some real European equity market outperformance, and the pendulum has swung. I've always found it very binary here in the United States how European markets are viewed, either run away or pile in, and we have swung the other way, from run away towards pile in, and I just wonder how burnt some people might get, as they have got burnt many times before.
You're absolutely right, John, and what I would say, folks, is it's been a couple days of this trend. I'll be honest, I haven't done a moving average study, but I'll tell you this, John, Christopher Verone of Strategics Research is adamant that small caps and the like have relative momentum versus the FANG stocks.
We've had a huge move, Lisa, in the euro, in European equity markets, in the DAX, in the cyclical parts of this equity market in the United States as well. And seemingly everyone has just been squeezed into that over the last 3 days. This morning, we fade just a little bit.
Yeah, I just am frustrated at trying to understand how much people are pricing in a central bank backstop to bankruptcy, because ultimately credit risk does not disappear and companies still have to make money. And this is sort of the big tension underlying credit in particular, John.
Lisa, you've talked about it so many times, and I think it's a really, really good point. At the bottom of the hour, 8:30 Eastern time, around about 5 minutes away, we will have labour market data here in the United States ahead of the payrolls report tomorrow. And then we will hear from the ECB President, Christine Lagarde. All of that just around the corner, with equity futures down around about 10 points in the S&P 500. We are negative 1/3% after a big rally Monday through Wednesday. From New York, alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
true diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
Not even do that. From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We're live on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz as we get data in the United States of America. Your labor market data with Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
Well, John, if you can hear me, we've got 1,877,000 jobless claims, initial jobless claims for last week. That's a decrease of 249,000. So we continue the trend down lower to make things a little bit better, but it's still an extraordinary number. Remember, back a couple months ago, we were looking at 200,000 a month. Continuing claims is what everybody is focused on now, and they come in at 21,487,000. That is an increase from last week, which was 21,052. So it does suggest that we are seeing more people getting continuing claims. And one of the issues last week was that two states, California and Florida, report every other week. Still, it is not as big a jump as people anticipated it might be. So maybe it means that we are leveling out here. The one thing you have to add into all this, pandemic unemployment insurance for people who don't get regular unemployment insurance, gig workers, self-employed, 623,000 last week, which is a major decline from the week before, which was almost 1.3 million. So it looks like maybe those who are filing have filed. We're working our way through the backlogs, and we will get a fairly clean picture of how many people are on continuing unemployment in the next week or so.
Michael McKee, thank you. Tom Keene, there were some hopes that continuing claims would continue to roll over. That hasn't happened this morning.
Yeah. Well, it's a set of data, and of course, we've got the massive amount of noise tomorrow as well, John. I would notice within all this some curve steepening, glimmers in the market, but it's what it is. These are tragic statistics, as every central banker out there deals with it.
Well, let's head to one central banker now in Frankfurt, Germany. Let's listen in with ECB President Christine Lagarde.
Crucially helped by the sizable support from fiscal and monetary policy. Nonetheless, the projections entail a substantial downward revision to both the level of economic activity and the inflation outlook over the whole projection horizon. Though the baseline is surrounded by an exceptional degree of uncertainty. While headline inflation is suppressed by lower energy prices, price pressures are expected to remain subdued on account of a sharp decline in real GDP and the associated significant increase in economic slack. In line with its mandate, the Governing Council is determined to ensure the necessary degree of monetary accommodation and a smooth transmission of monetary policy across sectors and countries. Accordingly, we decided on a set of monetary policy measures to support the economy during its gradual reopening and to safeguard medium-term price stability. First, the Governing Council decided to increase the envelope for the Pandemic Emergency Purchase Programme also known as PEP, by 600 billion euros to a total of 1,350 billion euros. In response to the pandemic-related downward revision to inflation over the projection horizon, the PEP expansion will further ease the general monetary policy stance, supporting funding conditions in the real economy, especially for businesses and households. The purchases will continue to be conducted in a flexible manner over time, over asset classes, and among jurisdictions. This allows us to effectively stave off risks to the smooth transmission of monetary policy. Second, we decided to extend the horizon for net purchases under the PEP to at least the end of June 2021. In any case, we will conduct net asset purchases under the PEP until the Governing Council judges that the coronavirus crisis phase is over. Third, the Governing Council decided to reinvest the maturing principal payments from securities purchased under the PEP until at least the end of 2022. In any case, the future roll-off of the PEP portfolio will be managed to avoid interference with the appropriate monetary policy stance. Fourth, net purchases under our asset purchase program will continue at a monthly pace of 20 billion euros, together with the purchases under the additional 120 billion temporary envelope until the end of this year. We continue to expect monthly net asset purchases under the asset purchase program to run for as long as necessary to reinforce the accommodative impact of our policy rates and to end shortly before we start raising the key ECB interest rates. Fifth, we intend to continue reinvesting in full the principal payments from maturing securities purchased under the APP for an extended period of time past the date when we start raising the key ECB interest rates, and in any case, for as long as necessary to maintain favorable liquidity conditions and an ample degree of monetary accommodations. Sixth, we decided to keep the key ECB interest rates unchanged. We expect them to remain at their present or lower levels until we have seen the inflation outlook robustly converge to a level sufficiently close to but below 2% within our projection horizon, and such convergence has been consistently reflected in underlying inflation dynamics. Together with the substantial monetary policy stimulus already in place, today's decisions will support liquidity and funding conditions in the economy, help to sustain the flow of credit to households and firms, and contribute to maintaining favorable financing conditions for all sectors and jurisdictions in order to underpin the recovery of the economy from the coronavirus fallout. At the same time, in the current rapidly evolving economic environment, the Governing Council remains fully committed to doing everything necessary within its mandate to support all citizens of the euro area through this extremely challenging time. This applies first and foremost to our role in ensuring that our monetary policy is transmitted to all parts of the economy and to all jurisdictions in the pursuit of our price stability mandate. The Governing Council, therefore, continues to stand ready to adjust all of its instruments as appropriate to ensure that inflation moves towards its aim in a sustained manner, in line with its commitment to symmetry. Let me now explain our assessment in greater detail, starting with the economic analysis. the latest economic indicators and survey results confirm a sharp contraction of the euro area economy and rapidly deteriorating labour market conditions. The coronavirus pandemic and the necessary containment measures have severely affected both the manufacturing and the service sectors, taking a toll on the productive capacity of the euro area economy and on domestic demand. In the first quarter of 2020, when containment measures were only in place from mid-March in most countries, euro area GDP decreased by 3.8% quarter-on-quarter. Information from surveys, high-frequency indicators, and incoming hard data all point to a further significant contraction of real GDP in the second quarter. Most recent indicators suggest some bottoming out of the downturn in May as part of the economy gradually reopens. Accordingly, euro area activity is expected to rebound in the third quarter as the containment measures are eased further, supported by favorable financing conditions, an expansionary fiscal stance, and a resumption in global activity, although the overall speed and scale of the rebound remains highly uncertain. This assessment is also broadly reflected in the June 2020 Eurosystem staff macroeconomic projections for the euro area. In the baseline scenario of the projections, annual real GDP is expected to fall by 8.7% in 2020 and to rebound by 2021 to 5.2% and by 3.3% in 2022. Compared with the March 2020 ECB staff macroeconomic projections, the outlook for real GDP growth has been revised substantially downwards by 9.5% points in 2020 and has been revised upwards by 3.9 percentage points in 2021 and 1.9 percentage points in 2022. Given the exceptional uncertainty currently surrounding the outlook, the projections also include two alternative scenarios, which we will publish on our website following this press conference. In general, the extent of the contraction and the recovery will depend crucially on the duration and the effectiveness of the containment measures, the success of policies to mitigate the adverse impact on incomes and employment, and the extent to which supply capacity and domestic demand are permanently affected. Overall, the Governing Council sees the balance of risks around the baseline projection to the downside. According to Eurostat's flash estimate, euro area annual HICP inflation decreased to 0.1 in May, down from 0.3 in April, mainly on account of lower energy price inflation. On the basis of current and futures prices for oil, headline inflation is likely to decline somewhat further over the coming months and to remain subdued until the end of the year. Over the medium term, weaker demand will put downward pressure on inflation, which will be only partially offset by upward pressures related to supply constraints. Market-based indicators of longer-term inflation expectations have remained at depressed levels. While survey-based indicators of inflation expectations have declined over the short and medium term, longer-term expectations have been less affected. This assessment is also reflected in the June 2020 Eurosystem staff macroeconomic projections for the euro area, which foresee annual HICP inflation in the baseline scenario at 0.3% in 2020, 0.8% in 2021, and 1.3% in 2022. Compared with the March 2020 ECB staff macroeconomic projections, the outlook for HICP inflation has been revised downwards by 0.8 percentage point in 2020, 0.6 percentage points in 2021, and 0.3 percentage points in 2022. Turning to the monetary analysis, broad money, M3, growth, increased to 8.3% in April 2020 from 7.5% in March. Strong money growth reflects bank credit creation, which is driven to a large extent by the acute liquidity needs in the economy. Moreover, high economic uncertainty is triggering a shift towards money holdings for precautionary reasons. In this environment, the narrow monetary aggregate M1, encompassing the most liquid forms of money, continues to be the main contributor to broad money growth. Developments in loans to the private sector continued to be shaped by the impact of the coronavirus on economic activity. The annual growth rate of loans to non-financial corporations rose further to 6.6% in April 2020, up from 5.5% in March, reflecting firms' need to finance their ongoing expenditures and working capital in the context of rapidly declining revenues. At the same time, the annual growth rate of loans to households decreased to 3% in April from 3.4% in March, amid consumption constraints due to the containment measures, declining confidence, and a deterioration of labour markets. Our policy measures, in particular the very favourable terms for our targeted long-term refinancing operations, should encourage banks to extend loans to all private sector entities. Together with the measures adopted by national governments and European institutions, they support ongoing access to financing, including for those most affected by the ramifications of the coronavirus pandemic. To sum up, a cross-check of the outcome of the economic analysis with the signals coming from the monetary analysis confirm that an ample degree of monetary accommodation is necessary for the robust convergence of inflation to levels that are below but close to 2% over the medium term. Regarding fiscal policies, an ambitious and coordinated fiscal stance remains critical in view of the sharp contraction in the euro area economy. Measures taken should as much as possible be targeted and temporary in nature in response to the pandemic emergency. The three safety nets endorsed by the European Council for workers, businesses and sovereigns, amounting to a package worth 540 billion euros, provide important funding support in this context. At the same time, the Governing Council urges further strong and timely efforts to prepare and support the recovery. We therefore strongly welcome the European Commission's proposal for a recovery plan dedicated to supporting the regions and sectors most severely hit by the pandemic, to strengthening the single market, and to building a lasting and prosperous recovery. We are now ready to take your questions addressed either to myself or to the Vice President.
And we will start with Mr. Karani from Reuters.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my question. The first question is about the composition of PEP. I'm wondering if you've discussed including junk bonds into PEP, and if not, why not, given that your own stability report highlights the risk of downgrades to stability. The second question is about the German Constitutional Court's ruling, and I wonder if you've discussed this at all. You've, of course, said that you fall under the jurisdiction of the ECJ, but Ms. Schnabel said that the ECB can be constructive in this process. So what precisely does constructive mean in this context? What are you prepared to do? Are you prepared to take a fresh governing council decision as the Constitutional Court is asking you to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your two questions. On your first questions, which has to do with whether or not we include junk bonds, as you call them, in our purchase policies. We have defined parameters for our purchases. We want to insulate the way we conduct policy from the effect of the pandemic and avoid self-fulfilling procyclicality. So we will continue to observe the situation and take appropriate and proportionate action. Aside from that, the Governing Council has not discussed this matter. On your second point, which has to do with the Karlsruhe Court decision, I just want to remind you that the ECB is subject to the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice of the European Union. The PSPP has been judged by the Court of Justice of the European Union as, I quote, in line with our policy mandate. We have indeed taken note of the judgment, which is directed at the German government and at the German parliament, and we are confident that a good solution will be found. A good solution that will not compromise the ECB's independence, will not compromise the primacy of the European Union law or the ruling of the European Court of Justice. You follow what we do. The ECB Governing Council regularly assesses the effectiveness, the efficiency, and the cost-benefit of its monetary policy measures. It does so on a regular basis, and as you can imagine, given the package that we have debated and eventually discussed and agreed upon, this has been the case in great depth during the course of our morning session. It is typically reflected in our accounts, and it will indeed be reflected in our accounts as well. Thank you.
The next question from Mr. Skolimowski from Bloomberg.
Good afternoon, Madame Lagarde. My first question is about, can you hear me?
I said good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, good afternoon. Hello. Yes, so my first question, some of the reports before the meeting suggested that not all of the members of the Governing Council were ready to support an increase in PEP today. Can you give us a sense of how wide was the support for the measures you adopted? And my second question is about your strategy for reinvestment under PEP that you announced today. You say they will continue at least until the end of 2020. So essentially, if everything goes on according to the plan, the roll-off of those purchases could start at the beginning of 2023. Meanwhile, the guidance for PS